Nebula Awards 30, SFWA's choices for the best science fiction and fantasy of the year. Edited by Pamela Sargent. Compilation copyright 1996 by Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America. Introduction and headnotes copyright 1996 by Pamela Sargent. Read by James DeLotel.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. The year's best stories, poems, and essays in science fiction and fantasy. In 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge, alien anthropologists discover that members of the now extinct human race had been slaughtering each other on Earth even before they reached the stars and wreaked havoc there. Strong language and some descriptions of sex, 1996. From the book Jacket. Among the works featured in this volume, Joe Haldeman, None So Blind. Why aren't all blind people geniuses? Cletus Jefferson seeks the answer to that question, unaware of the horrific and far-reaching consequences his scientific research will have. Mike Resnick, 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge. An alien survey team lands in Africa, seeking a greater understanding of that most puzzling of extinct species, man. Ursula K. Le Guin, The Matter of Segri. The men of Segri live a life of privilege in magnificent castles, while the women, who vastly outnumber them, lead lives of drudgery outside the castle gates. But which sex really rules this strange yet familiar world? David Gerald, The Martian Child. Dennis's father is delighted to finally have adopted a son. The boy's claim that he is a Martian seems a minor eccentricity, until the child's odd abilities and news of other children claiming to be Martians make his father wonder. Maureen F. McHugh, Virtual Love. Getting someone's attention in virtual reality is a challenge. When anybody can be anything, what do you do to get an edge? Publishers Weekly hailed the previous volume in the Nebula Awards series as essential reading for anyone who enjoys science fiction. In Nebula Awards 30, editor Pamela Sargent continues this tradition of excellence by presenting, alongside the winners in all 4 Nebula categories, works by Greg Bear, Mike Resnick, David Gerald, and Martha Sukup. A generous selection of fiction, poetry, and essays not found in any other Best of the Year anthologies. In addition to fiction by Ben Bova, Maureen F. McHugh, Joe Haldeman, Barry N. Malsberg, Kate Wilhelm, and Ursula K. Le Guin, Nebula Awards 30 features 7 original essays on the latest in printed science fiction and fantasy, a spirited original essay by Kathy Mayo on the year's science fiction and fantasy films, and a recent story by Damon Knight, recipient of SFWA's Grand Master Nebula Award. For those well-versed in science fiction and for those wanting to make acquaintance with the field at the highest level of achievement, Nebula Awards 30 offers an uncommon reading experience. About the editor. Pamela Sargent, author and editor of many science fiction volumes and a recipient of the Nebula Award, has been called one of the genre's best writers by the Washington Post. Among her noted works are Venus of Dreams, The Shore of Women, and the Women of Wonder anthologies. She lives in upstate New York. In memory of Robert Bloch, Raymond Z. Gallen, Carl Edward Wagner. Contents. Introduction, Pamela Sargent. Side 1, Tone 2. The Year in Science Fiction and Fantasy, a Symposium. John Kessel, Nicola Griffith, Paul D. Filippo, Jack Dann, Sheila Finch, Pat Murphy, James Gunn. Side 1, Tone 3. 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge, Mike Resnick. Side 2, Tone 1. Inspiration, Ben Bova. Side 3, Tone 1. Virtual Love, Maureen F. McHugh. Side 3, Tone 2. None So Blind, Joe Haldeman. Side 4, Tone 1. Fortyday, Damon Knight. Side 4, Tone 2. In Memoriam, Robert Bloch, Frank M. Robinson. Side 5, Tone 1. The Martian Child, David Gerald. Side 5, Tone 2. Riesling Award winners, W. Gregory Stewart and Robert Fraser. Jeff Vandermeer, Bruce Boston. Side 6, Tone 1. Understanding Entropy, Barry N. Maltzberg. Side 6, Tone 2. I Know What You're Thinking, Kate Wilhelm. Side 6, Tone 3. A Defense of the Social Contracts, Martha Sukup. Side 7, Tone 1. From a Park Bench to the Great Beyond, the Science Fiction and Fantasy Films of 1994, Kathy Mayo. Side 7, Tone 2. The Matter of Segri, Ursula K. Le Guin. Side 8, Tone 1. An excerpt from Moving Mars, Greg Bear. Side 9, Tone 1. Appendixes. About the Nebula Awards. Selected titles from the 1994 preliminary Nebula ballot. Past Nebula Award winners. Side 10, Tone 1. Introduction. Pamela Sargent. The Science Fiction and Fantasy Writers of America, formerly the Science Fiction Writers of America, has been in existence for 30 years. Damon Knight, the founder of SFWA, and this year's recipient of the Grand Master Nebula Award, remembers the organization's beginnings this way. One day in 1964, I opened the mail and found a request to reprint a short story in exchange for a flat fee. It was the third one that week, and that did it. I sent out one-page flyers denouncing flat-fee anthologists and ended, "If you would like to receive more information like this, send your $3. Next week the responses began rolling in. When I had 78 writers, I declared them the charter members of SFWA, wrote a set of bylaws, and announced elections. Knight was duly elected SFWA's first president, Harlan Ellison was pressed into service as vice president, and Lloyd Biggle, Jr. volunteered to be secretary-treasurer. Biggle's idea of raising money for the fledgling guild by publishing an annual anthology of works by members soon grew into the Nebula Awards. The first nebulas were given for works published in 1965, and the winners were Best Novel, Dune, by Frank Herbert, Best Novella, The Saliva Tree, by Brian W. Aldiss, and He Who Shapes, by Roger Zelazny, tie. Best Novelette, The Doors of His Face, The Lamps of His Mouth, by Roger Zelazny. Best Short Story, Repent, Harlequin, Said the Tick-Tock Man, by Harlan Ellison. Dune, widely acknowledged now as a classic, took time to find its audience, but became one of the first science fiction bestsellers during the 1970s. Brian W. Aldiss is now the Dean of British Science Fiction, a brilliant and literate writer who is also one of the genre's most interesting critics. Roger Zelazny was a pioneer among the young New Wave writers of the 1960s, and became one of science fiction's most popular authors. As I was writing this introduction, word came of Zelazny's death at the much too early age of 58. He will be remembered in next year's Nebula Awards anthology. Harlan Ellison has become a master of science fiction and fantasy in the shorter lengths, and his prose remains as vigorous as it was 30 years ago. Both Roger Zelazny and Harlan Ellison appeared as finalists on this year's Nebula ballot, Zelazny with his delightful novel A Night in the Lonesome October, and Ellison with his stunning and compelling novella Mephisto in Onyx. The runners-up for the first Nebula Awards included stories by J.G. Ballard, Gordon R. Dixon, Larry Niven, and James H. Schmitz, all writers who have enriched the field. The first Nebula Awards set a very high standard for all the Nebula Award winners and nominees who were to follow. To measure up to that standard remains a great challenge. The 1994 Nebula Awards final ballot. For novel, Moving Mars, by Greg Bear, Tor. Note, winner, end of note. Parable of the Sower, by Octavia E. Butler. 4 Walls, 8 Windows. Gunn with Occasional Music, by Jonathan Lethem, Harcourt Brace and Company. Towing Jehovah by James Morrow, Harcourt Brace and Company. Temporary Agency by Rachel Pollock, St. Martin's Press. Green Mars by Kim Stanley Robinson, Bantam Spectra. A Night in the Lonesome October by Roger Zelazny, William Morrow, Avo Nova. For Novella, Mephisto in Onyx by Harlan Ellison, Mark V. Zeising, Omni, October 1993. Haunted Humans by Nina Kiriki Hoffman, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, July 1994. Forgiveness Day by Ursula K. Le Guin, Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1994. 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge by Mike Resnick, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, October-November 1994. Note, winner, end of note. Fan by Jeff Ryman, Unconquered Countries, St. Martin's Press, Interzone, March 1994. Cold Iron by Michael Swanwick, Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1993. For Novelette, Necronauts by Terry Bisson, Playboy, July 1993. The Martian Child by David Gerald, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, September 1994. Note, winner, end of note. The Skeleton Key by Nina Kiriki Hoffman, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, August 1993. The Singular Habits of Wasps by Jeffrey A. Landis, Analog, April 1994. The Matter of Segri by Ursula K. Le Guin, Crank, No. 3, Spring 1994. Necropolis by Maureen F. McHugh, Asimov's Science Fiction, April 1994. For Short Story, Inspiration by Ben Bova, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, April 1994. None So Blind by Joe Haldeman, Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1994. Understanding Entropy by Barry M. Malzberg, Science Fiction Age, July 1994. Virtual Love by Maureen F. McHugh, The Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, January 1994. A Defense of the Social Contracts by Martha Sukup, Science Fiction Age, September 1993. Note, winner, end of note. I Know What You're Thinking by Kate Wilhelm, Asimov's Science Fiction, November 1994. Grand Master Nebula Award, Damon Knight. The list of novels on this year's final ballot seemed especially fine to me. Kim Stanley Robinson's Green Mars and Greg Bear's Moving Mars are both, in their different ways, fascinating and realistically detailed depictions of the future colonization of Mars. Octavia E. Butler, recently awarded a MacArthur Fellowship, is gaining recognition as an important American writer. Her Parable of the Sower is an apocalypse seen through the eyes of a young African-American woman. Jonathan Lethem does a skillful and entertaining riff on old genre themes in Gunn with occasional music, while Rachel Pollock's Temporary Agency is a genuinely original and quirky vision. James Morrow, in his theological tour de force, Towing Jehovah, again proves that he is becoming one of our most important fantasists. Writers excelled in the short fiction categories as well, and I urge readers to seek out all of the finalists on this year's ballot. Among stories I would have liked to include in this volume, Michael Swanwick's Cold Iron combines hard science fiction and fantasy in its own rigorous and original way, while Jeff Ryman's Fan is a compulsively readable study of obsession. Ursula K. Le Guin's Forgiveness Day is a love story set on a world eerily similar and yet quite different from our own, while Jeffrey A. Landis offers a science-fictional Sherlock Holmes pastiche in The Singular Habits of Wasps. Maureen F. McHugh's Necropolis combines an exotic setting with a carefully extrapolated future, and Terry Bisson, in Necronauts, offers a technologically based view of the afterlife. Nina Kiriki Hoffman presents two tales of modern horror in her stories The Skeleton Key and Haunted Humans. I also wish to direct the attention of readers to works on this year's preliminary Nebula ballot, listed in an appendix in the back. Among the works on that list that measure up to or even exceed the standards set by the first Nebula Awards are novels by Peter S. Beagle, Michael Bishop, Lisa Goldstein, Nicola Griffith, Gwyneth Jones, James Patrick Kelly, Robert J. Sawyer, Delia Sherman, and Jean Wolfe. In the list of short fiction, I particularly recommend the works of A. Atanasio, Neil Barrett, Jr., Michael Bishop, Kathleen Ann Goonan, Kij Johnson, James Patrick Kelly, Brian Stableford, and George Zabrowski. There is a wealth of good reading on these lists, as well as in this volume. With such a variety of gifted voices, one can hope that the next 30 years of Nebula Award winners and nominees will be even more rewarding than the first 3 decades have been. The Year in Science Fiction and Fantasy, a Symposium. John Kessel, Nicola Griffith, Paul D. Filippo, Jack Dann, Sheila Finch, Pat Murphy, James Gunn. So much science fiction and fantasy is published each year by such a varied and diverse number of writers that it is nearly impossible for one person to have a coherent view of the field or to assess the relative importance of various works and trends. Therefore, I have asked several eloquent and knowledgeable writers to discuss the state of the genre. John Kessel is a past Nebula Award winner who has also won the Theodore Sturgeon Memorial Award and the Locus Award. His novels include Freedom Beach, written with James Patrick Kelly, and Good News from Outer Space. He is also the author of a short story collection, Meeting in Infinity. He teaches American literature and fiction writing at North Carolina State University. Nicola Griffith's first novel, Ammonite, won the James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award for gender-bending science fiction and the Lambda Literary Award, which is given to outstanding science fiction on gay and lesbian themes. Her short fiction has appeared in Asimov's Science Fiction and other publications, and her second novel, Slow River, was recently published. A native of England, she now lives in Seattle, Washington. Paul D. Filippo is the author of The Steampunk Trilogy, a collection of 3 novellas of alternative history. His short stories have appeared in Amazing Stories, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, and several past Nebula Awards anthologies. He writes reviews and essays for Asimov's Science Fiction Age, and F&SF, and lives in Providence, Rhode Island. Jack Dann is a writer and anthologist with many Nebula Award finalists among his works. He is the author of a short story collection, Time Tipping, and the novels Star Hiker, Junction, and The Man Who Melted. He has edited over 20 anthologies and is also a consulting editor for Tor Books. His most recent book is The Memory Cathedral, a novel about Leonardo da Vinci. He divides his time between upstate New York and Melbourne, Australia. Sheila Finch was born in England but has lived in the United States since the 1960s. She now lives in Long Beach, California. Her novels include Infinity's Web, Triad, The Garden of the Shaped, Shaper's Legacy, and Shaping the Dawn. Her short fiction has appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, Amazing Stories, and other magazines and anthologies. Pat Murphy won Nebula Awards for her novel The Falling Woman and her novelette Rachel in Love. Her other honors include a Locus Award, a Theodore Sturgeon Memorial Award, a World Fantasy Award, and a Philip K. Dick Award. Among her books are The Shadow Hunter, Points of Departure, and The City, Not Long After. She lives in San Francisco, where she works as an editor at the Exploratorium, a museum of science. James Gunn, director of the Center for the Study of Science Fiction at the University of Kansas, began publishing science fiction in 1949. He has contributed to the genre both as writer and critic. He is the editor of The Road to Science Fiction anthologies and the author of Station in Space, The Joy Makers, The Listeners, Some Dreams Are Nightmares, The Magicians, Campus, The Dreamers, and The Immortals, on which the television series The Immortal was based. He has been honored with a Hugo Award and a Pilgrim Award, and is a past president of the SFWA. Genre collapses, thousands crushed. John Kessel. The strictures of a genre like science fiction can be a black hole sucking in any work that falls within its influence, through its history, its publishing practices, its audience expectations, its habitual plot devices, and language and characters. When Jane Techno sits down before her word processor to write a story about a generation starship, over her shoulder loom the shadows of Van Vogt, Heinlein, and Aldous. When Joe Frodo writes his fantasy novel, his conception of his hero must contend with J.R.R. Tolkien, the Sword of Shannara, the marketing departments of a dozen publishers, and 100 covers on the books in the fantasy section of his local bookstore. A paranoid critic could convince himself that not a single aspect of an SF or fantasy story today is free of the distorting effects of genre. The non-paranoid critic might reply that genre also supplies a story with a structure against which the writer can play his individual variations, the way a jazz musician uses the chord progression of The Sunny Side of the Street to ground his improvisational flights. In some way, every SF work we read fights a battle between form and formula, between the artistic structure a genre gives and the deadening effect of genre expectation. But SF writers like to imagine alternatives, so let's do it. Suppose the infrastructure of SF collapses tomorrow. An earthquake, a tsunami, a tornado, a plague. The SF section of your bookstore disappears. The publishers turn to romances and books about UFO abductions. The TV shows are zapped. No movies are made. Locus, SF Chronicle, SFI, the New York Review of SF, Foundation, and SF Studies cease publication. Asimov's, Analog, F and SF, and Omni die. Conventions are not held. Fans switch from SF to baseball, or quilting, or wine tasting. Would SF no longer exist? Certainly a lot of what we see now on the bookstore racks would disappear without a trace, and that which persisted would have more trouble reaching print. But something like SF would arise to satisfy the needs SF satisfies. Imagine this new fiction. In some ways it is less sophisticated, more clumsy than what we have today. In others it is freed up. How might the books of 1994 look in this alternate universe? Some books would remain fundamentally the same. Brittle Innings by Michael Bishop, for instance. In it, Bishop tells the tale of Frankenstein's monster as minor league first baseman Jumbo Clerval during World War II. But this is really a novel about the coming of age of Danny Bowles, a young man in the South in a lost time. Bishop uses the science fiction conceit, more a literary borrowing than an SF speculation, to show how hard it is to be a good man. Both Danny and Jumbo, one a teenage shortstop with a speech impediment, the other an immortal creature sewn together from parts of corpses, are outsiders looking to become men. Within this conceit, Bishop develops some real moral complexity. His characters are fully human, capable of evil and good acts, done for all sorts of reasons. Both Jumbo and Danny discover that to fall into humanity is to fall into the world of mixed motives. Brittle Innings may seem like a literary game, but it's not just baseball we're playing here. Because it is not close to SF at all, this novel might not be a word different if SF as we know it had never existed. Parable of the Sower by Octavia E. Butler is a heartfelt and harrowing description of the breakdown of American society in the 21st century. Lauren O'Lamina leads a band of refugees across the California countryside in an attempt to found a new society based on her religion of Earth Seed, whose two founding propositions are that God is change and humans are Earth Seed, destined to colonize space. The part of this novel detailing the social ills that eventually destroy Lauren's home feels authentic, almost too contemporary. It arises from and speaks to the real world, and would do so without genre moves. Its Earthseed's seed the stars preachments that feel like the tug of the genre. Given the predicaments of these characters, unless you are familiar with SF's traditions of space travel as human destiny, outer space is not the first solution that comes to mind. Much of Wildlife by James Patrick Kelly seems to arise directly from the main currents of the genre. Its techniques of exposition, plotting, and description have long traditions, and its specific futuristic developments in genetic manipulation, computer technology, and space exploration owe much to cyberpunk. Without the cover of genre, Kelly would have had to set forth his future quite differently, or risk losing his audience. Yet he uses techniques from outside the genre, notably a mosaic narrative structure, to give a Citizen Kane view of his protagonist, Win Cage. Beneath its trappings, this is a novel of identity, parenting, self-discovery, growing up. It does about as much as can be done to become a novel of character while staying within the orbit of SF. On the evidence of Gunn with occasional music, Jonathan Lethem has carefully studied the black hole of genre SF, as well as the neighboring gravity well of the hard-boiled detective novel. But for the work of Philip K. Dick and Raymond Chandler, this book would not exist. For the novel's first third, Lethem seems merely to be playing with these genres, mixing and matching game pieces, pushing them into different configurations to see what effects he can generate. Film noir lowlifes who are animals, hard-boiled private eye in a future where asking questions is illegal. Then at some point in the middle it finally catches fire, and one starts to care about his characters. Only in the dark world limned in its background, getting darker, does Gunn pull away from genre, but the novel reminds us how an intelligent writer can use the conventions as a backbone and not a straitjacket. Maureen F. McHugh's second novel, Half the Day is Night, is really her first, and shows some of the problems of a writer not wedded to SF, trying to find a story to tell within the genre. On the plus side are vivid characters and setting, but I had the feeling in reading this that McHugh was coming to science fiction from some other place, trying to force herself closer to the black hole. The novel doesn't want to stay there, and at every opportunity slips away from its genre plot and futuristic setting into characterization or examination of the politics of the Third World. In China Mountain Zhang, she avoided the traps of genre by refusing to provide a genre plot or characters. Slow Funeral by Rebecca Orr tries to imagine a sort of fantasy independent of 30 years of increasingly rigid genre tropes. Instead of Middle-earth, we are in backwoods Virginia. Instead of a barbarian princess or apprentice sorcerer, our heroine is a Berkeley dropout called back home by a family struggle that turns out to be as much about class as wizardry. Orr shows us the real rural Virginia culture, and uses magic as a kind of metaphor for social structures that control people. The gravity is strong, and the novel still ends up with a battle of witches, albeit an unconventional one. On the face of it, one cannot imagine Kim Stanley Robinson's Green Mars without the dozens of books about the colonization of Mars that the genre has produced over the decades. But though Robinson will acknowledge SF's past by naming a Martian town Bradbury, and describing it like a place from the Martian Chronicles, it is possible to imagine Green Mars as existing independent of SF's history. Robinson's attention to political process, to the Martian landscape, and to the development of character are all so overwhelmingly detailed that it's as if nobody had ever written this story before. His Dorsa Brevia manifesto, really about Earth's political problems today as much as about Mars in the 22nd century, the world as seen through the eyes of the unworldly scientist Sax Russell, and Maya Toitovna's manic-depressive assaults on her own history and that of her two dead lovers, carry Green Mars past the black hole by driving right through it. Strangely, like Robinson, with whom he has in the past expressed little in common, Bruce Sterling in Heavy Weather also seems to be trying to imagine an SF without SF. Not as intense as earlier Sterling, not as jam-packed with nifty ideas, this novel gives perhaps his best-developed characters. From contemporary technology, from his sympathy with the slacker counterculture bohemian worldview, Sterling tells of a tribe of storm troopers who pursue the apocalyptic F6 a hurricane-sized tornado predicted by their atmospheric modeling to result from global warming. Sterling lovingly shows us the culture of this nomadic techni-bohemia, feels confident enough about his characters' essential likability to criticize them, even to bring most of them in the end into the mainstream of society. The climactic scenes of the novel are perhaps not as impressive as the advanced billing has led us to believe, but in moments like his description of Alex Unger flying an ultralight over the midnight Texas plains, Sterling comes closer to a human poetry than he has ever done. Each of these novels, in the degree to which it advertises or evades its connection to the genre, points forward to a new fiction as well as back to the old. Would a new SF without SF be better than what we have now? Would it gain more than it lost by the collapse of 70 years of development as a distinct genre? It's an academic question. Back in the real world, the publishers aren't out of business. In fact, more money than ever is being made, with a little anxiety about the whole enterprise visible around the edges. As the Dow Jones average creeps over 4,000, the fundamentals look a little shaky. The speculators cast nervous glances at the exits and try not to contemplate the prospect of the bubble bursting. But that's another essay. The New Aliens of Science Fiction, Nicola Griffith. Science fiction is largely concerned with an exploration of the other, the not-self, the alien. Nothing new about that. What is new is the kind of alien science fiction concerns itself with today. Let me take you on a quick tour. The first aliens of pulp SF were green, slimy, bug-eyed monsters from the nether regions of the solar system. Nothing like us, except they were recognizably and rather adolescently male. They were war leaders, they had no kids hanging around to spoil the fun, and they often abducted good-looking and scantily clad human women for nefarious purposes. In the 30s and 40s, the green slime monsters turned into androids and robots, metal men. Some of these robots had female names, but we weren't fooled. Then came the McCarthy era. In keeping with the paranoia of the time, the aliens became those who pretended to be us, vegetable beings grown in pods in the back garden who took the place of Mom and Dad, amoeboid extraterrestrials who rode invisibly on the backs of their unsuspecting hosts, Roy Rogers with a two-legged trigger. And then came the 60s. This era of pot and peace left us feeling more kindly disposed toward the alien. In John Wyndham's The Chrysalids, post-Holocaust radiation led to minor mutations such as 6 toes or telepathy. Those who deviated from the norm, even those who looked normal, perhaps especially those who looked normal, were hunted down and killed. A sort of deadly don't ask, don't tell policy. For the first time, the story was told from the viewpoint of a mutant. Suddenly, as far as the reader's sympathies were concerned, there was no longer that clear dividing line between us, humanity, and them, the monstrous enemy. And then, of course, there were the aliens who were human, biologically speaking, but who were raised by aliens and therefore suspect. A prime example comes from Heinlein, Valentine Smith, The Stranger in a Strange Land. In Hollywood, a similar process was occurring. Example, films about pregnant white women abducted by Apache, mother dies in childbirth, white boy-child grows up behaving as and believing himself to be Apache, unless the cavalry come along and tell him, hell no, he's a real man, not a savage. So by the 60s we had progressed from green slimy non-mankind to robotic fake mankind to the muties and pod people of twisted mankind. Where were the women? In early SF, female characters served as the scientist's ignorant girlfriend or the hero's reward for a job well done. By the 50s and 60s, women were allowed to be heroic as long as they did it in their own sphere. Courageous mothers defending their children, or human housewives who set up coffee clatches with alien housewives and thereby achieved world peace. Shining fictional examples of socialization. But in the 1960s, in the real world, women began to protest this socialization. We stood up and said, that's not who we are. And so male SF writers turned to an examination of who women might be. This examination manifested itself largely through writings about women-only societies, the so-called sex battle texts. The women in these books were not fully human. We were portrayed as being bereft of sexual feeling, or we had plenty of sexual feeling but were frustrated and embittered by having no men to express those feelings with. We did not understand art, we did not understand science, and were technologically backward. We were often portrayed as insect-like. For example, the hive mentality displayed in Wyndham's Consider Her Ways. This type of work operated very much out of traditional cultural assumptions, often nothing more than a reversal of male-female roles. The female characters were alien because they weren't proper women. In the late 60s, women writers took over the job of talking about the alien. Writers like James Tiptree, Jr., Joanna Russ, Vonda N. McIntyre, and Susie McKee Charnas examined not the woman as alien, but the alienation of being a woman in Western society. And throughout the 70s and early 80s, a few writers turned away from the sex battle text, the idea of men versus women, and more toward the entire concept of gender. The best of these include the work of Russ, Tiptree, Theodore Sturgeon, Octavia E. Butler, and, perhaps the most well-known, Ursula K. Le Guin's Left Hand of Darkness. But even the Le Guin book posits a genderless society in which all characters are referred to as he, unless they become specifically female for the purposes of sex with another character, who has become specifically male. It could be argued that the Left Hand of Darkness is really about men and gender, and that the potential and willingness to assume non-male gender is what makes the characters so alien. At this point, the early 70s, a lot of male writers began pumping out dreadful reactionary stuff. Edmund Cooper was guilty of this, as was Heinlein. There are always exceptions to any rule, and in this case they were John Varley and Samuel R. Delany. Then, it seems to me, SF writers looked up, saw the next inevitable step in the examination of the alien, sexuality and gender, and panicked. All of a sudden there was a renewed interest in high-concept SF, hard science, action-adventure, the re-emergence of famous Golden Age work, and the attendant phenomenon of sharecropping. There was also, of course, cyberpunk, a revisiting of film noir ideas, and, at its worst, a regression to the nerd triumphant school of literature. Cyberpunk does discuss ideas of alienation, particularly in the relationship between people and machines, but generally this occurs within the context of those same old traditional cultural tropes about men and women. Some of the worst cyberpunk is nothing but a hybrid of nihilism, all those gray, raining, mean streets where no one cares and nothing makes a difference, and the shop and fuck novel, brand names, the lust for consumer durables, descriptions of women's clothes, usually tight, black, spike-heeled, and shiny. As this backlash eased off, sex, sexuality, and gender again became hot topics. Many women writers, mainstream as well as SF, emerged for the first time, or re-emerged. Writers like Margaret Atwood and Marge Piercy, Gwyneth Jones, and Joan Slonczewski were all writing novels looking at how women have become or remain other. Many of their fictional characters were lesbians. Men were reading these books too, and then, rather startlingly, began to write them. Jeff Ryman's The Child Garden has a lesbian protagonist, and 20- and 30-something straight white boys, particularly in England, I'm not sure why, started writing novels and short stories with lesbian or bisexual women protagonists. Simon Ings, Colin Greenland, and Eric Brown come to mind. And now American men seem to be doing the same thing. Alan Steele's latest novel has a dyke protagonist. One of Mark Tiedemann's short stories, Rust Castles, mentions 2 lesbians. In fantasy, too, men are happily writing about women who love women. Charles DeLint's Memory and Dream is one example. Cole and Bunch's The Warrior's Tale is another. There are many more in both genres. So, why are straight men writing about dykes? Some are exploring the alien, trying to understand. Some are simply exploiting what they perceive of as being the political climate. Macho heroes who pilot anything that flies, drink anything that pours, and fuck anything that moves are politically incorrect. So, lacking the imagination to re-envision what a non-macho man would do, But still seeking approval, these writers turn John into Joan and zoom off into the ether guilt-free. This may well be happening the other way around, too. Straight women writing about gay men, though more in fantasy than SF. But as well as the enlightened humanists, there are the fundamentalists of the radical Christian right. The year 1994 marked the publication of a nasty little book called Colorado 1998. Written by Mark Olson, the communications director for Colorado for Family Values, the nice people who tried to enshrine in law discrimination against lesbians and gay men, this book purports to describe how America would really look if queers ruled the world. It's a classic role reversal tale where the writer gives away his prejudices. In attempting to show how awful lesbians are, Olson simply holds up a mirror to the kind of persecution and hatred happening today against queers. Like most tourists, Olson is about 30 years behind the rest of the genre. This book is not essentially different from the sex battle texts of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. 1994 has seen a resurgence of women writing about women. Melissa Scott, in Trouble and Her Friends, is explicit about the alienness of being queer and female in the future. Carrie Richardson's short fiction is chilling and exciting and different. Not only are her women dykes, but they're dead, too, a double whammy. Susie McKee Charness's The Furies takes a brave and unflinching look at how women and men can be utterly alien to each other, the difference in their violence, and the ways in which they might try, or not as the case may be, to find common ground. In an indication that these issues, sex, sexuality, gender, are here to stay in SF, there is now even a prize, the James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award, handed out every year to the novel or short story that best examines and expands gender roles. The award has sparked some controversy, mainly, in my opinion, due to a misreading of the jury's brief. To look for the fiction that examines and expands gender roles. Any number of writers, from old SF hands like David Brin to those such as P.D. James, who dabble in the slums, have postulated futures in which women are the dominant sex. While such fiction may be role-reversing, it is not necessarily role-expanding. In the mid-90s, writers of SF and fantasy have this vast history of the examination of the alien on which to draw. Slimy, bug-eyed monsters, robots, muties and pod people, women, lesbians, and gays. It's interesting that we seem to be playing more with the us end of the us-them spectrum. The alien is getting closer every day. Embers. Paul Di Filippo. What keeps a writer writing? In the first few years of a career, common motives might span a wide gamut. Perhaps a high-minded desire to improve the world or to stamp one's personal vision and imprint on a certain branch of literature. Maybe a burning need for sheer Whitmanesque self-expression. Fame and money are always potent attractors. The Gassian notion of liberated words frolicking on the page rules some, as does the Tolkien-Joyce-Cabell aesthetic of writer as sub-creator. A sense of love or playfulness is valuable. The lure of pure story is a siren call. Enlisting with peers in a doctrinal jihad, where the weapons are manifestos and books, offers a lot of kicks. To be sure, there are probably as many goads and pulls to produce a first book as there are individual writers. But whatever motivates the composition of a first novel, or even a second, or a fourth, or a 10th, has got to be a hell of a lot different from the mysterious and as yet barely charted feelings that drive a writer once more to pick up the frayed thread of narrative after a career of 50, 60, or even 70 years, setting out to trace his or her way one more weary time through the labyrinth of story. Seasoned and stripped down by struggle, bent like a seaside tree from enduring decades of the gales blowing between literature and commerce, possibly gravely ill, certainly feebler in body, if not in mind, approaching the statistically determinate end of all ambition, emptied already of hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of previous words, these rare survivors continue to write. But why? Probably enjoying at least a modest fiscal stability, if only a monthly government check, sated with honors and awards, their place in the history books assured, Enemies and friends and original sponsors all fallen away along the long road, the charms of simple invention paling. What can move these elders to the production of yet another book? It is my contention that at the end of a long and illustrious career, two factors compel an artist to continue. The first, and more superficial one, is sheer habit. Years and years of self-discipline, of ritual and routine, Skinner-esque conditioning, have turned writing into something akin to a reflexive pleasure like smoking, or, to put a nobler cast on it, a sought-after meditative state of mind. The writer is literally hooked, self-induced motor patterns and neural states conspiring to produce a high as necessary and addictive as drugs. Sometimes, for one-dimensional writers, this is a necessary and sufficient impulse. Writers like this could yet kick their addiction, and retirement would become an option. But for more complex individuals who keep at the craft, there is another force at work, not felt by all, and as best as I can name it, it is the gnawing, growing stimulus produced by the accumulated weight of a simple yet irritatingly unsolvable mystery, a quarry chased through countless pages, yet still elusive, the whys and wherefores of our shared state of being, as opposed to non-being, and the organic accretion of each unique self, of arrival on this earth, growth, and dissolution. An eternal question or set of linked enigmas whose signifiers in fiction are birth, death, transfiguration, struggle, defeat, and transcendence. No longer greatly or primarily concerned with making him or herself completely understood by readers, the writer at this stage is to a lesser or greater extent elaborating Jungian psychodramas that revolve around deep-seated, long-felt riddles, dramas that seek to explicate and palliate his core unease and deliver whatever distillate of bittersweet wisdom he has found. Though a relatively thick or thin patina of craftsmanly narration might remain, the subtext is very often a personal quest on the part of the author for elusive truths relating to his whole being. The most obvious example of this in the SF field is, of course, Robert Heinlein, whose solipsistic concerns at the tail end of his career fully emerged and diverged sharply from what his audience demanded, causing widespread dissatisfaction among readers and critics alike. The year 1994 brought at least 4 new examples of this affecting and intriguing phenomenon. Jack Williamson, born 1908, first publication 1928, released Demon Moon, Tor Books. Andre Norton, born 1912, first publication 1934, released The Hands of Lear, Avo Nova. Frederick Pohl, born 1919, first publication circa 1939, released The Voices of Heaven, Tor. And Powell Anderson, the youngster among this crew, born 1926, first publication 1947, released The Stars Are Also Fire, Tor. It is no coincidence that the jacket of Williamson's book bears endorsements from all these other 3. Like calls to like, and the comradeship of other seekers on the path is some small comfort. Williamson began his career as an emulator of the exotic and preposterously captivating fantasies of A. Merritt. This book is a return to those roots. Its voice contains echoes of Lee Brackett and Edmund Hamilton, of Fritz Leiber and Planet stories, a whole era of writers shaped by a simpler world, albeit a time whose harshness included a worldwide depression bookended by cataclysmic global wars. On an unnamed planet, on a small island whose limited borders afford the classic bounded venue of fantasy, humans transplanted long ago from Earth struggled to survive, with the help of friendly, intelligent flying unicorns, amid dragons, wyverns, banshees, and the demons who return with the millennial approach of a sister planet. That the dragons turn out to be cybernetic mining devices and the demons plasma life forms is testament to Williamson's eclectic palette. Magic vies with computers, and intriguing, clear-eyed speculations abound. For instance, Williamson's unicorns have only 2 limbs, their forehoofs are on the elbows of their wings, and they need long flight decks for takeoffs. But beneath all this bejeweled scenery lies Williamson's real meat. Our protagonist is Zorn, heir to an exiled nobleman. His childhood on a prison farm, meant to evoke Williamson's own childhood, as he admits up front in a note, is lovingly detailed. Zorn grows up unsure of his identity. Then, amidst crisis, one is thrust on him. He is to play Nuradun, mythic hero who rescued the world during the last demon attack. In passages that are positively Ballardian in their perverse insistence that saying the absurd will make it so, the other characters thrust this role on Zorn. Mixed in with this is the patented Williamson contest between good girl Kai and bad girl Lorraine for Zorn's body and soul. Lorraine wins and Kai loses, but since neither is wholly good or bad, the result is ambiguous. The climax of the book is Zorn's attainment of self-knowledge, at which point the dangers evaporate and heretofore implacable foes are integrated into a new society. The large-scale adventures and trials of Demon Moon are plainly a recapitulation of the arc of individual human maturation, innocence and bewilderment transformed to inner peace, thanks to insight into the self. No surprise from a writer who was undergoing professional psychoanalysis before most of his readers were born. It is a common cliché that writers who evolved in the pulps learned to be loquacious, thanks to the penny-per-word constraints on their income. Yet Williamson's prose is compact and spare, showing a kind of Clint Eastwood terseness that bespeaks America's West. As can be seen in the work of many elderly visual artists, his lines have lost their clutter, only essentials remaining. Andre Norton's prose in her Hands of Lear, however, evinces no such economy of verbiage. Beneath a somewhat prolix undergrowth is a simple narrative that conceals an even simpler archetype. In another nameless land where an old evil, the vampiric immortal Razkin, is stirring, two lowly teenagers, a girl named Alnosha and a boy named Kryn, must recover fragments of the goddess Lear's power, reuniting the scattered fingers of her statue to defeat Razkin and his human minions. The world Norton portrays, rife with torture and blasted landscapes, is only a remnant of a shattered golden age, positively Gnostic in its sense of laboring under a malevolent demiurge. The only pure ones in it, and the ones most susceptible to persecution, are its children. Only they can speak with animals and reliably feel goddess magic. Although nubile, Alnosha rouses no sexual feelings in Kryn when they are forced to bundle together for warmth, and she sees him as trapped prematurely in a man shell. How strange that a woman in her 80s continues to choose such viewpoint characters. But perhaps it isn't so strange when we recall a poet such as Wordsworth and his Prelude, 1850, with its glorification of childhood as the mortal state closest to those lost heavenly clouds of glory. This is the heart matter of the book, the struggle to retain and reconcile the soul of childhood with the passage into the inexplicable and dark world of adulthood. Further proof of Norton's core concern is how abruptly the book trails off once the pair of questers attain their goal, plot threads snipped left and right. The uber-adult and authority figure Raskin disintegrates into a pile of bones, death simultaneously triumphant and put in its proper place. Alnosha and Kryn kiss for the first time, embarking on their own inevitable maturity, which draws a curtain between them and their supernal memories, also foreclosing the author's own interest in the story. Pohl's The Voices of Heaven conceals its ontological burden beneath a more deftly controlled story surface. The clues to its unraveling lie in three areas: its mode of narration, its setting, and its threatened catastrophe. Ostensibly, Voices is the simple story of one man's misadventures on the colony planet of Pava. Barry DeHoa, one of Pohl's patented psychologically flawed everymen, is shanghaied from his comfortable job and life on a settled Luna and shipped as a corpse-sickle to one of humanity's 4 faltering star colonies. There he learns to adjust to his new fate, becomes friends with the resident aliens, and incidentally rescues faraway Earth from a long-range threat by a faction of religious extremists among the colonists. So far, so simple. Yet consider. The novel is cast in the form of a flashback, inspired by the interrogation of Dehoa by one or more initially unrevealed others, much like John Crowley's Engine Summer, 1979. And just as in Crowley's book, these others are revealed to be angels. In Pohl's case, the interrogators are the alien race known as Leps. They are explicitly cast as angelic beings living on a world that has never known original sin, shades of James Blish and C.S. Lewis. Grilling Dehoa, the Leps demand an explanation and justification for his life and the actions of his fellows, chief among which is the attempted destruction of Earth by the aborted launch of a ship filled with antimatter pods. Curiously and revealingly, this is almost exactly the same threat to the planet Pohl posed in his earlier Mining the Oort, 1992. Obviously, it has great psychological resonance for him, a talisman for the maximum personal guilt one being can assume. The fact that in Voices a single man standing for all humanity must craft an apologia to the angels for both his good and bad deeds, culminating in the possible life or death of an entire planet, is testament to Pohl's vision of individual existence as an example of the butterfly effect, small efforts wreaking big results. That the Leps end their metamorphic lives as literal butterflies is perhaps no mere coincidence. As Dehoa says of a boring meeting, everything ends if you just wait long enough, and in Pohl's version, the end of any individual life demands examination, justification, expiation. Fully a generation younger than Jack Williamson, Powell Anderson at first glance seems too young to be included here. It's hard for me personally not to think of him as the bright, newish voice he seemed when encountered even a mere 30 years ago. Yet his latest work, The Stars Are Also Fire, shares the end-of-the-road ambience of the work of his older peers. The Stars Are Also Fire cannot be considered alone, but must be yoked with its immediate predecessor, Harvest of Stars, 1993, to which it is a strange and lesser prequel-sequel codicil. The initial 2/3 of the first book, Harvest, was basically an elaborate chase and showdown between 2 warring forces in an Earth-Luna setting some dozen or so decades hence. Anson Guthrie, ex-mortal, now downloaded cyber intelligence and head of the Libertarian Fireball Corporation, played cat-and-mouse with various authoritarian types over the course of a few days, eventually winning a partial victory that allowed him and his followers to emigrate to another star system. The final third of the book outlined their subsequent 900 years of development there, culminating in the evolution of a planet-wide Gaia figure. The lopsided proportions here testify to a struggle with hard questions embodied in recalcitrant material. Plainly, Anderson was reluctant to leave his beloved familiar playground of bold human sagas. The bravura joy evident when his fey-like elven luminarians and the knight-like robot-bodied Guthrie are on stage hark back to his Broken Sword, 1971, and Midsummer Tempest, 1974. Yet Anderson simultaneously wants to move beyond the sphere of hearth and castle, to confront titanic issues of human evolution, immortality, and the responsibility of godhood. His prose is consistently elevated, wringing poesy from socio-technics. That he achieves by book's end any partial depiction of the human consequences of transfiguration is testament to his skills. Yet, despite an ostensible off-stage continuation of the human adventure at the end of Harvest, the overall tone is autumnal and brooding, a Viking pyre. Consider just the note sounded by the decision to launch the novel with the drear epilogue. The newer book fills in both the back-story as to how the Lunarian race was born, picking up an attractive yet already discarded toy, and follows the human action on an Earth ruled by omnipotent artificial intelligences known as sophotexts, some 300 years after Guthrie's departure. Backing down from any real investigation of superhuman intelligence, Anderson keeps the Sophotex behind a curtain for almost the entire book. Only their wired human agent, Venator, gets to experience their reality in an unsatisfyingly numinous way. Too many powerful events from the first book are mere echoes here. As a single example, the climactic cat-and-mouse space chase run by protagonists Ken Muir and Aleka parallels that of Guthrie and Kyra Davis in Harvest. The jumpy narrative is a distraction, too. The reader must deal with both real-time and this real-time's flashbacks. Yet the whole novel is an immense flashback from the perspective of its predecessor. The language in the sequel is nothing like that of Harvest, less florid and mystical, and its quest and action not half so bold. Yet both are too similar to their sire. Important retrofitted characters never mentioned in Harvest disturb a sense of continuity. That the solution to the book's MacGuffin comes from a half-insane ghost intelligence is symbolic of a sense of desolation that comes when the best answer has been tried and found wanting. And looming over the text is another potent symbol, abortion, both literal and metaphorical. Yet bundled together, these two books stand as an assault on the highest pinnacle, with a brave, if dispirited, retreat. What makes SF amenable to such long careers, so productive of these philosophical twilight musings masquerading as straight entertainments? Mainstream careers do indeed seem to be plays without any second acts, as Fitzgerald characterized them. One is hard-pressed to find in the larger ocean writers similar to these four, capable of such extensive and relentless labors. Perhaps it is the luxury of loyal audiences, or a little less flavor-of-the-month mentality among editors. But almost certainly, a field that encourages flinty-eyed speculation in all matters will tend to produce more work that does not shy away from the hard, ultimate realities of life and death. After a lot of froth has bubbled away, the year 1994 may very well be recalled as the year these four books that glow with varying shades of the four authors' original fires were published. And even Embers can flare and hurl back the darkness for a time. Double Vision, Jack Dann. Living on the other side of the world, in a culture that's analogous to the U.S. but not coextensive with it, I sometimes feel that I'm suffering from double vision. I've been commuting between Melbourne, Australia, and upstate New York, where I keep an office, but I'm really based here in Australia. Thanks to fax machines, phone, and email, I can do business from here almost as easily as from New York. I don't feel left out of the publishing loop, yet I find that many Australian writers have a sense of isolation and frustration. They feel that although they can break into the short fiction magazine and anthology markets, the book publishing market is riddled with unwritten rules that seem designed to exclude people who do not have prior inside knowledge and friends. Australian writers can tell you publishing horror stories, which are, in fact, not unlike what most American authors usually experience early in their careers. The problems of dealing with agents and editors and publishers are certainly exacerbated by distance and cultural differences. There just isn't a sense here of how American publishers work. Admittedly, this is also true for many American writers, but it usually applies to novices, not veterans. It's also difficult to support oneself as a writer here, for although Australia is a reading culture with the highest per capita consumption of books in the world, there simply isn't the population to support a vigorous science fiction publishing industry on the scale of the U.S. or England. Unless Australian SF writers are selling regularly to British or American publishers, or writing in the very successful young adult category, most have to supplement their incomes. A few can hope for government writing fellowships. Damien Broderick received a $30,000 fellowship this year from the Literature Board of the Australian Council. Granted, most writers can't live on their income from writing alone, no matter where they live, but American and British SF writers with reputations can expect to sell their books for advances larger than $5,000. Nevertheless, about 35 genre titles were published in Australia in 1994, which include adult novels, young adult novels, anthologies, and single-author collections. Notable books published by Australian writers in 1994 were Permutation City by Greg Egan, published by the British publisher Millennium; Genetic Soldier by George Turner, published in the U.S. by William Morrow; and Voices in the Light by Sean McMullen, Aphelion. Young adult novels included Fox Spell by Gillian Rubinstein, Highland; Turn Right for Zirgon by Robin Klein; and Deer Snake by Lucy Sussex, Hodder. There were several anthologies. Meta Worlds, edited by Paul Collins, Penguin; The Oxford Book of Australian Ghost Stories, edited by Dr. Ken Gelder, Oxford University Press; Alien Shores, edited by Peter McNamara and Margaret Winch, Aphelion, which published original work by Frank Brinning, Stephen Dedman, Shane Dix, Amos Fairchild, Leanne Fromm, Ian Macaulay Halls, Sue Isle, Jeff Harris, Sean McMullen, Carol Nomerhass, Yvonne Rousseau, Edith Spears, E.W. Story, Dirk Strasser, Lucy Sussex, Kurt Von Trojan, George Turner, and Sean Williams; and the horror anthology Deeds of Doom, edited by A. Markides, Galley Press, which published original work by Marilyn Arnold, Marja Baum, Don Boyd, Tony Van Dyke, Anne Stewart Galway, Diane Gardner, Laurie James, Ned McCann, Tosh McKay, Paul Merrick, Felicity Pullman, Pauline Scarf, Paul Statham, Tom Stewart, and Stephen Wescombe. Lucy Sussex also edited 2 young adult SF anthologies, The Lottery and The Pattern Maker, which published original work by Isobel Carmody, Brian Caswell, Gary Crew, Leanne Fromm, Allison M. Goodman, Dave Luckett, Sean McMullen, Sophie Masson, Michael Pryor, Gillian Rubinstein, Sam Sejavka, Dirk Strasser, Lucy Sussex, Paul Voormans, and Mustafa Zahirovitz. 3 short story collections were published by small presses: Radical Takeoffs by Glyn Parry, Little Ark; The Prisoner Gains a Blurred Skin by Nicholas Playford, Black Pepper; and Doorway to Eternity by Sean Williams, Mirror Dance. Although genre young adult books do very well in Australia and are a staple of commercial publishing, commercial publishers are showing signs of becoming more involved in genre publishing. Pan Macmillan began a very successful series of fantasy novels in 1990 that launched the careers of Martin Middleton, Tony Shillitoe, Shanna J., and others. Pan published 6 fantasy titles in 1994 by David Sale, John Marsden, Beverly MacDonald, Shanna J., and G. M. Haig. Tor Books is interested in the Australian market and is actively looking to publish Australian authors in Australia and the U.S. But the heroes of SF publishing are small presses such as Aphelion Publications of Adelaide and Mirror Dance Press of Sydney. They are at the center of the science fiction publishing scene. Although they can't pay a lot of money, they have maintained personal, supportive relationships with their authors and continue to publish them, thus giving them a presence among the overwhelming amount of science fiction for sale on the stands here from the U.S. and Great Britain. Because of various Commonwealth agreements, it's actually cheaper to buy books from Great Britain and the U.S. And books are expensive here. A hardcover costs about $40 Australian, a trade paperback about $20 Australian, and a mass-market paperback about $15 Australian. Australian, American, or British science fiction magazines can really only be found in specialty SF stores such as the Galaxy Bookshop in Sydney, Ellison Hawker in Hobart, and Slow Glass Books and Minotaur in Melbourne, but not on newsstands. The major Australian science fiction magazines are Eidolon, run by an editorial committee, and Aurealis, edited by Dirk Strasser and Stephen Higgins. Eidolon published short fiction by Simon Brown, Terry Dowling, Duncan Evans, Robert Hood, Trent Jameson, Rick Kennett, Margaret Lawrence, and Sean Williams. Aurealis published short fiction by Bill Congreve, Hua Pham, Helen Sargent, Jane Scott, and Paul Voermans. The major horror magazine is Blood Songs, edited by Melbourne writers Chris Masters and Steve Proposh. Blood Songs published short fiction by Bill Congreve, Richard Harland, Robert Hood, Kate Humphrey, Rick Kennett, Misha Kumashoff, Christopher Sekeira, B.J. Stevens, Barbara Welton, Sean Williams, and Morris Xanthos. Damien Broderick's critical work, The Architecture of Babel, Discourses of Literature and Science, was published by Melbourne University Press in 1994. Broderick is the science reviewer for The Australian, Australia's national newspaper. Although he is an award-winning fiction writer, he has lately been concentrating on non-fiction. His latest book is Reading by Starlight, Postmodern Science Fiction, published by Routledge in London and New York in 1995. It is a rigorous semiotic analysis of science fiction that concentrates on cyberpunk and postmodern SF. Although Rosaline Love did not publish any fiction that I could find in 1994, she deserves mention here. She is perhaps Australia's premier short story writer. Her short stories remind me of the best work of Elizabeth Bowen and Carol Emshwiller. Her short story collections include The Total Devotion Machine and Other Stories, 1989, and Evolution Annie and Other Stories, 1993. Both collections were published by the Women's Press in Great Britain. It should also be noted that Greg Egan won the 1995 Ditmar Award in the novel and short fiction category for Permutation City and Cocoon, which was published by Asimov's Science Fiction. Greg Egan and George Turner are probably the best-known Australian science fiction writers, and are widely published internationally. Turner, who is 79 and still writing after suffering a stroke in 1993, has a critical reputation that ranks with Stanislav Lem's. Peter Nichols was given a special William Atheling, Jr. award for his contribution to science fiction scholarship. Nichols co-edited the Encyclopedia of Science Fiction with John Clute in 1993. It is perhaps the single most important reference work in the field. Time won in the Best Fan Magazine category. One writer put it very well, I think, when he compared Australian science fiction with a corner store selling good quality merchandise. Down the road, however, is the U.S. science fiction market in the form of a supermarket that is immensely visible and convenient. It has nothing against the corner store. It merely swamps it by being so big. Australian authors walk into their own bookshops to see the shelves groaning with books by U.S. and British authors. They know that the best Australian SF is often as good as, and sometimes better than, the books that come flooding in from overseas, and they know that the problem is mostly marketing and visibility. They go home and think dark thoughts about marketing, visibility, and the peculiarities of the U.S. market, and some of them even manage to snap out of it, turn on the PC, and keep on writing. The author acknowledges his debt to Sean McMullen, Peter Nichols, Janine Webb, Alan Stewart's Time, and the staff of Slow Glass Books for information and insight. Any mistakes, omissions, and misinterpretations are, of course, the author's own. Doctor, Will the Patient Survive? Sheila Finch. How healthy is science fiction? As a long-time reader of the genre, I seem increasingly to have the experience of finishing a story in an SF magazine and wondering what on earth it was doing there. The fantasy stories seem to thrive, although a lot of them begin to sound alike, a side effect of the genre's popularity, I suppose. But I think something more disturbing has been occurring in science fiction. Gary Wolfe once referred to this trend as creeping mainstreamism, a trend that produces stories that embrace all the aspects of literary fiction, style, character development, and so on, but lose the element of speculativeness that marks science fiction. What we're all too likely to find in the magazines these days, with Analog a notable exception, is the story that might just as well have appeared in the New Yorker or any of the literary journals. What's happened here? If we imagine genre fiction, westerns, romance, SF, and so on, as an archipelago in the literary sea, then on our island of science fiction we find the mountains are healthy, but the coastline is eroding rapidly. Traditional hardcore high-tech science fiction is alive and well at the novel length. Witness the recent Mars novels by Greg Bear, Kim Stanley Robinson, and Kevin J. Anderson. The grand-scale meteorology disasters of John Barnes. No problems here. And there seem to be endless new entries in the Star Trek and Star Wars universes and their like, which are genuinely SF, even if many of them tend toward the space opera end of the spectrum. What worries me is that, especially in short fiction, it's getting harder and harder to find the middle ground story of the kind James Blish and Clifford D. Simak used to write, or A.E. Van Vogt and James Tiptree, Jr., and Judith Merrill. The story that doesn't require the reader's familiarity with advanced scientific concepts or terminology, but which turns on a genuine scientific point. Such stories satisfy the reader's hunger for experience of a life and times different from her own, events that compel page-turning, and ideas that linger in the mind long after the story is done. Ask the next question, Theodore Sturgeon advised. Unfortunately, I think too many stories today don't begin to answer the first. The rule I learned said, if you can take the scientific gadgetry out and still have a story, then take it out and write mainstream. But the stories I'm concerned about don't even pay that much lip service to science or technology. They simply have no speculative core. I'm not talking about alternate history stories here, an interesting use of the traditional SF story-generating question, what if? Often, the only element of the tale that makes a nod toward a territory not mapped out by the mainstream is a vague reference to something along the lines of the telepathic abilities of a character. They hear voices, or are given sudden flashes of insight into people or events. Yet it often seems the mere introduction of such ideas has satisfied the author's sense of obligation to the readers. The implications and consequences of these abilities mostly go unexplored, and I'm left daydreaming about what Alfred Bester or Sturgeon would have done with such stories. What we have instead, to change our metaphors, is prose by authors who've lost their nerve for the high-wire act of science fiction. I suspect there are several reasons for the rise of this type of story. The first cause is rather obviously the rising number of non-scientist writers. We're witnessing the growing community of writers who are humanities and liberal arts majors, bringing with them a greater familiarity with the classics of the literary canon and the pronouncements of literary critics, rather than the papers in science. This is a trend that began decades ago with the New Wave. I'm not denying the good things such writers have done for the field, deeper attention to characterization, a finer sensitivity to language and style, an opening up of the traditional SF plot and theme to ambiguity and complexity. When such refinements are brought to bear on an extrapolation of scientific ideas, the result is the best kind of literature in or out of the genre. But literary stories often promote these stylistic values over the exploration of idea or concept, with the result that too often the stories read as if the author were writing with her graduate thesis professor frowning over her shoulder, a rather grim individual for whom scientific advance began and ended with Newton. The science in these stories is either unexceptional, unimaginative, or non-existent. A related cause of the problem is that in a fair world many of these writers would find their true homes in mainstream magazines, which would pay them in something other than copies and distribute their work to the appropriate audience. Alas, such paying markets for short story writers have shrunk disastrously in the last few years, leaving the genre magazines as the only real alternative for writers who also like to eat once in a while. Since, as we've noted, the quality of the writing in these stories tends to be high, I'm not surprised editors are attracted to them, but they leave many SF readers feeling hungry. I believe another culprit is the current admiration for South American magic realism. Fiction from south of the border has become fashionable, and as a result we're seeing too much emulation of Gabriel Garcia Marquez and too much adulation of Isabel Allende. In magic realism, we're drawn into settings, the Revolution, colonial days, where complex characters with believable goals and problems are explored realistically, and whimsical or supernatural events, floating above the ground, green hair, are described casually. Yet the fantastic elements aren't the whole cloth of these stories. They're an enrichment of the plot, a subtle embroidery of theme. But a lot of short science fiction these days is built around a thin thread of a fantastic detail that is the whole story. Nothing other than this slender, magical, or genteelly bizarre element is offered to the reader. When George Skithers was editor of Amazing, he cautioned would-be authors against committing the tomato surprise story that revolved around one vital point, usually withheld until the end. I'm seeing a lot of surprising tomatoes these days, stories where once such a fantastic or magical point is removed, the story not only isn't science fiction, it isn't even much of a story. Luckily for us, there are still short story writers in the genre, like Jack McDevitt, Martha Soukup, Maureen F. McHugh, Mike Resnick, Joe Haldeman, Bradley Denton, Ray Aldridge, and many others, who can tell a gripping SF tale, peopled with complex, well-drawn characters, and pull it all off with elegance and subtlety. Their stories are the ones we stay up late to finish reading, then wake in the night to think about again. They are the vitamin pills worth looking for in a gaudy jar full of word candy. If the genre is going to survive and attract new readers, these are the writers who will make it happen. Some of them, I'm happy to say, are represented in this volume. Biker Nuns and Social Revolution, An Optimistic Assessment of 1994. Pat Murphy. As a judge for the 1994 James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award, my reading focused on a particular subcategory of science fiction and fantasy. The James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award is presented annually to the short story or novel that best explores and expands gender roles in science fiction and fantasy. The award's aim is not to look for work that falls into some narrow definition of political correctness, but rather to seek out work that is thought-provoking, imaginative, and perhaps even infuriating. I agreed to be one of the 1994 judges as an excuse to read a type of science fiction that I love, works that explore different models for society and human relationships, works that challenge our cultural assumptions about the way the world and human societies function. All in all, I thought 1994 was an exceptional year for science fiction and fantasy that pushes the envelope of gender roles. This year's two Tiptree Award winners are indicative of the wide range of approaches and attitudes taken in the works considered for the award, and they reflect the variety of subgenres included in the broader category of science fiction and fantasy. Nancy Springer's novel Lark on the Wing, one of the two winners, considers the startling adventures of Lark, a middle-aged woman whose midlife crisis takes on concrete form. A 10-year-old version of Lark, blinked into existence by Lark's own uncanny abilities, leads Lark into an exploration of her life and the compromises that she made while growing up. While searching for the part of herself that she has lost, Lark finds the other side of things, the magical other side of a street on the wrong side of town, the other side of her family, and the many other sides of herself. In the course of her unlikely adventures, she is transformed into a handsome young man, and deals with the unpleasant truth she doesn't want to return to her original form. Though the novel touches on serious concerns, it remains light and playful, belching and farting as it strives to tell the truth. This is a rollicking, offbeat, thoughtful fantasy for our time. The other 1994 Tiptree winner was The Matter of Segri by Ursula K. Le Guin, a novelette published in Crank magazine. The Matter of Segri deals with gender issues in a way that only science fiction can, by creating a society that differs from our own in certain significant ways, thus forcing us to examine our own cultural assumptions. Fascinating for its anthropological detail, The Matter of Segri makes stunning use of different viewpoints to give us an understanding of the society that we couldn't obtain any other way, demonstrating the emotional and societal consequences of a different social organization, and the consequences of changing or disrupting that organization. To anyone who has interest in exploring cultural assumptions, there are a number of other 1994 publications that I'd recommend very highly. The Furies, the third volume in the epic work that Susie McKee Charnas began with Mother Lines and Walk to the End of the World, challenges the assumption that all women are warm and nurturing. This is a relentlessly fierce book that tells a powerful tale of revenge. The free femmes who fled the holdfast in the earlier books return to tear it down. It's a dark and violent story, but one that's extremely compelling. And 1994 also included works that challenged some basic assumptions about sexuality and how it's portrayed in science fiction. In past years, most lesbian relationships that appeared in science fiction were either on the fringes of the main story or occurred in works that were set in all-women societies. In 1994, two notable novels presented lesbian relationships as a natural part of a society of men and women. In both Temporary Agency by Rachel Pollack and Trouble and Her Friends by Melissa Scott, the sexual orientation of the protagonist is simply part of the fabric of the novel, and part of the fabric of the society in which the novel is set. In Temporary Agency, a novel that is delightful for its matter-of-fact use of demons and magic in an otherwise contemporary world, Ellen Pearson and her lover, using limited resources and their wits, save the world. In Trouble and Her Friends, Melissa Scott makes a place for lesbians among the cyberpunks and the high-tech outlaws. Reading short fiction for the Tiptree Award made me aware once again of the continuing strength of the science fiction and fantasy short story market. From Xanadu 2, an original fantasy anthology edited by Jane Yolen, I'd particularly recommend Delia Sherman's haunting Young Woman in a Garden, which delicately exposes underlying assumptions about gender and art. In Asimov's science fiction, Eleanor Aronson continues her exploration of an alien society with The Lovers, a story about heterosexual love in a society in which such a thing is unthinkable. Two collections, Ursula K. Le Guin's Fishermen of the Inland Sea and Jeff Ryman's Unconquered Countries, offer both originals and great stories from earlier years that are otherwise unavailable. The last book I'll mention here, Little Sisters of the Apocalypse by Kit Reed, has a premise that I couldn't resist. The Little Sisters of the title are 16 biker nuns. They are, Reed writes, brilliant hackers who market technology to support their mission to the homeless. These futuristic nuns pray for the dead, and when they have to, ride out on their bikes to defend the living. Reed's tale takes place on Shell Isle, a protected enclave inhabited by a community of women. 5 years before, all the men went off to war, leaving the women to keep the home fires burning and wait for the men to return. In spare and evocative language, Reed describes how the women live in fear and anticipation of the return of their men, and tells of other forces that are converging on the isle. The outlaw family, led by Queenie, a ferocious woman described as huge, hairy, and malodorous, are returning to reclaim the land. Sister Trinitas, responding to a call she does not fully understand, is leading the motorcycle-riding Little Sisters to the isle. And of course there are the men, out of the picture but always in the characters' minds, coming home and expecting to be welcomed. Taken as a whole, Little Sisters of the Apocalypse is a strange, and strangely successful, mixture of disparate elements. All in all, reading for the Tiptree Award in 1994 made me extremely optimistic about science fiction and fantasy writers' continued efforts to consider social revolution and its consequences. It's wonderful to be working in a genre that has room for biker nuns and transgender hackers, stories of haunting delicacy, and novels of rage and revenge. The Year in Science Fiction. James Gunn. At one time, science fiction was a reader-driven category. So little money was to be made from it that editors often chose the books to publish that they themselves liked or respected. And the audience for science fiction was such that almost every worthwhile novel sold 2,000 to 5,000 copies in hardcover and 50,000 to 100,000 copies in paperback. Of course, the top of the SF range became a ceiling. SF publishers printed no more copies than they anticipated would sell, and Doubleday would rather publish a new novel than reprint one, since they had an arrangement with libraries that meant an automatic sale for new titles. Only when books such as A Canticle for Leibowitz, The Martian Chronicles, and particularly Dune and Stranger in a Strange Land began to sell hundreds of thousands of copies in paperback did it become apparent to publishers that SF had the capacity to produce bestsellers and to make money. That, and the film and television audience for SF, has resulted in a boom even bigger than the one that was anticipated after World War II, which happened only in the imagination of publishers. Today, science fiction is a market-driven category, in which the expectations of retailers anticipate and in some measure control the responses of book buyers, and shape the expectations of publishers. The sky is the ceiling for those books that can capture the fancy of an inexperienced public, and so many books are published that the field no longer has a floor. Readers can't buy all SF books anymore. They must be guided by name recognition, special interest appeals, or the same kinds of non-specific audience stimuli that move books in other categories. A recognition of this fact of life has led over the past couple of decades to the dependence of the editorial process on the reports and then on the projections of the sales division. The sales personnel, who are in close contact with the book buyers for chains and sometimes with individual book dealers, estimate the sales of any title even though they have not read the book and wouldn't have the time to do so even if they had the desire. Of course, sales projections are a self-fulfilling prophecy. The books in which the sales force has no confidence often do not get published, and those that are published may not be pushed with enthusiasm, tend not to be ordered by the local buyer, and are not available or are not displayed in a way that will encourage widespread purchasing. As a consequence, even those editors who still make publishing decisions independent of input by sales personnel must spend considerable amounts of time preparing to promote their titles with the sales force at special meetings, often held in expensive resort areas. So deeply ingrained is the mythology of the sales-oriented system that no amount of evidence to the contrary is going to shake it, and critics of the process who want to improve it must learn to work within the system. In the annual Locus The Year in Science Fiction issue, evidence continues of SF's slow contraction from its peak of nearly 2,000 books in 1991, but the field is still too large for anyone to comprehend it all. 1,736 books were published in 1994, 1,109 of them new titles. The contraction comes about in spite of Tor's expansion of the past few years, although it has not yet climbed back to its 1988 peak, and the creation of the new line called Harper Prism at HarperCollins. The decline in the number of titles at Bantam Doubleday Dell has been halted, but Putnam Berkeley Ace continues to shrink, as well as Morrow Avon, while Bean and Daw remain about the same. In early 1995, however, some comics-related and games-related publishers began to enter the field of general publishing, led by White Wolf. Perhaps more significant than mere numbers is the growing preponderance of fantasy titles over SF. By 1991, the traditional advantage of SF had almost evened out. SF was still ahead by 7 books. By 1994, fantasy led by 30 volumes, and horror novels were fewer than 30 titles behind SF. Media-related books were only 70 behind. What the market picture looks like, if indeed SF, fantasy, and horror are competing for the same readership, is not a 2-category SF-dominant field, but a 4-category field in which SF occupies little more than a fourth. The magazine field continued to expand in number of titles while contracting in total circulation. Amazing and Aboriginal were looking for buyers. Amazing dropped its monthly issues and started a quarterly digest-size publication, which may become only an anthology, and Omni recently announced that it would publish quarterly, while putting most of its efforts into electronic publication. Science Fiction Age remained successful in terms of appearance and circulation, and was joined by Realms of Fantasy at nearly the same circulation. But Analog, Asimov's Science Fiction, and Fantasy and Science Fiction continued to decline, ranging in sales from 75,000 down to about 50,000. Tomorrow, Galaxy, Pulp House, Off-World, Pirate Writings, and a few other hopefuls illustrated the inexpensiveness of printing, in some cases desktop publishing, and the difficulties of distribution. The proliferation of science fiction on television and in films may help explain the rise in media-related books, and perhaps the continuing decline in book and magazine publishing. I am reminded of the situation in the mid-1950s when the SF boom collapsed during a period of growing interest in science and technology. John W. Campbell, Jr. suggested that the desire for science and speculation was being satisfied by the daily newspaper, and Robert Bloch suggested that people were being turned off by the misrepresentation of SF in film in the same way that, in an earlier era, they were turned off by the covers on the cheaper SF pulps. Today, when people are surrounded by more science news than ever before, scientific ignorance and retreats into mysticism seem to be more prevalent than ever, from ufology to New Age to the rise of fantasy and horror. Now the SF urge may be satisfied by the half-dozen SF Weekly TV series, and viewers who go looking for something like what they enjoy watching may settle for graphic novels and comic books, or their memory books in media-related publications. All of this, of course, has little to do with the quality of the writing within the field. With more authors having an opportunity to be published, more of them educated in literary craft as well as science, and more of them able to write full-time, good fiction may be more prevalent in SF books and magazines than ever before in its history. The fact that the best writing is more difficult to find in the welter of publication is only the contemporary condition that authors, readers, publishers, and critics must take into account. Science fiction may be in the same condition I ascribed last year to SF scholarship. It may be a mature art. That is, most of the important things may have been written, and now all that remains is to write them better or to fill in the gaps. Looking around at the state of science fiction, one sees occasional examples of excellent art, surrounded by substantial clusters of good art, and all that hidden, like buried treasure, in a vast area of what some publishers call product. But what one does not see is innovation. Although the lack of innovation would not be a matter of concern in many fields, SF is a genre of difference, and part of the general mood of melancholy that now seems prevalent may be due to the fact that nothing truly exciting or revolutionary is going on or can be seen approaching. Looking back at the history of the genre, one notes the towering figures of Jules Verne and H.G. Wells, who single-handedly changed the way their readers looked at the world. In the 20th century, revolution became the task of publishers such as Hugo Gernsback and editors such as John W. Campbell, Jr. What they did not only excited their readers, but changed their world views through the stories of authors such as E. Doc Smith, Isaac Asimov, Robert Heinlein, and A. Van Vogt, none of them perhaps altering their readers' perceptions as radically as Verne and Wells, but collectively providing insights that transformed individual readers in individual ways. Other editors created revolutions. Horace Gold with Galaxy and its social revelations, led by Frederick Pohl and C.M. Kornbluth and Alfred Bester, and Tony Boucher and J. Francis McComas with Fantasy and Science Fiction, and their group of more literary writers. Gold's Galaxy was more transforming than F and SF, because the latter's goal was to demonstrate that SF had always been part of the literary spectrum. The last revolutionary editor of SF was Michael Moorcock, who harnessed the anti-science fiction of J.G. Ballard and the other entropists, as well as the less classifiable talents of Brian W. Aldiss, to the service of the new wave. Since then, the revolutions have been smaller and more tied to such social developments as feminism, with authors such as Pamela Sargent and Sherry S. Tepper, and occasionally Ursula K. Le Guin, and gay and lesbian fiction, and to scientific breakthroughs, physics and cosmology beginning in the 1960s, with authors such as Larry Niven, biology in the 1970s, with authors such as John Varley, and computers in the 1980s, with authors such as William Gibson and Bruce Sterling. Although some, like feminism and cyberpunk, seemed briefly transforming, none of them, perhaps because of the breadth of the field, seemed to affect everybody and everything as had previous revolutions. To sum up, the state of affairs in SF seems to have settled into the condition of literature in general, more and more about less and less. One might note a couple of straws in the wind: the interaction of SF and fantasy in works such as those by Michael Swanwick, Jack Williamson and Robert Silverberg, and a greater realism, or skepticism, about such traditional SF goals as planetary colonization and alien contact, in such works as the Mars novels of Kim Stanley Robinson, Greg Bear, and many others, and The Deadly Aliens, revisiting Wells's Envious Martians, of such novelists as Gregory Benford, Greg Bear, Werner Vinge, and Charles Pellegrino, and George Zabrowski. Both of these trends, though producing exciting individual works, seem a bit less than the revolutionary developments necessary for the continuing evolution of SF. But I cannot conclude without a caveat or two. My perception may be conditioned by the Golden Age syndrome. That is, the Golden Age of science fiction is 12. Readers who did not live through the transcendental experiences of the 1920s, the 1930s, the 1940s, the 1950s, or even the 1960s, may find contemporary SF just as exciting, just as mind-expanding, as the older generations found their SF. Certainly the appreciation of SF is much broader than it was in earlier decades, though it may not be as deep. That acceptance may be part of the problem, however. It isn't simply a matter of putting SF back in the gutter where it belongs, so much as the fact that SF is a revolutionary literature. At its most commonplace, it questions the status quo. The way things are is not the way things will be. And at its most extreme, it raises alternatives to contemporary ways of organizing, behaving, or even thinking. The way things are isn't the way things should be. And sometimes it questions the nature of reality itself. The way things are isn't even the way things are. So widespread acceptance of a revolutionary literature may mean that it is no longer revolutionary. The revolution is over. It has either succeeded, or it has been infiltrated and diffused. The other caveat is that even now revolutionaries may be gathering in attics and cellars, organizing their takeovers and plotting their strategies. Someone, somewhere, may be carving into tablets new and mind-altering revelations. They will find me waiting at the foot of the mountain, ready to applaud. 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge, Mike Resnick. Mike Resnick is a frequent traveler to Africa and has set some of his most memorable stories there, among them the Hugo Award winners Kirinyaga and the Manamuoki. His many novels include Santiago, The Dark Lady, Stalking the Unicorn, Ivory, Paradise, Second Contact, and 2 tetralogies, Tales of the Galactic Midway and Tales of the Velvet Comet. He is also the editor of several anthologies, among them Alternate Presidents, What Done It's, and Alternate Warriors. Forthcoming novels are A Hunger in the Soul and the Widowmaker trilogy. 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge is another Resnick work inspired by Africa. This striking novella also won a Hugo Award and tied for first place for an award and cash prize given annually by the Polytechnic University of Catalunya in Barcelona for the best science fiction novella of the year. Mike Resnick has this to say about his Nebula Award-winning novella. The seed for 7 Views of Olduvai Gorge was sown one hot September day in Botswana when my wife Carol and I were on safari. She and our driver happened to see a spring hare, an African rabbit, and we pulled to a stop so the 2 of them could observe and discuss it. There were 100 elephants just over the next hill. I could hear them and even smell them, but I couldn't interest Carol or the driver in leaving the spring hare just yet. And I muttered something like, "Who comes to Africa just to look at a goddamned rabbit?" And it suddenly occurred to me that between poaching and habitat destruction, the day was perhaps not long off when that was precisely what people came to Africa to see, and I decided to write the story when I got home. Well, it was a long safari, and it took a long time to get home, and by the time we arrived I had another future safari story to tell, and Carol suggested a 3rd riff on the theme, and we spent a few months discussing it while I wrote other things, and suddenly I had an eons-long Stapledonian story that could be set in one location in Africa. The creatures came again last night. The moon had just slipped behind the clouds when we heard the first rustlings in the grass. Then there was a moment of utter silence, as if they knew we were listening for them. And finally, there were the familiar hoots and shrieks as they raced to within 50 meters of us, and, still screeching, struck postures of aggression. They fascinate me, for they never show themselves in the daylight, and yet they manifest none of the features of the true nocturnal animal. Their eyes are not oversized, their ears cannot move independently, they tread very heavily on their feet. They frighten most of the other members of my party, and while I am curious about them, I have yet to absorb one of them and study it. To tell the truth, I think my use of absorption terrifies my companions more than the creatures do, though there is no reason why it should. Although I am relatively young by my race's standards, I am nevertheless many millennia older than any other member of my party. You would think, given their backgrounds, that they would know that any trait someone of my age possesses must by definition be a survival trait. Still, it bothers them. Indeed, it mystifies them, much as my memory does. Of course, theirs seem very inefficient to me. Imagine having to learn everything one knows in a single lifetime, to be totally ignorant at the moment of birth. Far better to split off from your parent with his knowledge intact in your brain, just as my parent's knowledge came to him, and ultimately to me. But then that is why we are here, not to compare similarities, but to study differences. And never was there a race so different from all his fellows as man. He was extinct barely 17 millennia after he strode boldly out into the galaxy from this, the planet of his birth. But during that brief interval he wrote a chapter in galactic history that will last forever. He claimed the stars for his own, colonized 1,000,000 worlds, ruled his empire with an iron will. He gave no quarter during his primacy, and he asked for none during his decline and fall. Even now, some 48 centuries after his extinction, his accomplishments and his failures still excite the imagination. Which is why we are on Earth, at the very spot that was said to be man's true birthplace, the rocky gorge where he first crossed over the evolutionary barrier, saw the stars with fresh eyes, and vowed that they would someday be his. Our leader is Bellador, an elder of the Kragan people, orange-skinned, golden-fleeced, with wise, patient eyes. Bellador is well versed in the behavior of sentient beings, and settles our disputes before we even know that we are engaged in them. Then there are the Stardust Twins, glittering silver beings who answer to each other's names and finish each other's thoughts. They have worked on 17 archaeological digs, but even they were surprised when Bellador chose them for this most prestigious of all missions. They behave like life mates, though they display no sexual characteristics. But, like all the others, they refuse to have physical contact with me, so I cannot assuage my curiosity. Also in our party is the Moriteu, who eats the dirt as if it were a delicacy, speaks to no one, and sleeps upside down while hanging from a branch of a nearby tree. For some reason, the creatures always leave it alone. Perhaps they think it is dead. Possibly they know it is asleep, and that only the rays of the sun can awaken it. Whatever the reason, we would be lost without it, for only the delicate tendrils that extend from its mouth can excavate the ancient artifacts we have discovered with the proper care. We have 4 other species with us. One is an historian, one an exobiologist, one an appraiser of human artifacts, and one a mystic. At least I assume she is a mystic, for I can find no pattern to her approach, but this may be due to my own short-sightedness. After all, what I do seems like magic to my companions, and yet it is a rigorously applied science. And finally, there is me. I have no name, for my people do not use names, but for the convenience of the party I have taken the name of He Who Views for the duration of the expedition. This is a double misnomer. I am not a he, for my race is not divided by gender, and I am not a viewer, but a 4th-level feeler. Still, I could intuit very early in the voyage that feel means something very different to my companions than to myself, and out of respect for their sensitivities, I chose a less accurate name. Every day finds us back at work, examining the various strata. There are many signs that the area once teemed with living things, that early on there was a veritable explosion of life forms in this place, but very little remains today. There are a few species of insects and birds, some small rodents, and of course the creatures who visit our camp nightly. Our collection has been growing slowly. It is fascinating to watch my companions perform their tasks, for in many ways they are as much of a mystery to me as my methods are to them. For example, our exobiologist needs only to glide her tentacle across an object to tell us whether it was once living matter. The historian, surrounded by its complex equipment, can date any object, carbon-based or otherwise, to within a decade of its origin, regardless of its state of preservation. And even the Moriteu is a thing of beauty and fascination as it gently separates the artifacts from the strata where they have rested for so long. I am very glad I was chosen to come on this mission. We have been here for 2 lunar cycles now, and the work goes slowly. The lower strata were thoroughly excavated eons ago. I have such a personal interest in learning about man that I almost used the word plundered rather than excavated, so resentful am I at not finding more artifacts. And for reasons as yet unknown, there is almost nothing in the more recent strata. Most of us are pleased with our results, and Bellador is particularly elated. He says that finding 5 nearly intact artifacts makes the expedition an unqualified success. All the others have worked tirelessly since our arrival. Now it is almost time for me to perform my special function, and I am very excited. I know that my findings will be no more important than the others, but perhaps when we put them all together, we can finally begin to understand what it was that made man what he was. "Are you," asked the first Stardust twin, "ready?" said the second. I answered that I was ready, that indeed I had been anxious for this moment. "May we observe?" they asked. "If you do not find it distasteful," I replied. "We are scientists," they said. "There is very little that we cannot view objectively." I ambulated to the table upon which the artifact rested. It was a stone, or at least that is what it appeared to be to my exterior sensory organs. It was triangular, and the edges showed signs of work. "How old is this?" I asked. 3,561,812 years, answered the Stardust twins. "I see," I said. "It is much the oldest of our finds." I stared at it for a long time, preparing myself. Then I slowly, carefully altered my structure and allowed my body to flow over and around the stone, engulfing it and assimilating its history. I began to feel a delicious warmth as it became one with me, and while all my exterior senses had shut down, I knew that I was undulating and glowing with the thrill of discovery. I became one with the stone, and in that corner of my mind that is set aside for feeling, I seemed to sense the earth's moon looming low and ominous just above the horizon. Enkitai awoke with a start just after dawn and looked up at the moon, which was still high in the sky. After all these weeks it still seemed far too large to hang suspended in the sky, and must surely crash down onto the planet any moment. The nightmare was still strong in her mind, and she tried to imagine the comforting sight of 5 small, unthreatening moons leapfrogging across the silver sky of her own world. She was able to hold the vision in her mind's eye for only a moment, and then it was lost, replaced by the reality of the huge satellite above her. Her companion approached her. "Another dream?" he asked. "Exactly like the last one," she said uncomfortably. "The moon is visible in the daylight, and then we begin walking down the path." He stared at her with sympathy and offered her nourishment. She accepted it gratefully and looked off across the veldt. "Just 2 more days," she sighed, "and then we can leave this awful place." "It is not such a terrible world," replied Bokatu. "It has many good qualities." "We have wasted our time here," she said. "It is not fit for colonization." "No, it is not," he agreed. Our crops cannot thrive in this soil, and we have problems with the water. But we have learned many things, things that will eventually help us choose the proper world." "We learned most of them the first week we were here," said Enkitai. "The rest of the time was wasted." The ship had other worlds to explore. They could not know we would be able to eliminate this one in such a short time. She shivered in the cool morning air. "I hate this place." "It will someday be a fine world," said Bokatu. "It awaits only the evolution of the brown monkeys." Even as he spoke, an enormous baboon, some 350 pounds in weight, heavily muscled, with a shaggy chest and bold, curious eyes, appeared in the distance. Even walking on all fours, it was a formidable figure, fully twice as large as the great spotted cats. "We cannot use this world," continued Bokatu, "but someday his descendants will spread across it." "They seem so placid," commented Enkitai. "They are placid," agreed Bokatu, hurling a piece of food at the baboon, which raced forward and picked it up off the ground. It sniffed at it, seemed to consider whether or not to taste it, and finally, after a moment of indecision, put it in its mouth. "But they will dominate this planet. The huge grass-eaters spend too much time feeding, and the predators sleep all the time. No, my choice is the brown monkey. They are fine, strong, intelligent animals. They have already developed thumbs. They possess a strong sense of community, and even the great cats think twice about attacking them. They are virtually without natural predators." He nodded his head, agreeing with himself. "Yes, it is they who will dominate this world in the eons to come." "No predators?" said Enkitai. "Oh, I suppose one falls prey to the great cats now and then, but even the cats do not attack when they are with their troop." He looked at the baboon. "That fellow has the strength to tear all but the biggest cat to pieces." "Then how do you account for what we found at the bottom of the gorge?" she persisted. "Their size has cost them some degree of agility. It is only natural that one occasionally falls down the slopes to its death." "Occasionally," she repeated. "I found 7 skulls, each shattered as if from a blow." "The force of the fall," said Bokatu with a shrug. "Surely you don't think the great cats brained them before killing them?" "I wasn't thinking of the cats," she replied. "What then?" "The small tailless monkeys that live in the gorge." Bokatu allowed himself the luxury of a superior smile. "Have you looked at them?" he said. "They are scarcely a quarter the size of the brown monkeys." "I have looked at them," answered Enkitai, "and they, too, have thumbs." "Thumbs alone are not enough," said Bokatu. "They live in the shadow of the brown monkeys, and they are still here," she said. "That is enough." "The brown monkeys are eaters of fruits and leaves. Why should they bother the tailless monkeys?" "They do more than not bother them," said Enkitai. "They avoid them. That hardly seems like a species that will someday spread across the world." Bokatu shook his head. "The tailless monkeys seem to be at an evolutionary dead end. Too small to hunt game, too large to feed themselves on what they can find in the gorge, too weak to compete with the brown monkeys for better territory. My guess is that they're an earlier, more primitive species, destined for extinction." "Perhaps," said Enkitai. "You disagree?" "There is something about them." "What?" Enkitai shrugged. "I do not know. They make me uneasy. It is something in their eyes, I think. A hint of malevolence." "You are imagining things," said Bokatu. "Perhaps," replied Enkitai again. "I have reports to write today," said Bokatu, "but tomorrow I will prove it to you." The next morning Bokatu was up with the sun. He prepared their first meal of the day while Enkitai completed her prayers, then performed his own while she ate. "Now," he announced, "we will go down into the gorge and capture one of the tailless monkeys." "Why?" "To show you how easy it is. I may take it back with me as a pet. Or perhaps we shall sacrifice it in the lab and learn more about its life processes. I do not want a pet, and we are not authorized to kill any animals. As you wish, said Bokatu. We will let it go. Then why capture one to begin with? To show you that they are not intelligent. For if they are as bright as you think, I will not be able to capture one. He pulled her to an upright position. Let us begin. This is foolish, she protested. The ship arrives in mid-afternoon. Why don't we just wait for it? We will be back in time, he replied confidently. How long can it take? She looked at the clear blue sky, as if trying to urge the ship to appear. The moon was hanging, huge and white, just above the horizon. Finally she turned to him. All right, I will come with you. But only if you promise merely to observe them, and not to try to capture one. Then you admit I'm right. Saying that you are right or wrong has nothing to do with the truth of the situation. I hope you are right, for the tailless monkeys frighten me. But I do not know you are right, and neither do you. Bokatu stared at her for a long moment. I agree, he said at last. You agree that you cannot know? I agree not to capture one, he said. Let us proceed. They walked to the edge of the gorge and then began climbing down the steep embankments, steadying themselves by wrapping their limbs around trees and other outgrowths. Suddenly they heard a loud screeching. What is that? Asked Bokatu. They have seen us, replied Nkatai. What makes you think so? I have heard that scream in my dream, and always the moon was just as it appears now. Strange, mused Bokatu. I have heard them many times before, but somehow they seem louder this time. Perhaps more of them are here. Or perhaps they are more frightened, he said. He glanced above him. Here is the reason, he said, pointing. We have company. She looked up and saw a huge baboon, quite the largest she had yet seen, following them at a distance of perhaps 50 feet. When its eyes met hers, it growled and looked away, but made no attempt to move any closer or farther away. They kept climbing, and whenever they stopped to rest, there was the baboon, its accustomed 50 feet away from them. Does he look afraid to you? Asked Bokatu. If these puny little creatures could harm him, would he be following us down into the gorge? There is a thin line between courage and foolishness, and an even thinner line between confidence and overconfidence, replied Nkatai. If he is to die here, it will be like all the others, said Bokatu. He will lose his footing and fall to his death. You do not find it unusual that every one of them fell on its head? She asked mildly. They broke every bone in their bodies, he replied. I don't know why you consider only the heads. Because you do not get identical head wounds from different incidents. You have an overactive imagination, said Bokatu. He pointed to a small hairy figure that was staring up at them. Does that look like something that could kill our friend here? The baboon glared down into the gorge and snarled. The tailless monkey looked up with no show of fear or even interest. Finally it shuffled off into the thick bush. You see, said Bokatu smugly, one look at the brown monkey and it retreats out of sight. It didn't seem frightened to me, noted Nkatai. All the more reason to doubt its intelligence. In another few minutes they reached the spot where the tailless monkey had been. They paused to regain their strength, and then continued to the floor of the gorge. Nothing, announced Bokatu, looking around. My guess is that the one we saw was a sentry, and by now the whole tribe is miles away. Observe our companion. The baboon had reached the floor of the gorge, and was tensely testing the wind. He hasn't crossed over the evolutionary barrier yet, said Bokatu, amused. Do you expect him to search for predators with a sensor? No, said Nkatai, watching the baboon. But if there is no danger, I expect him to relax, and he hasn't done that yet. That's probably how he lived long enough to grow this large, said Bokatu, dismissing her remarks. He looked around. What could they possibly find to eat here? I don't know. Perhaps we should capture one and dissect it. The contents of its stomach might tell us a lot about it. You promised.
It would be so simple, though, he persisted. All we'd have to do would be bait a trap with fruits or nuts.
Suddenly the baboon snarled, and Bokatu and Enkitai turned to locate the source of his anger. There was nothing there, but the baboon became more and more frenzied. Finally, it raced back up the gorge. What was that all about, I wonder? Mused Bokatu. I think we should leave. We have half a day before the ship returns. I am uneasy here. I walked down a path exactly like this in my dream. You are not used to the sunlight, he said. We will rest inside a cave. She reluctantly allowed him to lead her to a small cave in the wall of the gorge. Suddenly she stopped and would go no further. What is the matter? This cave was in my dream, she said. Do not go into it. You must learn not to let dreams rule your life, said Bokatu. He sniffed the air. Something smells strange. Let us go back. We want nothing to do with this place. He stuck his head into the cave. New world, new odors. Please, Bokatu. Let me just see what causes that odor, he said, shining his light into the cave. It illuminated a huge pile of bodies, many of them half-eaten, most in various states of decomposition. What are they? He asked, stepping closer. Brown monkeys, she replied without looking, each with its head staved in. This was part of your dream, too? He asked, suddenly nervous. She nodded her head. We must leave this place, now. He walked to the mouth of the cave. It seems safe, he announced. It is never safe in my dream, she said uneasily. They left the cave and walked about 50 yards when they came to a bend in the floor of the gorge. As they followed it, they found themselves facing a tailless monkey. One of them seems to have stayed behind, said Bokatu. I'll frighten him away. He picked up a rock and threw it at the monkey, which ducked but held its ground. Enkitai touched him urgently on the shoulder. More than one, she said. He looked up. 2 more tailless monkeys were in a tree almost directly overhead. As he stepped aside, he saw 4 more lumbering toward them out of the bush. Another emerged from a cave, and 3 more dropped out of nearby trees. What have they got in their hands? He asked nervously. You would call them the femur bones of grass-eaters, said Enkitai with a sick feeling in her thorax. They would call them weapons. The hairless monkeys spread out in a semicircle, then began approaching them slowly. But they're so puny, said Bokatu, backing up until he came to a wall of rock and could go no farther. You are a fool, said Enkitai, helplessly trapped in the reality of her dream. This is the race that will dominate this planet. Look into their eyes. Bokatu looked, and he saw things, terrifying things that he had never seen in any being or any animal before. He barely had time to offer a brief prayer for some disaster to befall this race before it could reach the stars, and then a tailless monkey hurled a smooth, polished triangular stone at his head. It dazed him, and as he fell to the ground, the clubs began pounding down rhythmically on him and Enkitai. At the top of the gorge, the baboon watched the carnage until it was over, and then raced off toward the vast savanna, where he would be safe, at least temporarily, from the tailless monkeys. A weapon, I mused. It was a weapon. I was all alone. Sometime during the feeling, the Stardust twins had decided that I was one of the few things they could not be objective about, and had returned to their quarters. I waited until the excitement of discovery had diminished enough for me to control my physical structure. Then I once again took the shape that I presented to my companions, and reported my findings to Bellador. So even then they were aggressors, he said. Well, it is not surprising. The will to dominate the stars had to have come from somewhere. "It is surprising that there is no record of any race having landed here in their prehistory," said the historian. "It was a survey team, and Earth was of no use to them," I answered. "They doubtless touched down on any number of planets. If there is a record anywhere, it is probably in their archives, stating that Earth showed no promise as a colony world." "But didn't they wonder what had happened to their team?" asked Bellador. "There were many large carnivores in the vicinity," I said. "They probably assumed the team had fallen prey to them, especially if they searched the area and found nothing." "Interesting," said Bellador, "that the weaker of the species should have risen to dominance." "I think it is easily explained," said the historian. "As the smaller species, they were neither as fast as their prey nor as strong as their predators, so the creation of weapons was perhaps the only way to avoid extinction, or at least the best way." "Certainly they displayed the cunning of the predator during their millennia abroad in the galaxy," said Bellador. "One does not stop being aggressive simply because one invents a weapon," said the historian. "In fact, it may add to one's aggression." "I shall have to consider that," said Bellador, looking somewhat unconvinced. "I have perhaps oversimplified my train of thought for the sake of this discussion," replied the historian. "Rest assured that I will build a lengthy and rigorous argument when I present my findings to the Academy." "And what of you, he who views?" asked Bellador. "Have you any observations to add to what you have told us?" "It is difficult to think of a rock as being the precursor of the sonic rifle and the molecular imploder," I said thoughtfully, "but I believe it to be the case." "A most interesting species," said Bellador. It took almost 4 hours for my strength to return, for feeling saps the energy like no other function, drawing equally from the body, the emotions, the mind, and the empathic powers. The Moreteu, its work done for the day, was hanging upside down from a tree limb, lost in its evening trance, and the Stardust twins had not made an appearance since I had felt the stone. The other party members were busy with their own pursuits, and it seemed an ideal time for me to feel the next object, which the historian told me was approximately 23,300 years old. It was the metal blade of a spear, rusted and pitted, and before I assimilated it, I thought I could see a slight discoloration, perhaps caused by blood. His name was Mtepwa, and it seemed to him that he had been wearing a metal collar around his neck since the day he had been born. He knew that couldn't be true, for he had fleeting memories of playing with his brothers and sisters, and of stalking the kudu and the bongo on the tree-covered mountain where he grew up. But the more he concentrated on those memories, the more vague and imprecise they became, and he knew they must have occurred a very long time ago. Sometimes he tried to remember the name of his tribe, but it was lost in the mists of time, as were the names of his parents and siblings. It was at times like this that Mtepwa felt sorry for himself, but then he would consider his companion's situation, and he felt better, for while they were to be taken in ships and sent to the edge of the world to spend the remainder of their lives as slaves of the Arabs and the Europeans, he himself was the favored servant of his master, Sharif Abdullah, and as such his position was assured. This was his 8th caravan, or was it his 9th, from the interior. They would trade salt and cartridges to the tribal chiefs, who would in turn sell them their least productive warriors and women as slaves, and then they would march them out, around the huge lake and across the dry, flat savanna. They would circle the mountain that was so old that it had turned white on the top, just like a white-haired old man, and finally out to the coast, where dhows filled the harbor. There they would sell their human booty to the highest bidders, and Sharif Abdullah would purchase another wife and turn half the money over to his aged, feeble father, and they would be off to the interior again on another quest for black gold. Abdullah was a good master. He rarely drank, and when he did, he always apologized to Allah at the next opportunity. And he did not beat Mtepwa overly much, and they always had enough to eat, even when the cargo went hungry. He even went so far as to teach Mtepwa how to read, although the only reading matter he carried with him was the Koran. Mtepwa went long hours honing his reading skills with the Koran, and somewhere along the way he made a most interesting discovery. The Koran forbade the practitioner of the true faith to keep another member in bondage. It was at that moment that Mtepwa made up his mind to convert to Islam. He began questioning Sharif Abdullah incessantly on the finer points of his religion, and made sure that the old man saw him sitting by the fire, hour after hour, reading the Koran. So enthused was Sharif Abdullah at this development that he frequently invited Mtepwa into his tent at supper-time, and lectured him on the subtleties of the Koran far into the night. Mtepwa was a motivated student, and Sharif Abdullah marveled at his enthusiasm. Night after night, as lions prowled around their camp in the Serengeti, master and pupil studied the Koran together. And finally the day came when Sharif Abdullah could no longer deny that Mtepwa was indeed a true believer of Islam. It happened as they camped at the Olduvai Gorge, and that very day Sharif Abdullah had his smith remove the collar from Mtepwa's neck, and Mtepwa himself destroyed the chains link by link, hurling them deep into the gorge when he was finished. Mtepwa was now a free man, but knowledgeable in only two areas, the Koran and slave trading.
So it was only natural that when he looked around for some means to support himself, he settled upon following in Sharif Abdullah's footsteps.
He became a junior partner to the old man, and after 2 more trips to the interior, he decided that he was ready to go out on his own. To do that, he required a trained staff, warriors, smiths, cooks, trackers, and the prospect of assembling one from scratch was daunting. So, since his faith was less strong than his mentor's, he simply sneaked into Sharif Abdullah's quarters on the coast one night and slit the old man's throat. The next day he marched inland at the head of his own caravan. He had learned much about the business of slaving, both as a practitioner and a victim, and he put his knowledge to full use. He knew that healthy slaves would bring a better price at market, and so he fed and treated his captives far better than Sharif Abdullah and most other slavers did. On the other hand, he knew which ones were fomenting trouble, and knew it was better to kill them on the spot as an example to the others than to let any hopes of insurrection spread among the captives.
Because he was thorough, he was equally successful, and soon expanded into ivory trading as well.
Within 6 years he had the biggest slaving and poaching operation in East Africa. From time to time he ran across European explorers. It was said that he even spent a week with Dr. David Livingstone, and left without the missionary ever knowing that he had been playing host to the slaver he most wanted to put out of business. After America's war between the states killed his primary market, he took a year off from his operation to go to Asia and the Arabian Peninsula to open up new ones. Upon returning, he found that Abdullah's son, Sharif ibn Jad Mahir, had appropriated all his men and headed inland, intent on carrying on his father's business. Mtepwa, who had become quite wealthy, hired some 500 askari, placed them under the command of the notorious ivory poacher Alfred Henry Pym, and sat back to await the results. 3 months later, Pym marched some 438 men back to the Tanganyika coast. 276 were slaves that Sharif ibn Jad Mahir had captured. The remainder were the remnants of Mtepwa's organization, who had gone to work for Sharif ibn Jad Mahir. Mtepwa sold all 438 of them into bondage and built a new organization composed of the warriors who had fought for him under Pym's leadership. Most of the colonial powers were inclined to turn a blind eye to his practices, but the British, who were determined to put an end to slavery, issued a warrant for Mtepwa's arrest. Eventually he tired of continually looking over his shoulder and moved his headquarters to Mozambique, where the Portuguese were happy to let him set up shop as long as he remembered that colonial palms needed constant greasing. He was never happy there. He didn't speak Portuguese or any of the local languages, and after 9 years he returned to Tanganyika, now the wealthiest black man on the continent. One day he found among his latest batch of captives a young Acholi boy named Haradi, no more than 10 years old, and decided to keep him as a personal servant rather than ship him across the ocean. Mtepwa had never married. Most of his associates assumed that he had simply never had the time, but as the almost nightly demands for Haradi to visit him in his tent became common knowledge, they soon revised their opinions. Mtepwa seemed besotted with his servant boy, though, doubtless remembering his own experience, he never taught Haradi to read, and promised a slow and painful death to anyone who spoke of Islam to the boy. Then one night, after some 3 years had passed, Mtepwa sent for Haradi. The boy was nowhere to be found. Mtepwa awoke all his warriors and demanded that they search for him, for a leopard had been seen in the vicinity of the camp, and the slaver feared the worst. They found Haradi an hour later, not in the jaws of a leopard, but in the arms of a young female slave they had taken from the Zeniki tribe. Mtepwa was beside himself with rage, and had the poor girl's arms and legs torn from her body. Haradi never offered a word of protest, and never tried to defend the girl, not that it would have done any good. But the next morning he was gone, and though Mtepwa and his warriors spent almost a month searching for him, they found no trace of him. By the end of the month, Mtepwa was quite insane with rage and grief. Deciding that life was no longer worth living, he walked up to a pride of lions that were gorging themselves on a topi carcass, and striding into their midst, began cursing them and hitting them with his bare hands. Almost unbelievably, the lions backed away from him, snarling and growling, and disappeared into the thick bush. The next day he picked up a large stick and began beating a baby elephant with it. That should have precipitated a brutal attack by its mother. But the mother, standing only a few feet away, trumpeted in terror and raced off, the baby following her as best it could. It was then that Mtepwa decided that he could not die, that somehow the act of dismembering the poor Zeniki girl had made him immortal. Since both incidents had occurred within sight of his superstitious followers, they fervently believed him. Now that he was immortal, he decided that it was time to stop trying to accommodate the Europeans who had invaded his land and kept issuing warrants for his arrest. He sent a runner to the Kenya border and invited the British to meet him in battle. When the appointed day came and the British did not show up to fight him, he confidently told his warriors that word of his immortality had reached the Europeans, and that from that day forth no white men would ever be willing to oppose him. The fact that he was still in German territory and the British had no legal right to go there somehow managed to elude him. He began marching his warriors inland, openly in search of slaves, and he found his share of them in the Congo. He looted villages of their men, their women, and their ivory, and finally, with almost 600 captives and half that many tusks, he turned east and began the month-long trek to the coast. This time the British were waiting for him at the Uganda border, and they had so many armed men there that Mtepwa turned south, not for fear for his own life, but because he could not afford to lose his slaves and his ivory, and he knew that his warriors lacked his invulnerability. He marched his army down to Lake Tanganyika, then headed east. It took him 2 weeks to reach the western corridor of the Serengeti, and another 10 days to cross it. One night he made camp at the lip of the Olduvai Gorge, the very place where he had gained his freedom. The fires were lit, a wildebeest was slaughtered and cooked, and as he relaxed after the meal he became aware of a buzzing among his men. Then, from out of the shadows, stepped a strangely familiar figure. It was Haradi, now 15 years old, and as tall as Mtepwa himself. Mtepwa stared at him for a long moment, and suddenly all the anger seemed to drain from his face. "I am very glad to see you again, Haradi," he said. "I have heard that you cannot be killed," answered the boy, brandishing a spear. "I have come to see if that is true." "We have no need to fight, you and I," said Mtepwa. "Join me in my tent, and all will be as it was." "Once I tear your limbs from your body, then we will have no reason to fight," responded Haradi. "And even then you will seem no less repulsive to me than you do now, or than you did all those many years ago." Mtepwa jumped up, his face a mask of fury. "Do your worst, then," he cried. "And when you realize that I cannot be harmed, I will do to you as I did to the Zeniki girl." Haradi made no reply, but hurled his spear at Mtepwa. It went into the slaver's body and was thrown with such force that the point emerged a good 6 inches on the other side. Mtepwa stared at Haradi with disbelief, moaned once, and tumbled down the rocky slopes of the gorge. Haradi looked around at the warriors. "Is there any among you who dispute my right to take Mtepwa's place?" he asked confidently. A burly Makonde stood up to challenge him, and within 30 seconds Haradi, too, was dead. The British were waiting for them when they reached Zanzibar. The slaves were freed, the ivory confiscated, the warriors arrested and forced to serve as laborers on the Mombasa-Uganda railway. 2 of them were later killed and eaten by lions in the Tsavo district. By the time Lieutenant Colonel J.H. Patterson shot the notorious man-eaters of Tsavo, the railway had almost reached the shanty town of Nairobi, and Mtepwa's name was so thoroughly forgotten that it was misspelled in the only history book in which it appeared. "Amazing," said the appraiser. "I knew they enslaved many races throughout the galaxy, but to enslave themselves? It is almost beyond belief." I had rested from my efforts, and then related the story of Mtepwa. "All ideas must begin somewhere," said Bellador placidly. "This one obviously began on Earth." "It is barbaric," muttered the appraiser. Bellador turned to me. "Man never attempted to subjugate your race, he who views. Why was that?" "We had nothing that he wanted." "Can you remember the galaxy when man dominated it?" asked the appraiser. "I can remember the galaxy when man's progenitors killed Bokatu and Enkatai," I replied truthfully. "Did you ever have any dealings with man?" "None. Man had no use for us." "But did he not destroy profligately things for which he had no use?" "No," I said. "He took what he wanted, and he destroyed that which threatened him. The rest he ignored." "Such arrogance!" "Such practicality," said Bellador. "You call genocide on a galactic scale practical?" demanded the appraiser. "From man's point of view it was," answered Bellador. "It got him what he wanted with a minimum of risk and effort. Consider that one single race, born not 500 yards from us, at one time ruled an empire of more than 1,000,000 worlds. Almost every civilized race in the galaxy spoke Terran." "Upon pain of death?" "That is true," agreed Bellador. "I did not say man was an angel, only that if he was indeed a devil, he was an efficient one." It was time for me to assimilate the third artifact, which the historian and the appraiser seemed to think was the handle of a knife. But even as I moved off to perform my function, I could not help but listen to the speculation that was taking place. "Given his bloodlust and his efficiency," said the appraiser, "I'm surprised that he lived long enough to reach the stars." "It is surprising, in a way," agreed Bellador. "The historian tells me that man was not always homogeneous, that early in his history there were several variations of the species. He was divided by color, by belief, by territory." He sighed. "Still, he must have learned to live in peace with his fellow man. That much at least accrues to his credit." I reached the artifact with Bellador's words still in my ears, and began to engulf it. Mary Leakey pressed against the horn of the Land Rover. Inside the museum, her husband turned to the young uniformed officer. "I can't think of any instructions to give you," he said. "The museum's not open to the public yet, and we're a good 300 kilometers from Kikuyu land." "I'm just following my orders, Dr. Leakey," replied the officer. "Well, I suppose it doesn't hurt to be safe," acknowledged Leakey. "There are a lot of Kikuyu who want me dead, even though I spoke up for Kenyatta at his trial." He walked to the door. "If the discoveries at Lake Turkana prove interesting, we could be gone as long as a month. Otherwise, we should be back within 10 to 12 days. "No problem, sir. The museum will still be here when you get back." "I never doubted it," said Leakey, walking out and joining his wife in the vehicle. Lieutenant Ian Chelmsford stood in the doorway and watched the Leakeys, accompanied by 2 military vehicles, start down the red dirt road. Within seconds, the car was obscured by dust, and he stepped back into the building and closed the door to avoid being covered by it. The heat was oppressive, and he removed his jacket and holster and laid them neatly across one of the small display cases. It was strange. All the images he had seen of African wildlife, from the German Schilling's old still photographs to the American Johnson's motion pictures, had led him to believe that East Africa was a wonderland of green grass and clear water. No one had ever mentioned the dust, but that was the one memory of it that he would take home with him. Well, not quite the only one. He would never forget the morning the alarm had sounded back when he was stationed in Nanyuki. He arrived at the settler's farm and found the entire family cut to ribbons and all their cattle mutilated, most of their genitals cut off, many missing ears and eyes. But as horrible as that was, the picture he would carry to his grave was the kitten, impaled on a dagger and pinned to the mailbox. It was the Mau Mau's signature, just in case anyone thought some madman had run berserk among the cattle and the humans. Chelmsford didn't understand the politics of it. He didn't know who had started it, who had precipitated the war. It made no difference to him. He was just a soldier, following orders, and if those orders would take him back to Nanyuki so that he could kill the men who had committed those atrocities, so much the better. But in the meantime he had pulled what he considered idiot duty. There had been a very mild outburst of violence in Arusha, not really Mau Mau, but rather a show of support for Kenya's Kikuyu, and his unit had been transferred there. Then the government found out that Professor Leakey, whose scientific finds had made Olduvai Gorge almost a household word among East Africans, had been getting death threats. Over his objections, they had insisted on providing him with bodyguards. Most of the men from Chelmsford's unit would accompany Leakey on his trip to Lake Turkana, but someone had to stay behind to guard the museum, and it was just his bad luck that his name had been atop the duty roster. It wasn't even a museum, really, not the kind of museum his parents had taken him to see in London. Those were museums. This was just a 2-room mud-walled structure with perhaps 100 of Leakey's finds, ancient arrowheads, some oddly shaped stones that had functioned as prehistoric tools, a couple of bones that obviously weren't from monkeys, but that Chelmsford was certain were not from any creature he was related to. Leakey had hung some crudely drawn charts on the wall, charts that showed what he believed to be the evolution of some small, grotesque ape-like beasts into Homo sapiens. There were photographs, too, showing some of the finds that had been sent on to Nairobi. It seemed that even if this gorge was the birthplace of the race, nobody really wanted to visit it. All the best finds were shipped back to Nairobi, and then to the British Museum. In fact, this wasn't a museum at all, decided Chelmsford, but rather a holding area for the better specimens until they could be sent elsewhere. It was strange to think of life starting here in this gorge. If there was an uglier spot in Africa, he had yet to come across it. And while he didn't accept Genesis or any of that religious nonsense, it bothered him to think that the first human beings to walk the earth might have been black. He'd hardly had any exposure to blacks when he was growing up in the Cotswolds, but he'd seen enough of what they could do since coming to British East, and he was appalled by their savagery and barbarism. And what about those crazy Americans, wringing their hands and saying that colonialism had to end? If they had seen what he'd seen on that farm in Nanyuki, they'd know that the only thing that was keeping all of East Africa from exploding into an unholy conflagration of blood and butchery was the British presence. Certainly there were parallels between the Mau Mau and America. Both had been colonized by the British, and both wanted their independence. But there all similarity ended. The Americans wrote a declaration outlining their grievances, and then they fielded an army and fought the British soldiers. What did chopping up innocent children and pinning cats to mailboxes have in common with that? If he had his way, he'd march in 500,000 British troops, wipe out every last Kikuyu, except for the good ones, the loyal ones, and solve the problem once and for all. He wandered over to the cabinet where Leakey kept his beer and pulled out a warm bottle. Safari brand. He opened it and took a long swallow, then made a face. If that's what people drank on safari, he'd have to remember never to go on one. And yet he knew that someday he would go on safari, hopefully before he was mustered out and sent home. Parts of the country were so damned beautiful, dust or no dust, and he liked the thought of sitting beneath a shade tree, cold drink in hand, while his body servant cooled him with a fan made of ostrich feathers, and he and his white hunter discussed the day's kills and what they would go out after tomorrow. It wasn't the shooting that was important, they'd both reassure themselves, but rather the thrill of the hunt. Then he'd have a couple of his black boys draw his bath, and he'd bathe and prepare for dinner. Funny how he had fallen into the habit of calling them boys. Most of them were far older than he. But while they weren't boys, they were children in need of guidance and civilizing. Take those Maasai, for example. Proud, arrogant bastards. They looked great on postcards, but try dealing with them. They acted as if they had a direct line to God, that he had told them they were his chosen people. The more Chelmsford thought about it, the more surprised he was that it was the Kikuyu that had begun Mau Mau, rather than the Maasai. And come to think of it, he'd noticed 4 or 5 Maasai Elmorani hanging around the museum. He'd have to keep an eye on them. "Excuse, please," said a high-pitched voice, and Chelmsford turned to see a small, skinny black boy, no more than 10 years old, standing in the doorway. "What do you want?" he asked. "Dr. Mr. Leakey, he promised me candy," said the boy, stepping inside the building. "Go away," said Chelmsford irritably. "We don't have any candy here." "Yes, yes," said the boy, stepping forward. "Every day." "He gives you candy every day?" The boy nodded his head and smiled. "Where does he keep it?" The boy shrugged. "Maybe in there," he said, pointing to a cabinet. Chelmsford walked to the cabinet and opened it. There was nothing in it but 4 jars containing primitive teeth. "I don't see any," he said. "You'll have to wait until Dr. Leakey comes back." 2 tears trickled down the boy's cheek. "But Dr. Mr. Leakey, he promised." Chelmsford looked around. "I don't know where it is." The boy began crying in earnest. "Be quiet," snapped Chelmsford. "I'll look for it." "Maybe next room," suggested the boy. "Come along," said Chelmsford, walking through the doorway to the adjoining room. He looked around, hands on hips, trying to imagine where Leakey had hidden the candy. "This place, maybe," said the boy, pointing to a closet. Chelmsford opened the closet. It contained 2 spades, 3 picks, and an assortment of small brushes, all of which he assumed were used by the Leakeys for their work. "Nothing here," he said, closing the door. He turned to face the boy, but found the room empty. "Little bugger was lying all along," he muttered. "Probably ran away to save himself a beating." He walked back into the main room, and found himself facing a well-built black man holding a machete-like panga in his right hand. "What's going on here?" snapped Chelmsford. "Freedom is going on here, Lieutenant," said the black man in near-perfect English. "I was sent to kill Dr. Leakey, but you will have to do." "Why are you killing anyone?" demanded Chelmsford. "What did we ever do to the Maasai?" "I will let the Maasai answer that. Any one of them could take one look at me and tell you that I am Kikuyu. But we are all the same to you British, aren't we?" Chelmsford reached for his gun and suddenly realized he had left it on the display case. "You all look like cowardly savages to me." "Why? Because we do not meet you in battle?" The black man's face filled with fury. "You take our land away. You forbid us to own weapons. You even make it a crime for us to carry spears. And then you call us savages when we don't march in formation against your guns." He spat contemptuously on the floor. "We fight you in the only way that is left to us." "It's a big country, big enough for both races," said Chelmsford. "If we came to England and took away your best farmland and forced you to work for us, would you think England was big enough for both races?" "I'm not political," said Chelmsford, edging another step closer to his weapon. "I'm just doing my job." And your job is to keep 200 whites on land that once held 1,000,000 Kikuyu, said the black man, his face reflecting his hatred. There'll be a lot less than 1,000,000 when we get through with you, hissed Chelmsford, diving for his gun. Quick as he was, the black man was faster, and with a single swipe of his panga he almost severed the Englishman's right hand from his wrist. Chelmsford bellowed in pain and spun around, presenting his back to the Kikuyu as he reached for the pistol with his other hand. The panga came down again, practically splitting him open, but as he fell he managed to get his fingers around the handle of his pistol and pull the trigger. The bullet struck the black man in the chest, and he, too, collapsed to the floor. "You've killed me," moaned Chelmsford. "Why would anyone want to kill me?" "You have so much, and we have so little," whispered the black man. "Why must you have what is ours, too?" "What did I ever do to you?" asked Chelmsford. "You came here. That was enough," said the black man. "Filthy English." He closed his eyes and lay still. "Bloody nigger," slurred Chelmsford, and died. Outside, the 4 Masai paid no attention to the tumult within. They let the small Kikuyu boy leave without giving him so much as a glance. The business of inferior races was none of their concern. These notions of superiority among members of the same race are very difficult to comprehend, said Bellador. Are you sure you read the artifact properly, he who views? I do not read artifacts, I replied. I assimilate them. I become one with them. Everything they have experienced, I experience. I paused. There can be no mistake. Well, it is difficult to fathom, especially in a species that would one day control most of the galaxy. Did they think every race they met was inferior to them? They certainly behaved as if they did, said the historian. They seemed to respect only those races that stood up to them, and even then they felt that militarily defeating them was proof of their superiority. And yet we know from ancient records that primitive man worshipped non-sentient animals, put in the exobiologist. They must not have survived for any great length of time, suggested the historian. If man treated the races of the galaxy with contempt, how much worse must he have treated the poor creatures with whom he shared his home world? Perhaps he viewed them much the same as he viewed my own race, I offered. If they had nothing he wanted, if they presented no threat. They would have had something he wanted, said the exobiologist. He was a predator. They would have had meat. And land, added the historian. If even the galaxy was not enough to quench man's thirst for territory, think how unwilling he would have been to share his home world. It is a question I suspect will never be answered, said Bellador. Unless the answer lies in one of the remaining artifacts, agreed the exobiologist. I'm sure the remark was not meant to jar me from my lethargy, but it occurred to me that it had been half a day since I had assimilated the knife handle, and I had regained enough of my strength to examine the next artifact. It was a metal stylus. February 15th, 2103. Well, we finally got here. The supermole got us through the tunnel from New York to London in just over 4 hours. Even so, we were 20 minutes late, missed our connection, and had to wait another 5 hours for the next flight to Khartoum. From there, our means of transport got increasingly more primitive. Jet planes to Nairobi and Arusha, and then a quick shuttle to our campsite, but we've finally put civilization behind us. I've never seen open spaces like this before. You're barely aware of the skyscrapers of Nyerere, the closest town. After an orientation speech telling us what to expect and how to behave on safari, we got the afternoon off to meet our traveling companions. I'm the youngest member of the group. A trip like this just costs too much for most people my age to afford. Of course, most people my age don't have an Uncle Reuben who dies and leaves them a ton of money. Well, it's probably about 8 ounces of money now that the safari is paid for, ha-ha. The lodge is quite rustic. They have quaint microwaves for warming our food, although most of us will be eating at the restaurants. I understand the Japanese and Brazilian ones are the most popular, the former for the food, real fish, and the latter for the entertainment. My roommate is Mr. Shiboni, an elderly Japanese gentleman who tells me he has been saving his money for 15 years to come on this safari. He seems pleasant and good-natured. I hope he can survive the rigors of the trip. I had really wanted a shower, just to get in the spirit of things, but water is scarce here, and it looks like I'll have to settle for the same old chemical dry shower. I know, it disinfects as well as cleanses, but if I wanted all the comforts of home, I'd have stayed home and saved $150,000. February 16th. We met our guide today. I don't know why, but he doesn't quite fit my preconception of an African safari guide. I was expecting some grizzled old veteran who had a wealth of stories to tell, who had maybe even seen a civet cat or a duiker before they became extinct. What we got was Kevin Ole Tambake, a young Maasai who can't be 25 years old and dresses in a suit while we all wear our khakis. Still, he's lived here all his life, so I suppose he knows his way around. And I'll give him this, he's a wonderful storyteller. He spent half an hour telling us myths about how his people used to live in huts called manyatas, and how their rite of passage to manhood was to kill a lion with a spear, as if the government would let anyone kill an animal. We spent the morning driving down into the Ngorongoro crater. It's a collapsed caldera, or volcano, that was once taller than Kilimanjaro itself. Kevin says it used to teem with game, though I can't see how, since any game standing atop it when it collapsed would have been instantly killed. I think the real reason we went there was just to get the kinks out of our safari vehicle and learn the proper protocol. Probably just as well. The air conditioning wasn't working right in 2 of the compartments, the service mechanism couldn't get the temperature right on the iced drinks, and once, when we thought we saw a bird, 3 of us buzzed Kevin at the same time and jammed his communication line. In the afternoon, we went out to Serengeti. Kevin says it used to extend all the way to the Kenya border, but now it's just a 20-square-mile park adjacent to the crater. About an hour into the game run, we saw a ground squirrel, but he disappeared into a hole before I could adjust my holocamera. Still, he was very impressive. Varying shades of brown, with dark eyes and a fluffy tail. Kevin estimated that he went almost 3 pounds, and says he hasn't seen one that big since he was a boy. Just before we returned to camp, Kevin got word on the radio from another driver that they had spotted 2 starlings nesting in a tree about 8 miles north and east of us. The vehicle's computer told us we wouldn't be able to reach it before dark, so Kevin had it lock the spot in its memory and promised us that we'd go there first thing in the morning. I opted for the Brazilian restaurant and spent a few pleasant hours listening to the live band, a very nice end to the first full day of safari. February 17th. We left at dawn in search of the starlings, and though we found the tree where they had been spotted, we never did see them. One of the passengers, I think it was the little man from Burma, though I'm not sure, must have complained, because Kevin soon announced to the entire party that this was a safari, that there was no guarantee of seeing any particular bird or animal, and that while he would do his best for us, one could never be certain where the game might be. And then, just as he was talking, a banded mongoose almost a foot long appeared out of nowhere. It seemed to pay no attention to us, and Kevin announced that we were killing the motor and going into hover mode so the noise wouldn't scare it away. After a minute or 2, everyone on the right side of the vehicle had gotten their holographs, and we slowly spun on our axis so that the left side could see him, but the movement must have scared him off, because, though the maneuver took less than 30 seconds, he was nowhere to be seen when we came to rest again. Kevin announced that the vehicle had captured the mongoose on its automated hollows, and copies would be made available to anyone who had missed their hollow opportunity. We were feeling great, the right side of the vehicle anyway, when we stopped for lunch, and during our afternoon game run, we saw 3 yellow weaver birds building their spherical nests in a tree. Kevin let us out, warning us not to approach closer than 30 yards, and we spent almost an hour watching and holographing them. All in all, a very satisfying day. February 18th. Today we left camp about an hour after sunrise and went to a new location, Olduvai Gorge. Kevin announced that we would spend our last 2 days here, that with the encroachment of the cities and farms on all the flat land, the remaining big game was pretty much confined to the gullies and slopes of the gorge. No vehicle, not even our specially equipped one, was capable of navigating its way through the gorge, so we all got out and began walking in single file behind Kevin. Most of us found it very difficult to keep up with Kevin. He clambered up and down the rocks as if he'd been doing it all his life, whereas I can't remember the last time I saw a stair that didn't move when I stood on it. We had trekked for perhaps half an hour when I heard one of the men at the back of our strung-out party give a cry and point to a spot at the bottom of the gorge, and we all looked and saw something racing away at phenomenal speed. "Another squirrel?" I asked. Kevin just smiled. The man behind me said he thought it was a mongoose. "What you saw," said Kevin, "was a dik-dik, the last surviving African antelope." "How big was it?" asked a woman. "About average size," said Kevin, "perhaps 10 inches at the shoulder." Imagine anything 10 inches high being called average. Kevin explained that dik-diks were very territorial, and that this one wouldn't stray far from his home area, which meant that if we were patient and quiet, and lucky, we'd be able to spot him again. I asked Kevin how many dik-diks lived in the gorge, and he scratched his head and considered it for a moment, and then guessed that there might be as many as 10. And Yellowstone has only 19 rabbits left. Is it any wonder that all the serious animal buffs come to Africa? We kept walking for another hour, and then broke for lunch, while Kevin gave us the history of the place, telling us all about Dr. Leakey's finds. There were probably still more skeletons to be dug up, he guessed, but the government didn't want to frighten any animals away from what had become their last refuge, so the bones would have to wait for some future generation to unearth them. Roughly translated, that meant that Tanzania wasn't going to give up the revenues from 300 tourists a week and turn over the crown jewel in their park system to a bunch of anthropologists. I can't say that I blame them. Other parties had been pouring into the gorge, and I think the entire safari population must have totaled almost 70 by the time lunch was over. The guides each seemed to have their areas marked out, and I noticed that rarely did we get within a quarter mile of any other parties. Kevin asked us if we wanted to sit in the shade until the heat of the day had passed, but since this was our next to last day on safari, we voted overwhelmingly to proceed as soon as we were through eating. It couldn't have been 10 minutes later that the disaster occurred. We were clambering down a steep slope in single file, Kevin in the lead as usual, and me right behind him, when I heard a grunt and then a surprised yell, and I looked back to see Mr. Shiboni tumbling down the path. Evidently he'd lost his footing, and we could hear the bones in his leg snap as he hurtled toward us. Kevin positioned himself to stop him, and almost got knocked down the gorge himself before he finally stopped poor Mr. Shiboni. Then he knelt down next to the old gentleman to tend to his broken leg, but as he did so his keen eyes spotted something we all had missed, and suddenly he was bounding up the slopes like a monkey. He stopped where Mr. Shiboni had initially stumbled, squatted down, and examined something. Then, looking like death itself, he picked up the object and brought it back down the path. It was a dead lizard, fully grown, almost 8 inches long, and smashed flat by Mr. Shiboni. It was impossible to say whether his fall was caused by stepping on it, or whether it simply couldn't get out of the way once he began tumbling. But it made no difference. He was responsible for the death of an animal in a national park. I tried to remember the release we had signed, giving the park system permission to instantly withdraw money from our accounts should we destroy an animal for any reason, even self-protection. I knew that the absolute minimum penalty was $50,000, but I think that was for 2 of the more common birds, and that ugama and gecko lizards were in the $70,000 range. Kevin held the lizard up for all of us to see, and told us that should legal action ensue, we were all witnesses to what had happened. Mr. Shiboni groaned in pain, and Kevin said that there was no sense wasting the lizard, so he gave it to me to hold while he splinted Mr. Shiboni's leg and summoned the paramedics on the radio. I began examining the little lizard. Its feet were finely shaped, its tail long and elegant. But it was the colors that made the most lasting impression on me. A reddish head, a blue body, and gray legs, the color growing lighter as it reached the claws. A beautiful, beautiful thing, even in death. After the paramedics had taken Mr. Shiboni back to the lodge, Kevin spent the next hour showing us how the Ugama lizard functioned, how its eyes could see in 2 directions at once, how its claws allowed it to hang upside down from any uneven surface, and how efficiently its jaws could crack the carapaces of the insects it caught. Finally, in view of the tragedy, and also because he wanted to check on Mr. Shiboni's condition, Kevin suggested that we call it a day. None of us objected. We knew Kevin would have hours of extra work, writing up the incident and convincing the park department that his safari company was not responsible for it. But still we felt cheated, since there was only 1 day left. I think Kevin knew it, because just before we reached the lodge, he promised us a special treat tomorrow. I've been awake half the night wondering what it could be. Can he possibly know where the other dik-diks are? Or could the legends of a last flamingo possibly be true? February 19th. We were all excited when we climbed aboard the vehicle this morning. Everyone kept asking Kevin what his special treat was, but he merely smiled and kept changing the subject. Finally, we reached Olduvai Gorge and began walking, only this time we seemed to be going to a specific location, and Kevin hardly stopped to try to spot the dik-dik. We climbed down twisting, winding paths, tripping over tree roots, cutting our arms and legs on thorn bushes, but nobody objected, for Kevin seemed so confident of his surprise that all these hardships were forgotten. Finally, we reached the bottom of the gorge and began walking along a flat, winding path. Still, by the time we were ready to stop for lunch, we hadn't seen a thing. As we sat beneath the shade of an acacia tree, eating, Kevin pulled out his radio and conversed with the other guides. One group had seen 3 dik-diks, and another had found a lilac-breasted roller's nest with 2 hatchlings in it. Kevin is very competitive, and ordinarily news like that would have had him urging everyone to finish eating quickly, so that we would not return to the lodge having seen less than everyone else. But this time he just smiled and told the other guides that we had seen nothing on the floor of the gorge, and that the game seemed to have moved out, perhaps in search of water. Then, when lunch was over, Kevin walked about 50 yards away, disappeared into a cave, and emerged a moment later with a small wooden cage. There was a little brown bird in it, and while I was thrilled to be able to see it close up, I felt somehow disappointed that this was to be the special treat. "Have you ever seen a honey guide?" he asked. We all admitted that we hadn't, and he explained that that was the name of the small brown bird. I asked why it was called that, since it obviously didn't produce honey, and seemed incapable of replacing Kevin as our guide, and he smiled again. "Do you see that tree?" he asked, pointing to a tree perhaps 75 yards away. There was a huge beehive on a low-hanging branch. "Yes," I said. "Then watch," he said, opening the cage and releasing the bird. It stood still for a moment, then fluttered its wings and took off in the direction of the tree. "He is making sure there is honey there," explained Kevin, pointing to the bird as it circled the hive. "Where is he going now?" I asked, as the bird suddenly flew down the riverbed. "To find his partner." "Partner?" I asked, confused. "Wait and see," said Kevin, sitting down with his back propped against a large rock. We all followed suit and sat in the shade, our binoculars and holocameras trained on the tree. After almost an hour, nothing had happened, and some of us were getting restless, when Kevin tensed and pointed up the riverbed. "There," he whispered. I looked in the direction he was pointing, and there, following the bird, which was flying just ahead of him and chirping frantically, was an enormous black-and-white animal, the largest I have ever seen. "What is it?" I whispered. "A honey badger," answered Kevin softly. "They were thought to be extinct 20 years ago, but a mated pair took sanctuary in Olduvai. This is the 4th generation to be born here." "Is he going to eat the bird?" asked one of the party. "No," whispered Kevin. "The bird will lead him to the honey, and after he has pulled down the nest and eaten his fill, he will leave some for the bird." And it was just as Kevin said. The honey badger climbed the bole of the tree and knocked off the beehive with a forepaw, then climbed back down and broke it apart, oblivious to the stings of the bees. We caught the whole fantastic scene on our hollows, and when he was done he did indeed leave some honey for the honey guide. Later, while Kevin was recapturing the bird and putting it back in its cage, the rest of us discussed what we had seen. I thought the honey badger must have weighed 45 pounds, though less excitable members of the party put its weight at closer to 36 or 37. Whichever it was, the creature was enormous. The discussion then shifted to how big a tip to leave for Kevin, for he had certainly earned one. As I write this final entry in my safari diary, I am still trembling with the excitement that can only come from encountering big game in the wild. Prior to this afternoon, I had some doubts about the safari. I felt it was overpriced, or that perhaps my expectations had been too high. But now I know that it was worth every penny, and I have a feeling that I'm leaving some part of me behind here, and that I will never be truly content until I return to this last bastion of the wilderness. The camp was abuzz with excitement. Just when we were sure that there were no more treasures to unearth, the Stardust twins had found 3 small pieces of bone attached together with a wire, obviously a human artifact. "But the dates are wrong," said the historian, after examining the bones thoroughly with its equipment. "This is a primitive piece of jewelry, for the adornment of savages, one might say, and yet the bones and wire both date from centuries after man discovered space travel. Do you deny that we found it in the gorge?" demanded the twins. "I believe you," said the historian. "I simply state that it seems to be an anachronism. It is our find, and it will bear our name." "No one is denying your right of discovery," said Bellador. "It is simply that you have presented us with a mystery. Give it to he who views, and he will solve the mystery." "I will do my best," I said, "but it has not been long enough since I assimilated the stylus. I must rest and regain my strength." "That is acceptable." We let the Moreteu go about brushing and cleaning the artifact, while we speculated on why a primitive fetish should exist in the starfaring age. Finally, the exobiologist got to her feet. "I am going back into the gorge," she announced. "If the Stardust twins could find this, perhaps there are other things we have overlooked. After all, it is an enormous area." She paused and looked at the rest of us. "Would anyone care to come with me?" It was nearing the end of the day, and no one volunteered, and finally the exobiologist turned and began walking toward the path that led down into the depths of Olduvai Gorge. It was dark when I finally felt strong enough to assimilate the jewelry. I spread my essence about the bones and the wire, and soon became one with them. His name was Joseph Meromo, and he could live with the money, but not the guilt. It had begun with the communication from Brussels, and the veiled suggestion from the head of the multinational conglomerate headquartered there. They had a certain commodity to get rid of. They had no place to get rid of it. Could Tanzania help? Meromo had told them he would look into it, but he doubted that his government could be of use. "Just try," came the reply. In fact, more than the reply came. The next day a private courier delivered a huge wad of large-denomination bills, with a polite note thanking Meromo for his efforts on their behalf. Meromo knew a bribe when he saw one. He'd certainly taken enough in his career, but he'd never seen one remotely the size of this one, and not even for helping them, but merely for being willing to explore the possibilities. Well, he had thought, why not? What could they conceivably have? A couple of containers of toxic waste? A few plutonium rods? You bury them deep enough in the earth and no one would ever know or care. Wasn't that what the Western countries did? Of course, there was the Denver disaster, and that little accident that made the Thames undrinkable for almost a century. But the only reason they popped so quickly to mind is because they were the exceptions, not the rule. There were thousands of dumping sites around the world, and 99% of them caused no problems at all. Moromo had his computer cast a holographic map of Tanzania above his desk. He looked at it, frowned, added topographical features, then began studying it in earnest. If he decided to help them dump the stuff, whatever it was, and he told himself that he was still uncommitted, where would be the best place to dispose of it? Off the coast? No, the fisherman would pull it up 2 minutes later, take it to the press, raise enough hell to get him fired, and possibly even cause the rest of the government to resign. The party really couldn't handle any more scandals this year. The Selous province? Maybe 5 centuries ago, when it was the last wilderness on the continent, but not now, not with a thriving, semi-autonomous city-state of 52 million people, where once there had been nothing but elephants and almost impenetrable thorn bush. Lake Victoria? No, same problem with the fishermen. Dar es Salaam? It was a possibility. Close enough to the coast to make transport easy, practically deserted since Dodoma had become the new capital of the country. But Dar es Salaam had been hit by an earthquake 20 years ago, when Moromo was still a boy, and he couldn't take the chance of another one exposing or breaking open whatever it was that he planned to hide. He continued going over the map. Gombe, Ruaha, Iringa, Mbeya, Mtwara, Tarangire, Olduvai. He stopped and stared at Olduvai, then called up all available data. Almost a mile deep, that was in its favor. No animals left, better still. No settlements on its steep slopes. Only a handful of Maasai still living in the area, no more than 24 families, and they were too arrogant to pay any attention to what the government was doing. Of that Moromo was sure. He himself was a Maasai. So he strung it out for as long as he could, collected cash gifts for almost 2 years, and finally gave them a delivery date. Moromo stared out the window of his 34th floor office, past the bustling city of Dodoma, off to the east, to where he imagined Olduvai Gorge was. It had seemed so simple. Yes, he was paid a lot of money, a disproportionate amount. But these multinationals had money to burn. It was just supposed to be a few dozen plutonium rods, or so he had thought. How was he to know that they were speaking of 42 tons of nuclear waste? There was no returning the money. Even if he wanted to, he could hardly expect them to come back and pull all that deadly material back out of the ground. Probably it was safe. Probably no one would ever know. But it haunted his days, and even worse, it began haunting his nights as well, appearing in various guises in his dreams. Sometimes it was as carefully sealed containers. Sometimes it was as ticking bombs. Sometimes a disaster had already occurred, and all he could see were the charred bodies of Maasai children spread across the lip of the gorge. For almost 8 months he fought his devils alone, but eventually he realized that he must have help. The dreams not only haunted him at night, but invaded the day as well. He would be sitting at a staff meeting, and suddenly he would imagine he was sitting among the emaciated, sore-covered bodies of the Olduvai Maasai. He would be reading a book, and the words seemed to change, and he would be reading that Joseph Moromo had been sentenced to death for his greed. He would watch a holo of the Titanic disaster, and suddenly he was viewing some variation of the Olduvai disaster. Finally he went to a psychiatrist, and because he was a Maasai, he chose a Maasai psychiatrist. Fearing the doctor's contempt, Moromo would not state explicitly what was causing the nightmares and intrusions, and after almost half a year's worth of futile attempts to cure him, the psychiatrist announced that he could do no more. "Then am I to be cursed with these dreams forever?" asked Moromo. "Perhaps not," said the psychiatrist. "I cannot help you, but just possibly there is one man who can." He rummaged through his desk and came up with a small white card. On it was written a single word, Mulewo. "This is his business card," said the psychiatrist. "Take it." "There is no address on it, no means of communicating with him," said Maromo. "How will I contact him?" "He will contact you." "Will you give him my name?" The psychiatrist shook his head. "I will not have to. Just keep the card on your person. He will know you require his services." Maromo felt like he was being made the butt of some joke he didn't understand, but he dutifully put the card in his pocket and soon forgot about it. 2 weeks later, as he was drinking at a bar, putting off going home to sleep as long as he could, a small woman approached him. "Are you Joseph Maromo?" she asked. "Yes." "Please follow me." "Why?" he asked suspiciously. "You have business with Mulewo, do you not?" she said. Maromo fell into step behind her, at least as much to avoid going home as from any belief that this mysterious man with no first name could help him. They went out to the street, turned left, walked in silence for 3 blocks, and turned right, coming to a halt at the front door to a steel and glass skyscraper. "The 63rd floor," she said. "He is expecting you." "You're not coming with me?" asked Maromo. She shook her head. "My job is done." She turned and walked off into the night. Maromo looked up at the top of the building. It seemed residential. He considered his options, finally shrugged, and walked into the lobby. "You're here for Mulewo," said the doorman. It was not a question. "Go to the elevator on the left." Maromo did as he was told. The elevator was paneled with an oiled wood and smelled fresh and sweet. It operated on voice command and quickly took him to the 63rd floor. When he emerged, he found himself in an elegantly decorated corridor, with ebony wainscoting and discreetly placed mirrors. He walked past 3 unmarked doors, wondering how he was supposed to know which apartment belonged to Mulewo, and finally came to one that was partially open. "Come in, Joseph Maromo," said a hoarse voice from within. Maromo opened the door the rest of the way, stepped into the apartment, and blinked. Sitting on a torn rug was an old man, wearing nothing but a red cloth gathered at the shoulder. The walls were covered by reed matting, and a noxious-smelling cauldron bubbled in the fireplace. A torch provided the only illumination. "What is this?" asked Maromo, ready to step back into the corridor if the old man appeared as irrational as his surroundings. "Come sit across from me, Joseph Maromo," said the old man. "Surely this is less frightening than your nightmares." "What do you know about my nightmares?" demanded Maromo. "I know why you have them. I know what lies buried at the bottom of Olduvai Gorge." Maromo shut the door quickly. "Who told you?" "No one told me. I have peered into your dreams and sifted through them until I found the truth. Come, sit." Maromo walked to where the old man indicated and sat down carefully, trying not to get too much dirt on his freshly pressed outfit. "Are you Mulewo?" he asked. The old man nodded. "I am Mulewo." "How do you know these things about me?" "I am a Libon," said Mulewo. "A witch doctor?" "It is a dying art," answered Mulewo. "I am the last practitioner." "I thought Libons cast spells and created curses." "They also remove curses. And your nights, and even your days, are cursed, are they not?" "You seem to know all about it." "I know that you have done a wicked thing, and that you are haunted not only by the ghost of it, but by the ghosts of the future as well." "And you can end the dreams." "That is why I have summoned you here." "But if I did such a terrible thing, why do you want to help me?" "I do not make moral judgments. I am here only to help the Maasai." "And what about the Maasai who live by the gorge?" asked Maromo. "The ones who haunt my dreams." "When they ask for help, then I will help them." "Can you cause the material that's buried there to vanish?" Mulewo shook his head. "I cannot undo what has been done. I cannot even assuage your guilt, for it is a just guilt. All I can do is banish it from your dreams." "I'll settle for that," said Meromo. There was an uneasy silence. "What do I do now?" asked Meromo. "Bring me a tribute befitting the magnitude of the service I shall perform." "I can write you a check right now, or have money transferred from my account to your own." "I have more money than I need. I must have a tribute." "But bring it back tomorrow night," said Mulewo. Meromo stared at the old Libon for a long minute, then got up and left without another word. He called in sick the next morning, then went to 2 of Dodema's better antique shops. Finally he found what he was looking for, charged it to his personal account, and took it home with him. He was afraid to nap before dinner, so he simply read a book all afternoon, then ate a hasty meal and returned to Mulewo's apartment. "What have you brought me?" asked Mulewo. Meromo laid the package down in front of the old man. "A headdress made from the skin of a lion," he answered. "They told me it was worn by Sendayo himself, the greatest of all Libons." "It was not," said Mulewo, without unwrapping the package. "But it is a sufficient tribute none the less." He reached beneath his red cloth and withdrew a small necklace, holding it out for Meromo. "What is this for?" asked Meromo, examining the necklace. It was made of small bones that had been strung together. "You must wear it tonight when you go to sleep," explained the old man. "It will take all your visions unto itself. Then, tomorrow, you must go to Olduvai Gorge and throw it down to the bottom, so that the visions may lie side by side with the reality." "And that's all?" "That is all." Meromo went back to his apartment, donned the necklace, and went to sleep. That night his dreams were worse than they had ever been before. In the morning he put the necklace into a pocket and had a government plane fly him to Arusha. From there he rented a ground vehicle, and 2 hours later he was standing on the edge of the gorge. There was no sign of the buried material. He took the necklace in his hand and hurled it far out over the lip of the gorge. His nightmares vanished that night. 134 years later, mighty Kilimanjaro shuddered as the long-dormant volcano within it came briefly to life. 100 miles away, the ground shifted on the floor of Olduvai Gorge, and 3 of the lead-lined containers broke open. Joseph Meromo was long dead by that time, and unfortunately there were no Libons remaining to aid those people who were now compelled to live Meromo's nightmares. I had examined the necklace in my own quarters, and when I came out to report my findings, I discovered that the entire camp was in a tumultuous state. "What has happened?" I asked Bellador. "The exobiologist has not returned from the gorge," he said. "How long has she been gone?" "She left at sunset last night. It is now morning, and she has not returned or attempted to use her communicator." "We fear that she might have fallen and become immobile, or perhaps even unconscious," said the Stardust twins. "I have sent the historian and the appraiser to look for her," said Bellador. "I can help too," I offered. "No, you have the last artifact to examine," he said. "When the Moriteu awakens, I will send it as well." "What about the mystic?" I asked. Bellador looked at the mystic and sighed. "She has not said a word since landing on this world. In truth, I do not understand her function. At any rate, I do not know how to communicate with her." The Stardust twins kicked at the earth together, sending up a pair of reddish dust clouds. "It seems ridiculous," said one. "That we can find the tiniest artifact," said the other, "but we cannot find an entire exobiologist." "Why do you not help search for it?" I asked. "They get vertigo," explained Bellador. "We searched the entire camp," they added defensively. "I can put off assimilating the last piece until tomorrow and help with the search," I volunteered. "No," replied Bellador. "I have sent for the ship. We will leave tomorrow, and I want all of our major finds examined by then. It is my job to find the exobiologist. It is yours to read the history of the last artifact." "If that is your desire," I said. "Where is it?" He led me to a table where the historian and the appraiser had been examining it. "Even I know what this is," said Bellador. "An unspent cartridge." He paused. "Along with the fact that we have found no human artifacts on any higher strata, I would say this in itself is unique. A bullet that a man chose not to fire." "When you state it in those terms, it does arouse the curiosity," I acknowledged. "Are you going to examine it now?" asked the Stardust twins apprehensively. "Yes, I am," I said. "Wait!" they shouted in unison. I paused above the cartridge while they began backing away. "We mean no disrespect, but watching you examine artifacts is too unsettling." And with that they raced off to hide behind some of the camp structures. "What about you?" I asked Bellador. "Would you like me to wait until you leave?" "Not at all," he replied. "I find diversity fascinating. With your permission, I would like to stay and observe." "As you wish," I said, allowing my body to melt around the cartridge until it had become a part of myself, and its history became my own history, as clear and precise as if it had all occurred yesterday. "They are coming." Thomas Nicosia looked across the table at his wife. Was there ever any doubt that they would? "This was foolish, Thomas," she snapped. "They will force us to leave, and because we made no preparations, we will have to leave all our possessions behind." "Nobody is leaving," said Nicosia. He stood up and walked to the closet. "You stay here," he said, donning his long coat and his mask. "I will meet them outside." "That is both rude and cruel, to make them stand out there when they have come all this way." "They were not invited," said Nicosia. He reached deep into the closet and grabbed the rifle that leaned up against the back wall, then closed the closet, walked through the airlock, and emerged on the front porch. 6 men, all wearing protective clothing and masks to filter the air, confronted him. "It is time, Thomas," said the tallest of them. "Time for you, perhaps," said Nicosia, holding the rifle casually across his chest. "Time for all of us," answered the tall man. "I am not going anywhere. This is my home. I will not leave it." "It is a pustule of decay and contamination, as is this whole country," came the answer. "We are all leaving." Nicosia shook his head. "My father was born on this land, and his father, and his father's father. You may run from danger if you wish. I will stay and fight it." "How can you make a stand against radiation?" demanded the tall man. "Can you put a bullet through it? How can you fight air that is no longer safe to breathe?" "Go away," said Nicosia, who had no answer to that, other than the conviction that he would never leave his home. "I do not demand that you stay. Do not demand that I leave." "It is for your own good, Nicosia," urged another. "If you care nothing for your own life, think of your wife's. How much longer can she breathe the air?" "Long enough." "Why not let her decide?" "I speak for our family." An older man stepped forward. "She is my daughter, Thomas," he said severely. "I will not allow you to condemn her to the life you have chosen for yourself, nor will I let my grandchildren remain here." The old man took another step toward the porch, and suddenly the rifle was pointing at him. "That's far enough," said Nicosia. "They are Masai," said the old man stubbornly. "They must come with the other Masai to our new world." "You are not Masai," said Nicosia contemptuously. Masai did not leave their ancestral lands when the rinderpest destroyed their herds, or when the white man came, or when the governments sold off their lands. Masai never surrender. I am the last Masai. Be reasonable, Thomas. How can you not surrender to a world that is no longer safe for people to live on? Come with us to New Kilimanjaro. The Masai do not run from danger, said Nicosia. I tell you, Thomas Nicosia, said the old man, that I cannot allow you to condemn my daughter and my grandchildren to live in this hellhole. The last ship leaves tomorrow morning. They will be on it. They will stay with me to build a new Masai nation. The 6 men whispered among themselves, and then their leader looked up at Nicosia. You are making a terrible mistake, Thomas, he said. If you change your mind, there is room for you on the ship. They all turned to go, but the old man stopped and turned to Nicosia. I will be back for my daughter, he said. Nicosia gestured with his rifle. I will be waiting for you. The old man turned and walked off with the others, and Nicosia went back into his house through the airlock. The tile floor smelled of disinfectant, and the sight of the television set offended his eyes, as always. His wife was waiting for him in the kitchen, amid the dozens of gadgets she had purchased over the years. How can you speak with such disrespect to the elders? She demanded. You have disgraced us. No, he snapped. They have disgraced us by leaving. Thomas, you cannot grow anything in the fields. The animals have all died. You cannot even breathe the air without a filtering mask. Why do you insist on staying? This is our ancestral land. We will not leave it. But all the others— They can do as they please, he interrupted. Enkai will judge them, as he judges us all. I am not afraid to meet my Creator. But why must you meet him so soon? She persisted. You have seen the tapes and discs of New Kilimanjaro. It is a beautiful world, green and gold and filled with rivers and lakes. Once earth was green and gold and filled with rivers and lakes, said Nicosia. They ruined this world. They will ruin the next one. Even if they do, we will be long dead, she said. I want to go. We've been through all this before. And it always ends with an order rather than an agreement, she said. Her expression softened. Thomas, just once before I die, I want to see water that you can drink without adding chemicals to it. I want to see antelope grazing on long green grasses. I want to walk outside without having to protect myself from the very air I breathe. It's settled. She shook her head. I love you, Thomas, but I cannot stay here, and I cannot let our children stay here. No one is taking my children from me, he yelled. Just because you care nothing for your future, I cannot permit you to deny our sons their future. Their future is here, where the Masai have always lived. Please come with us, Papa, said a small voice behind him, and Nicosia turned to see his 2 sons, 8 and 5, standing in the doorway to their bedroom, staring at him. What have you been saying to them? Demanded Nicosia suspiciously. The truth, said his wife. He turned to the 2 boys. Come here, he said, and they trudged across the room to him. What are you? He asked. Boys, said the younger child. What else? Masai, said the older. That is right, said Nicosia. You come from a race of giants. There was a time when, if you climbed to the very top of Kilimanjaro, all the land you could see in every direction belonged to us. But that was long ago, said the older boy. Some day it will be ours again, said Nicosia. You must remember who you are, my son. You are the descendant of Leo, who killed 100 lions with just his spear, of Neleon, who waged war against the whites and drove them from the rift, of Sendayo, the greatest of all the Libons. Once the Kikuyu and the Wakamba and the Lumbwa trembled in fear at the very mention of the word Maasai. This is your heritage. Do not turn your back on it. But the Kikuyu and the other tribes have all left. What difference does that make to the Maasai? We did not make a stand only against the Kikuyu and the Wakamba, but against all men who would have us change our ways. Even after the Europeans conquered Kenya and Tanganyika, they never conquered the Maasai. When independence came, and all the other tribes moved to cities and wore suits and aped the Europeans, we remained as we had always been. We wore what we chose, and we lived where we chose, for we were proud to be Maasai. Does that not mean something to you? Will we not still be Maasai if we go to the New World? Asked the older boy. No, said Nicola firmly. There is a bond between the Maasai and the land. We define it, and it defines us. It is what we have always fought for and always defended. But it is diseased now, said the boy. If I were sick, would you leave me? Asked Nicola. No, Papa. And just as you would not leave me in my illness, so we will not leave the land in its illness. When you love something, when it is a part of what you are, you do not leave it simply because it becomes sick. You stay, and you fight even harder to cure it than you fought to win it. But trust me, said Nicola. Have I ever misled you? No, Papa. I am not misleading you now. We are Enkai's chosen people. We live on the ground he has given us. Don't you see that we must remain here, that we must keep our covenant with Enkai? But I will never see my friends again, wailed his younger son. You will make new friends. Where? Cried the boy. Everyone is gone. Stop that at once, said Nicola harshly. Maasai, do not cry. The boy continued sobbing, and Nicola looked up at his wife. This is your doing, he said. You have spoiled him. She stared unblinking into his eyes. 5-year-old boys are allowed to cry. Not Maasai boys, he answered. Then he is no longer Maasai, and you can have no objection to his coming with me. I want to go too, said the 8-year-old, and suddenly he too forced some tears down his face. Thomas Nicola looked at his wife and his children, really looked at them, and realized that he did not know them at all. This was not the quiet maiden, raised in the traditions of his people, that he had married 9 years ago. These soft, sobbing boys were not the successors to Leo and Nilion. He walked to the door and opened it. Go to the New World with the rest of the black Europeans, he growled. Will you come with us? Asked his oldest son. Nicola turned to his wife. I divorce you, he said coldly. All that was between us is no more. He walked over to his 2 sons. I disown you. I am no longer your father. You are no longer my sons. Now go. His wife put coats and masks on both of the boys, then donned her own. I will send some men for my things before morning, she said. If any man comes onto my property, I will kill him, said Nicola. She stared at him, a look of pure hatred. Then she took the children by the hands and led them out of the house and down the long road to where the ship awaited them. Nicola paced the house for a few minutes, filled with nervous rage. Finally he went to the closet, donned his coat and mask, pulled out his rifle, and walked through the airlock to the front of his house. Visibility was poor, as always, and he went out to the road to see if anyone was coming. There was no sign of any movement. He was almost disappointed. He planned to show them how a Maasai protected what was his. And suddenly he realized that this was not how a Maasai protected his own. He walked to the edge of the gorge, opened the bolt, and threw his cartridges into the void, one by one. Then he held the rifle over his head and hurled it after them. The coat came next, then the mask, and finally his clothes and shoes. He went back into the house and pulled out that special trunk that held the memorabilia of a lifetime. In it he found what he was looking for, a simple piece of red cloth. He attached it at his shoulder. Then he went into the bathroom, looking among his wife's cosmetics. It took almost half an hour to hit upon the right combination, but when he emerged his hair was red, as if smeared with clay. He stopped by the fireplace and pulled down the spear that hung there. Family tradition had it that the spear had once been used by Neleon himself. He wasn't sure he believed it, but it was definitely a Maasai spear, blooded many times in battle and hunts during centuries past. Nicola walked out the door and positioned himself in front of his house, his manyata. He planted his bare feet on the diseased ground, placed the butt of his spear next to his right foot, and stood at attention. Whatever came down the road next, a band of black Europeans hoping to rob him of his possessions, a lion out of history, a band of Nandi or Lumbwa come to slay the enemy of their blood, they would find him ready. They returned just after sunrise the next morning, hoping to convince him to emigrate to New Kilimanjaro. What they found was the last Maasai. His lungs burst from the pollution, his dead eyes staring proudly out across the vanished savannah at some enemy only he could see. I released the cartridge, my strength nearly gone, my emotions drained. So that was how it had ended for man on Earth, probably less than a mile from where it had begun. So bold and so foolish, so moral and so savage. I had hoped the last artifact would prove to be the final piece of the puzzle, but instead it merely added to the mystery of this most contentious and fascinating race. Nothing was beyond their ability to achieve. One got the feeling that the day the first primitive man looked up and saw the stars, the galaxy's days as a haven of peace and freedom, were numbered. And yet they came out to the stars not just with their lusts and their hatred and their fears, but with their technology and their medicine, their heroes as well as their villains. Most of the races of the galaxy had been painted by the Creator in pastels. Men were primaries. I had much to think about as I went off to my quarters to renew my strength. I do not know how long I lay, somnolent and unmoving, recovering my energy, but it must have been a long time, for night had come and gone before I felt prepared to rejoin the party. As I emerged from my quarters and walked to the center of camp, I heard a yell from the direction of the gorge, and a moment later the appraiser appeared, a large, sterile bag balanced atop an air trolley. "What have you found?" asked Bellador, and suddenly I remembered that the exobiologist was missing. "I am almost afraid to guess," replied the appraiser, laying the bag on the table. All the members of the party gathered around as he began withdrawing items, a blood-stained communicator bent out of shape, the floating shade, now broken, that the exobiologist used to protect her head from the rays of the sun, a torn piece of clothing, and finally, a single gleaming white bone. The instant the bone was placed on the table, the mystic began screaming. We were all shocked into momentary immobility, not only because of the suddenness of her reaction, but because it was the first sign of life she had shown since joining our party. She continued to stare at the bone and scream, and finally, before we could question her or remove the bone from her sight, she collapsed. "I don't suppose there can be much doubt about what happened," said Bellador. "The creatures caught up with the exobiologist somewhere on her way down the gorge and killed her." "Probably ate her too," said the Stardust twins. "I am glad we are leaving today," continued Bellador. "Even after all these millennia, the spirit of man continues to corrupt and degrade this world. Those lumbering creatures can't possibly be predators. There are no meat animals left on Earth. but given the opportunity, they fell upon the exobiologist and consumed her flesh. I have this uneasy feeling that if we stayed much longer, we, too, would become corrupted by this world's barbaric heritage. The mystic regained consciousness and began screaming again, and the Stardust twins gently escorted her back to her quarters, where she was given a sedative. "I suppose we might as well make it official," said Bellador. He turned to the historian. "Would you please check the bone with your instruments and make sure that this is the remains of the exobiologist?" The historian stared at the bone, horror-stricken. "She was my friend," it said at last. "I cannot touch it as if it were just another artifact." "We must know for sure," said Bellador. "If it is not part of the exobiologist, then there is a chance, however slim, that your friend might still be alive." The historian reached out tentatively for the bone, then jerked its hand away. "I can't." Finally, Bellador turned to me. "He who views," he said. "Have you the strength to examine it?" "Yes," I answered. They all moved back to give me room, and I allowed my mass to slowly spread over the bone and engulf it. I assimilated its history and ingested its emotional residue, and finally I withdrew from it. "It is the exobiologist," I said. "What are the funeral customs of her race?" asked Bellador. "Cremation," said the appraiser. "Then we shall build a fire and incinerate what remains of our friend, and we will each offer a prayer to send her soul along the eternal path." And that is what we did. The ship came later that day and took us off the planet, and it is only now, safely removed from its influence, that I can reconstruct what I learned on that last morning. I lied to Bellador, to the entire party, for once I made my discovery, I knew that my primary duty was to get them away from Earth as quickly as possible. Had I told them the truth, one or more of them would have wanted to remain behind, for they are scientists with curious, probing minds, and I would never be able to convince them that a curious, probing mind is no match for what I found in my 7th and final view of Olduvai Gorge. The bone was not a part of the exobiologist. The historian, or even the Moriteu, would have known that, had they not been too horrified to examine it. It was the tibia of a man. Man has been extinct for 5,000 years, at least as we citizens of the galaxy have come to understand him. But those lumbering, ungainly creatures of the night, who seemed so attracted to our campfires, are what man has become. Even the pollution and radiation he spread across his own planet could not kill him off. It merely changed him to the extent that we were no longer able to recognize him. I could have told them the simple facts, I suppose, that a tribe of these pseudo-men stalked the exobiologist down the gorge, then attacked and killed, and yes, ate her. Predators are not unknown throughout the worlds of the galaxy. But as I became one with the tibia, as I felt it crashing down again and again upon our companion's head and shoulders, I felt a sense of power, of exultation I had never experienced before. I suddenly seemed to see the world through the eyes of the bone's possessor. I saw how he had killed his own companion to create the weapon. I saw how he planned to plunder the bodies of the old and the infirm for more weapons. I saw visions of conquest against other tribes living near the gorge. And finally, at the moment of triumph, he and I looked up at the sky, and we knew that someday all that we could see would be ours. And this is the knowledge that I have lived with for 2 days. I do not know who to share it with, for it is patently immoral to exterminate a race simply because of the vastness of its dreams, or the ruthlessness of its ambition. But this is a race that refuses to die, and somehow I must warn the rest of us, who have lived in harmony for almost 5 millennia. It's not over. Inspiration, Ben Bova.
Ben Bova began writing fiction in the late 1940s and has become one of science fiction's most notable writers and editors, with over 80 books of fiction and non-fiction to his credit. Among his best-known novels are Colony, The Kinsman Saga, The Exiles Trilogy, The Voyagers Trilogy, and Mars. Recent novels include Death Dream and Orion Among the Stars. He worked for Project Vanguard during the 1950s and was a science writer for Avco Everett Research Laboratory before becoming editor of Analog in 1971 and winning 6 Hugo Awards as best editor. From 1978 to 1982, he was editor of Omni magazine. Bova has won praise for his detailed, realistic, and carefully extrapolated visions of the future. Inspiration, a finalist for the Nebula Award, displays his gift for realism in a moving story set in an alternative past. About this story, Ben Bova writes, "I've always been fascinated by the interplay between scientific research and science fiction. Many academic papers have been written about the influence of real science on science fiction, and vice versa. Whole books have been written on the subject. It struck me that it might be interesting to try a story that explores the theme. I did a bit of historical research. When H.G. Wells first published The Time Machine, Albert Einstein was 16. William Thomson, newly made Lord Kelvin, was the grand old man of physics and a stern guardian of the orthodox Newtonian view of the universe. Wells's idea of considering time as a fourth dimension would have been anathema to Kelvin, but it would have lit up young Albert's imagination. Who knows? Perhaps Einstein was actually inspired by Wells. At any rate, there was the kernel of a story. But how could I get Wells, Einstein, and Kelvin together? And why? To be an effective story, there must be a fuse burning somewhere that will cause an explosion unless the protagonist acts to prevent it. My protagonist turned out to be a time traveler, sent on a desperate mission to the year 1896, where he finds Wells, Einstein, and Kelvin, and brings them together. And one other person as well. He was as close to despair as only a lad of 17 can be. "But you heard what the professor said," he moaned. "It is all finished. There is nothing left to do." The lad spoke in German, of course. I had to translate it for Mr. Wells. Wells shook his head. "I fail to see why such splendid news should upset the boy so." I said to the youngster, "Our British friend says you should not lose hope. Perhaps the professor is mistaken." "Mistaken? How could that be? He is a famous man, a nobleman, a baron." I had to smile. The lad's stubborn disdain for authority figures would become world-famous one day, but it was not in evidence this summer afternoon in A.D. 1896. We were sitting in a sidewalk cafe with a magnificent view of the Danube and the city of Linz. Delicious odors of cooking sausages and bakery pastries wafted from the kitchen inside. Despite the splendid warm sunshine, though, I felt chilled and weak, drained of what little strength I had remaining. "Where is that blasted waitress?" Wells grumbled. "We've been here half an hour at the least." "Why not just lean back and enjoy the afternoon, sir?" I suggested tiredly. "This is the best view in all the area." Herbert George Wells was not a patient man. He had just scored a minor success in Britain with his first novel, and had decided to treat himself to a vacation in Austria. He came to that decision under my influence, of course, but he did not yet realize that. At age 29, he had a lean, hungry look to him that would mellow only gradually with the coming years of prestige and prosperity. Albert was round-faced and plumpish, still had his baby fat on him, although he had started a mustache, as most teenaged boys did in those days. It was a thin, scraggly, black wisp, nowhere near the full white brush it would become, if all went well with my mission. It had taken me an enormous amount of maneuvering to get Wells and this teenager to the same place at the same time. The effort had nearly exhausted all my energies. Young Albert had come to see Professor Thomson with his own eyes, of course. Wells had been more difficult. He had wanted to see Salzburg, the birthplace of Mozart. I had taken him instead to Linz, with 1,000 assurances that he would find the trip worthwhile. He complained endlessly about Linz, the city's lack of beauty, the sour smell of its narrow streets, the discomfort of our hotel, the dearth of restaurants where one could get decent food, by which he meant burnt mutton. Not even the city's justly famous Linzer torte pleased him. Not as good as a decent trifle, he groused. Not as good by half. I, of course, knew several versions of Linz that were even less pleasing, including one in which the city was nothing more than charred radioactive rubble, and the Danube so contaminated that it glowed at night all the way down to the Black Sea. I shuddered at that vision, and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. It had almost required physical force to get Wells to take a walk across the Danube on the ancient stone bridge and up the Pöstlingberg to this little sidewalk cafe. He had huffed with anger when we had started out from our hotel at the city's central square, then soon was puffing with exertion as we toiled up the steep hill. I was breathing from the climb also. In later years a tram would make the ascent, but on this particular afternoon we had been obliged to walk. He had been mildly surprised to see the teenager trudging up the precipitous street just a few steps ahead of us. Recognizing that unruly crop of dark hair from the audience at Thompson's lecture that morning, Wells had graciously invited Albert to join us for a drink. "We deserve a beer or two after this blasted climb," he said, eyeing me unhappily. Panting from the climb, I translated to Albert. "Mr. Wells invites you to have a refreshment with us." The youngster was pitifully grateful, although he would order nothing stronger than tea. It was obvious that Thompson's lecture had shattered him badly. So now we sat on uncomfortable cast-iron chairs and waited, they for the drinks they had ordered, me for the inevitable. I let the warm sunshine soak into me and hoped it would rebuild at least some of my strength. The view was little short of breathtaking. The brooding castle across the river, the Danube itself, streaming smoothly and actually blue as it glittered in the sunlight, the lakes beyond the city, and the blue-white snow peaks of the Austrian Alps, hovering in the distance like ghostly petals of some immense unworldly flower. But Wells complained, "That has to be the ugliest castle I have ever seen." "What did the gentleman say?" Albert asked. "He is stricken by the sight of the Emperor Friedrich's castle," I answered sweetly. "Ah, yes, it has a certain grandeur to it, doesn't it?" Wells had all the impatience of a frustrated journalist. "Where is that damnable waitress? Where is our beer?" "I'll find the waitress," I said, rising uncertainly from my iron-hard chair. As his ostensible tour guide, I had to remain in character for a while longer, no matter how tired I felt. But then I saw what I had been waiting for. "Look," I pointed down the steep street. "Here comes the professor himself." William Thompson, 1st Baron Kelvin of Largs, was striding up the pavement with much more bounce and energy than any of us had shown. He was 71, his silver-grey hair thinner than his impressive grey beard, lean almost to the point of looking frail. Yet he climbed the ascent that had made my heart thunder in my ears, as if he were strolling amiably across some campus quadrangle. Wells shot to his feet and leaned across the iron rail of the cafe. "Good afternoon, your lordship." For a moment I thought he was going to tug at his forelock. Kelvin squinted at him. "You were in my audience this morning, were you not?" "Yes, my lord. Permit me to introduce myself. I am H.G. Wells." "Ah, you're a physicist." "A writer, sir." "Journalist?" "Formerly. Now I am a novelist." "Really? How keen?" Young Albert and I had also risen to our feet. Wells introduced us properly and invited Kelvin to join us. "Although I must say," Wells murmured as Kelvin came round the railing and took the empty chair at our table, "that the service here leaves quite a bit to be desired." "Oh, you have to know how to deal with the Teutonic temperament," said Kelvin jovially as we all sat down. He banged the flat of his hand on the table so hard it made us all jump. "Service!" he bellowed. "Service here!" Miraculously, the waitress appeared from the doorway and trod stubbornly to our table. She looked very unhappy, sullen, in fact. Sallow, pouting face with brooding brown eyes and downturned mouth. She pushed back a lock of hair that had strayed across her forehead. "We've been waiting for our beer," Wells said to her, "and now this gentleman has joined us." "Permit me, sir," I said. It was my job, after all. In German, I asked her to bring us 3 beers and the tea that Albert had ordered, and to do it quickly. She looked the 4 of us over as if we were smugglers or criminals of some sort, her eyes lingering briefly on Albert, then turned without a word or even a nod and went back inside the cafe. I stole a glance at Albert. His eyes were riveted on Kelvin, his lips parted as if he wanted to speak but could not work up the nerve. He ran a hand nervously through his thick mop of hair. Kelvin seemed perfectly at ease, smiling affably, his hands laced across his stomach just below his beard. He was the man of authority, acknowledged by the world as the leading scientific figure of his generation. "Can it be really true?" Albert blurted at last. "Have we learned everything of physics that can be learned?" He spoke in German, of course, the only language he knew. I immediately translated for him, exactly as he asked his question. Once he understood what Albert was asking, Kelvin nodded his grey old head sagely. "Yes, yes. The young men in the laboratories today are putting the final dots over the I's, the final crossings of the T's. We've just about finished physics. We know at last all there is to be known." Albert looked crushed. Kelvin did not need a translator to understand the youngster's emotion. "If you are thinking of a career in physics, young man, then I heartily advise you to think again. By the time you complete your education, there will be nothing left for you to do." "Nothing?" Wells asked as I translated. "Nothing at all?" "Oh, add a few decimal places here and there, I suppose. Tidy up a bit, that sort of thing." Albert had failed his admission test to the Federal Polytechnic in Zurich. He had never been a particularly good student. My goal was to get him to apply again to the Polytechnic and pass the exams. Visibly screwing up his courage, Albert asked, "But what about the work of Röntgen?" Once I had translated, Kelvin knit his brows. "Röntgen? Oh, you mean that report about mysterious rays that go through solid walls. X-rays, is it?" Albert nodded eagerly. "Stuff and nonsense," snapped the old man. "Absolute bosh. He may impress a few medical men who know little of science, but his X-rays do not exist. Impossible. German daydreaming." Albert looked at me with his whole life trembling in his piteous eyes. I interpreted. "The professor fears that X-rays may be illusory, although he does not as yet have enough evidence to decide one way or the other." Albert's face lit up. "Then there is hope. We have not discovered everything as yet." I was thinking about how to translate that for Kelvin when Wells ran out of patience. "Where is that blasted waitress?" I was grateful for the interruption. "I will find her, sir." Dragging myself up from the table, I left the 3 of them, Wells and Kelvin, chatting amiably, while Albert swiveled his head back and forth, understanding not a word. Every joint in my body ached, and I knew that there was nothing anyone in this world could do to help me. The cafe was dark inside and smelled of stale beer. The waitress was standing at the bar, speaking rapidly, angrily, to the stout barkeep in a low, venomous tone. The barkeep was polishing glasses with the end of his apron. He looked grim, and once he noticed me, embarrassed. 3 seidels of beer stood on a round tray next to her, with a single glass of tea. The beers were getting warm and flat, the tea cooling, while she blistered the bartender's ears. I interrupted her vicious monologue. "The gentlemen want their drinks," I said in German. She whirled on me, her eyes furious. "The gentlemen may have their beers when they get rid of that infernal Jew." Taken aback somewhat, I glanced at the barkeep. He turned away from me. "No use asking him to do it," the waitress hissed. "We do not serve Jews here. I do not serve Jews, and neither will he." The cafe was almost empty this late in the afternoon. In the dim shadows I could make out only a pair of elderly gentlemen quietly smoking their pipes, and a foursome, apparently two married couples, drinking beer. A 6-year-old boy knelt at the far end of the bar, laboriously scrubbing the wooden floor. "If it's too much trouble for you," I said, and started to reach for the tray. She clutched at my outstretched arm. "No! No Jews will be served here! Never!" I could have brushed her off. If my strength had not been drained away, I could have broken every bone in her body, and the barkeep's too. But I was nearing the end of my tether, and I knew it. "Very well," I said softly. "I will take only the beers." She glowered at me for a moment, then let her hand drop away. I removed the glass of tea from the tray and left it on the bar. Then I carried the beers out into the warm afternoon sunshine. As I set the tray on our table, Wells asked, "They have no tea?" Albert knew better. "They refuse to serve Jews," he guessed. His voice was flat, unemotional, neither surprised nor saddened. I nodded as I said in English, "Yes, they refuse to serve Jews." "You're Jewish?" Kelvin asked, reaching for his beer. The teenager did not need a translation. He replied, "I was born in Germany. I am now a citizen of Switzerland. I have no religion, but yes, I am a Jew." Sitting next to him, I offered him my beer. "No, no," he said with a sorrowful little smile. "It would merely upset them further. I think perhaps I should leave." "Not quite yet," I said. "I have something that I want to show you." I reached into the inner pocket of my jacket and pulled out the thick sheaf of paper I had been carrying with me since I had started out on this mission. I noticed that my hand trembled slightly. "What is it?" Albert asked. I made a little bow of my head in Wells's direction. "This is my translation of Mr. Wells's excellent story, The Time Machine." Wells looked surprised, Albert curious. Kelvin smacked his lips and put his half-drained cider down. "Time machine?" asked young Albert. "What's he talking about?" Kelvin asked. I explained. "I have taken the liberty of translating Mr. Wells's story about a time machine, in the hope of attracting a German publisher." Wells said, "You never told me." But Kelvin asked, "Time machine? What on earth would a time machine be?" Wells forced an embarrassed, self-deprecating little smile. "It is merely the subject of a tale I have written, my lord. A machine that can travel through time. Into the past, you know, or the, future." Kelvin fixed him with a beady gaze. "Travel into the past or the future?" "It is fiction, of course," Wells said apologetically. "Of course." Albert seemed fascinated. "But how could a machine travel through time? How do you explain it?" Looking thoroughly uncomfortable under Kelvin's wilting eye, Wells said hesitantly, "Well, if you consider time as a dimension—" "A dimension?" asked Kelvin. "Rather like the 3 dimensions of space." "Time as a 4th dimension?" "Yes, rather." Albert nodded eagerly as I translated. "Time as a dimension, yes. Whenever we move through space, we move through time as well, do we not? Space and time. 4 dimensions, all bound together." Kelvin mumbled something indecipherable and reached for his half-finished beer. "And one could travel through this dimension?" Albert asked. "Into the past or the future?" "Utter bilge," Kelvin muttered, slamming his emptied cider on the table. "Quite impossible." "It is merely fiction," said Wells, almost whining. "Only an idea I toyed with in order to—" "Fiction, of course," said Kelvin with great finality. Quite abruptly he pushed himself to his feet. "I'm afraid I must be going. Thank you for the beer." He left us sitting there and started back down the street, his face flushed. From the way his beard moved, I could see that he was muttering to himself. "I'm afraid we've offended him," said Wells. "But how could he become angry over an idea?" Albert wondered. The thought seemed to stun him. Why should a new idea infuriate a man of science? The waitress bustled across the patio to our table. "When is this Jew leaving?" she hissed at me, eyes blazing with fury. "I won't have him stinking up our cafe any longer." Obviously shaken, but with as much dignity as a 17-year-old could muster, Albert rose to his feet. "I will leave, madam. I have imposed on your so gracious hospitality long enough." "Wait," I said, grabbing at his jacket sleeve. "Take this with you. Read it. I think you will enjoy it." He smiled at me, but I could see the sadness that would haunt his eyes forever. "Thank you, sir. You have been most kind to me." He took the manuscript and left us. I saw him already reading it as he walked slowly down the street toward the bridge back to Linz proper. I hoped he would not trip and break his neck as he ambled down the steep street, his nose stuck in the manuscript. The waitress watched him, too. "Filthy Jew! They're everywhere. They get themselves into everything." "That will be quite enough from you," I said as sternly as I could manage. She glared at me and headed back for the bar. Wells looked more puzzled than annoyed, even after I explained what had happened. "It's their country, after all," he said, with a shrug of his narrow shoulders. "If they don't want to mingle with Jews, there's not much we can do about it, is there?" I took a sip of my warm, flat beer, not trusting myself to come up with a properly polite response. There was only one timeline in which Albert lived long enough to make an effect on the world. There were dozens where he languished in obscurity, or was gassed in one of the death camps. Wells's expression turned curious. "I didn't know you had translated my story." "To see if perhaps a German publisher would be interested in it," I lied. "But you gave the manuscript to that Jewish fellow." "I have another copy of the translation." "You do? Why would you—" My time was almost up, I knew. I had a powerful urge to end the charade. "That young Jewish fellow might change the world, you know." Wells laughed. "I mean it," I said. "You think that your story is merely a piece of fiction. Let me tell you, it is much more than that." "Really?" "Time travel will become possible one day." "Don't be ridiculous." But I could see the sudden astonishment in his eyes, and the memory. It was I who had suggested the idea of time travel to him. We had discussed it for months, back when he had been working for the newspapers. I had kept the idea in the forefront of his imagination until he finally sat down and dashed off his novel. I hunched closer to him, leaned my elbows wearily on the table. Suppose Kelvin is wrong. Suppose there is much more to physics than he suspects. "How could that be?" Wells asked. "That lad is reading your story. It will open his eyes to new vistas, new possibilities." Wells cast a suspicious glance at me. "You're pulling my leg." I forced a smile. "Not altogether. You would do well to pay attention to what the scientists discover over the coming years. You could build a career writing about it. You could become known as a prophet if you play your cards properly." His face took on the strangest expression I had ever seen. He did not want to believe me, and yet he did. He was suspicious, curious, doubtful, and yearning, all at the same time. Above everything else, he was ambitious, thirsting for fame. Like every writer, he wanted to have the world acknowledge his genius. I told him as much as I dared. As the afternoon drifted on and the shadows lengthened, as the sun sank behind the distant mountains and the warmth of day slowly gave way to an uneasy, deepening chill, I gave him carefully veiled hints of the future. A future, the one I wanted him to promote. Wells could have no conception of the realities of time travel, of course. There was no frame of reference in his tidy 19th-century English mind of the infinite branchings of the future. He was incapable of imagining the horrors that lay in store. How could he be? Time branches endlessly, and only a few, a precious handful of those branches, manage to avoid utter disaster. Could I show him his beloved London obliterated by fusion bombs, or the entire northern hemisphere of Earth depopulated by man-made plagues, or a devastated world turned to a savagery that made his Morlocks seem compassionate? Could I explain to him the energies involved in time travel, or the damage they did to the human body? The fact that time travelers were volunteers sent on suicide missions, desperately trying to preserve a timeline that saved at least a portion of the human race. The best future I could offer him was a 20th century tortured by world wars and genocide. That was the best I could do. So all I did was hint, as gently and subtly as I could, trying to guide him toward that best of all possible futures, horrible though it would seem to him. I could neither control nor coerce anyone. All I could do was to offer a bit of guidance, until the radiation dose from my trip through time finally killed me. Wells was happily oblivious to my pain. He did not even notice the perspiration that beaded my brow, despite the chilling breeze that heralded nightfall. "You appear to be telling me," he said at last, "that my writings will have some sort of positive effect on the world." "They already have," I replied with a genuine smile. His brows rose. "That teenaged lad is reading your story. Your concept of time as a dimension has already started his fertile mind working." "That young student?" "Will change the world," I said. "For the better." "Really?" "Really," I said, trying to sound confident. I knew there were still 1,000 pitfalls in young Albert's path, and I would not live long enough to help him past them. Perhaps others would, but there were no guarantees. I knew that if Albert did not reach his full potential, if he were turned away by the university again, or murdered in the coming Holocaust, the future I was attempting to preserve would disappear in a global catastrophe that could end the human race forever. My task was to save as much of humanity as I could. I had accomplished a feeble first step in saving some of humankind, but only a first step. Albert was reading the Time Machine tale, and starting to think that Kelvin was blind to the real world. But there was so much more to do, so very much more. We sat there in the deepening shadows of the approaching twilight, Wells and I, each of us wrapped in our own thoughts about the future. Despite his best English self-control, Wells was smiling contentedly. He saw a future in which he would be hailed as a prophet. I hoped it would work out that way. It was an immense task that I had undertaken. I felt tired, gloomy, daunted by the immensity of it all. Worst of all, I would never know if I succeeded or not. Then the waitress bustled over to our table. "Well, have you finished, or are you going to stay here all night?" Even without a translation, Wells understood her tone. "Let's go," he said, scraping his chair across the flagstones. I pushed myself to my feet and threw a few coins on the table. The waitress scooped them up immediately and called into the cafe. "Come here and scrub down this table, at once." The 6-year-old boy came trudging across the patio, lugging the heavy wooden pail of water. He stumbled and almost dropped it. Water sloshed onto his mother's legs. She grabbed him by the ear and lifted him nearly off his feet. A faint, tortured squeak issued from the boy's gritted teeth. "Be quiet and do your work properly," she told her son, her voice murderously low. "If I let your father know how lazy you are—" The 6-year-old's eyes went wide with terror as his mother let her threat dangle in the air between them. "Scrub that table good, Adolf," his mother told him. "Get rid of that damned Jew's stink." I looked down at the boy. His eyes were burning with shame and rage and hatred. Save as much of the human race as you can, I told myself. But it was already too late to save him. "Are you coming?" Wells called to me. "Yes," I said, tears in my eyes. "It's getting dark, isn't it?" Virtual Love, Maureen F. McHugh. Maureen F. McHugh won a James Tiptree Jr. Memorial Award, a Locus Award, and a Lambda Literary Award for her first novel, China Mountain Jong, which was also a Nebula and Hugo Award finalist, and was widely praised for its detailed depiction of a future dominated by China. Her second novel, Half the Day is Night, was published in 1994. She has lived in Loveland, Ohio, New York City, and Shijiazhuang, China, and now lives in a suburb of Cleveland. Virtual Love, nominated for the Nebula, is a lively exploration of technological escapism and human loneliness. About her short story, Maureen McHugh writes, "Virtual Love was written because Time magazine was going to use a science fiction short story in their special issue on the Millennium. My agent heard about it and sent them a portion of my second novel to give them an idea of what I wrote. They said that it was interesting, but a little too dark for them. So I wrote Virtual Love, trying to be a little lighter than my usual tone. Time decided to go with something by Arthur C. Clarke, and I sent the story to Chris Rush." The thing I like best about VR is that you can do anything. Not just the obvious things like murder someone or be an archaeologist in Peru, although that's fun once in a while. But just when you're hanging out, meeting people, you can be anything you want. I have 12 different personas. Some of them, like Lilith and Marty, I don't use very often, but I like to know that they're back there, and if I want to be a vamp, I can put on Lilith and go to a party, wear midnight blue sequins to show off my fox red hair, drink virtual martinis. Did you ever taste a real martini? Jesus. And sway my virtual hips all I want. Being good in VR is a talent. When anybody can be anything, the competition for attention can get pretty fierce. Everybody can have a perfect figure, perfect legs, perfect hair, perfect lips, a wardrobe worth hundreds of thousands. You've got to have an edge, and the really great thing, see, is that it isn't money, and it isn't the genetic hand that Mother Nature dealt you, and it isn't the accidents of fate and disease. It's really all mind. Out there, dressed as Lilith or Alicia or Therese, it's really pure energy, just the pure flame of a mind burning like an electron candle. Electrons dancing in the light. And who can tell the dancer from the dance? Well, I can, baby, but you can't. And that's really the whole point, isn't it? I have a VR system in my place. It's not the best. It's a seated system, of course. My gloves are second-hand. They're good gloves, British-made, DNRs. My helmet, I paid a lot for the helmet. You have no idea what that helmet cost. It's a Mitsubishi, not the most expensive, but definitely high-end. It's lightweight, and that's important to me if I'm going to wear it for any length of time. I put on the gloves and then the helmet, and there's this moment before the system kicks on when everything is black inside the visor, and there's no sound in my ears, and I'm just floating there, suspended in the pre-virtual darkness, as if I'm about to be born. Just time to take a breath, and then the feed hooks in. I'm in the dressing room. It's a dingy little green room, like actors use to get ready for a play. I can see the gloves on my hands, ruby red like the slippers in The Wizard of Oz, but there's no face in the mirror, which is exactly right because I haven't picked one yet. Once in a while I go out invisible. It's called lurking. When I was 18 and I first got full access to all the boards, including the adult boards, I used to do it all the time. For a couple of years I didn't have a body, never talked to anyone. I was just watching, learning the local customs, so to speak. I became a connoisseur of people's personas. I could tell when the person was different from the body they'd picked, when they were really just an 18-year-old kid who was trying to pass for a 35-year-old Cary Grant. What I really liked was watching someone do it right, so you forgot that they weren't the person they had put on, and then there'd be a bit of stage business, and I'd think, aha, I see you, because that was just what I would have done in their place. Eventually, I couldn't stand it anymore. That's when I set up the green room. I made Sulya first. I didn't plan to wear Sulya, but I knew she was amazing. Sulya's the most into-the-moment of my personas. She's tall, and she's got cornrows all the way down her brown back in a waterfall of hair. She's muscular and sleek and innocently feral, with a beautiful open smile. I'd wear her in the green room for hours, where no one could see me, just being her. Then, when I'd pull the helmet off, there would be this moment when I had to remember I was just me, and I hated it. But I have to be really riding high to wear Sulya. I built her first, and she was inspired, but I didn't wear her first. I started with Therese. Therese is a pale wisp of a thing in a soft flowered dress, rose and pale green like spring to go with her pale hair. Therese doesn't overpower a room. She works on it like perfume. Therese listens a lot, and people confide in her. People will say the most amazing, intimate things if you let them. It was easy to be Therese, because one of her traits is that she's still. People think it means that she is calm. I can be very still. Today I think I'll do Alicia. She's the persona I wear most often anymore. There are a bunch of things besides makeup on the desk. There's a rose in a bud vase. That's Therese. If I pick up the rose, I put on Therese. I pick up a fine gold chain, and I am Alicia, a sleek woman with long, warm brown hair swept up in a French braid. Almost all my personas have long hair. I worry about that, but my hair is mousy brown and thin, and I always wanted long hair, even though it would be so much trouble. Still, I am afraid it might become part of a signature. They should all be different, all be individual. Alicia looks back at me from the mirror, her sun-brown arms bare and smooth, her little ivory silk shift simple. That's Alicia, simple and unadorned and direct. I point with the glove, and I'm moving to the door. I open the door and go out into the world. The access is always a big lobby, with menus posted. I study the menus, skipping the games, Illuminati, Knights Templar, Cthulhu, Voodoo Horseman, International Spy. Looking for places. Docks is all right, I've been there. The Black Hole is fun. Nightmare is a dud. Madame Stahl's is one of my favorites, so I tap the menu and the elevator door opens. Take a deep breath in the elevator. The elevator opens, and I'm looking down a long room, something like the Hall of Mirrors in Versailles. To the left are windows looking out on a garden. To the right are huge gilt-framed mirrors, and between the mirrors are doors to salons. I head for the café, 3 doors down. "Allô, Alicia," says Paul Michel, the bartender. "Champagne?" "A glass of Bordeaux." Paul Michel is an Eliza program. He'll let you pour out your troubles for hours, and he always remembers your name. The only problem is that if the sysop is monitoring, she hears your problems too. There are half a dozen people in the café. Sitting by the window is a guy I've never seen before. He's a nice job, and he looks like he belongs in a French café. He's sitting, either accidentally or on purpose, where the light falls on him like a figure in a Dutch painting. Vermeer. His face is the play of light and shadow, full-lipped and dark-eyed and young. The face of an angel. He's interesting. All the men are handsome, but right now there seems to be a lot of cynical, world-weary, charming matinee idol types running the virtual scene. Sometimes it's like everybody shops for faces at the same store. His face doesn't seem made up, as if it might be his real face. Not that it is, of course, but it seems to be. That's skill. He smiles at me, since I'm looking at him, a bit shy. So I take my glass of red wine and sit down across from him. To move, I point my finger, and my system moves me through the environment, but the interface is configured so that for anyone watching, I just walk. I've programmed different walks for all my personas, using a bootleg spline program. Sulya walks like a cheetah, but Alicia has a subtle walk. I like to think she looks as if she might have taken dance when she was younger. I would have liked to have taken dance. "Hi," he says. "I'm Ian." "Hi, Ian," I say. "Alicia." The tabletop is scarred wood. Outside, the day is beautiful, the sky is clear blue, and people are out on the Champs-Élysées. We can't see the Eiffel Tower from the window, but we could if we were outside. Usually people ask something like, "Do you come here a lot?" or "Are you local?" meaning, is this a local call for you, or are you coming through a service? I always lie and say I'm coming through a service. But he doesn't ask. Instead, he says, "Seems like someone sitting here should be sketching or writing a poem or something." "Are you an artist?" I ask. But of course I know he is. Looking at him, I can see his work. He is his work. But he shakes his head. "I like this place," he says. I don't know if he means the salon or the cafe, or maybe this place in the window. He looks out the window and I look out. A couple is strolling by, arm in arm. She is pale and red-haired, the quintessential French girl, and he is dark-skinned, looks like a sailor. They are perfect, simple, uncomplicated. He stops to tie her scarf, and for a moment I wish I were her, which is odd because at this moment I am Alicia, and I am whole and graceful. I am what I wish to be. That couple is not even real. They are window dressing, generated by the sysop, the system operator, whose name is Cassia, and who I have spoken to. I look back, and Ian is looking at me. I feel embarrassed, wondering if my feelings were written on my face. "You are quite beautiful," he says. My chest constricts, and I feel caught out, naked. What made him say that? "Here," I say, "everyone can be beautiful." I mean it to be nice, a way of saying that it doesn't mean anything, but it comes out sounding disparaging. He blushes. That's a really nice touch, and I wonder how he does it. My program doesn't include blushing. "Copies of beauty aren't really beautiful," he says. "They're perfect, but all alike." "What makes real beauty?" I ask, but I already have an idea what he's going to say. Something about originality. "In real beauty," he says, "there is always something strange, an asymmetry." Alicia isn't asymmetrical in any way. I made her to be like a dancer, and now he has me thinking of myself as not Alicia. "I'm just not sure I understand you," I say lightly. He shakes his head. "I don't say things very well." "Maybe you are a poet." I am trying to smile, trying to make the appropriate noises, trying to keep things from becoming serious. "No," he says sharply, abrupt. "I'm not." Sometimes conversations in the salon are very strange, suddenly intimate, because it's not oneself that is really talking, or more, it is oneself which is really talking, from behind the safety of the mask. "I haven't seen you in the salon before," I say. "I've been lurking," he says, "ghosting around. I've seen you before. Can I ask you a question?" I shrug. "Do you have more than one persona? If I'm out of line, tell me, but there is another woman who comes here, and something about her reminds me of you. An older woman in a linen dress, all patterned, with her hair pulled back." "Christiana." "Yes, she's my persona, but of all the personas to link together, Christiana and Alicia, they're nothing alike. Christiana is an old wise woman, tall and strong, with her grey-white hair pulled back in a knot, tied with an ochre cord." "No," I lie. "No, I'm just me." He smiles, but he looks perplexed. And I'm thinking, when was the last time that I wore Christiana? I don't wear her often, almost never to the salon. I am almost tempted to ask if he is sure he saw her at the salon. I could lie and say I have never seen anyone like that here. He bites his lips. "There is a quality about her that you have." Like a rabbit in headlights, I sit still and listen. These people are all alike, but there is something about her. She is beautiful, like you. Thank you, I say. My foolishness. I am glad I can't blush. Do you know the people here? I ask, and I start pointing them out, telling him about them. Yellow Eyes, and Greg, Lisbeth R. I'm just distracting him, and he smiles and nods and makes the appropriate noises, but when I point to someone, I can feel his eyes on me. After a while, I say, I've got to meet some friends on another board, but it was very nice talking with you. Maybe we'll meet again. Wait a minute, he says. How can I get in touch with you? It's a small world, I say. We'll run into each other again. Alicia saunters out, but I know I'm fleeing. Back in the green room, I pick up the ochre hair tie that puts on Christiana. Grave Christiana. How is she like Alicia? Christiana, who rarely smiles, who moves slowly, not because she is old, but because she is grave and deliberate. Alicia isn't like her at all. Maybe it is just a coincidence. He is new. He's been ghosting. Or maybe it's a gesture, maybe a slip, something of Alicia crossing over into Christiana. I put on Alicia. She is grave, too. I always thought she had a certain dignity, but maybe there is no difference between Alicia's dignity and Christiana's deliberateness, and maybe Teresa's stillness. Maybe they are all the same. No, Sulia is different, and Lilith the vamp with her fox hair, and Stork, who swears like a truck driver and drinks virtual scotch and plays poker. Beautiful. He said they were both beautiful. Sulia is beautiful. Even Stork, with her freckles and her broad bones. Stork is not really pretty, but I think she is beautiful. They are all beautiful to me. I take off Alicia, and I'm invisible in the mirror. Open the door, ghosting through the lobby to pick Madame Stahl's, back up the elevator, and ghosting, lurking, to the cafe. To watch him, sitting in the light. To see if he can see through other people. To watch him and see through him. The bartender, Paul Michel, doesn't look up as I ghost through the closed door. The chair by the window is empty. He is gone. And I notice that the light is different, not nearly so hot and white, when he is not sitting there. He was beautiful, too. For days and days I am a ghost. I haunt the salon. I sit in Cairo in white linen under slow ceiling fans. I check all the local places where he might be, places appropriate to his taste. But how do I know his taste? No one would ever guess that the same woman who is Alicia, who loves the salon, could also be Stork, who loves the dirty talk of the black hole, or Sulia, who lives in the flash of the metro. He could be anywhere, like anything. Maybe he has more than one persona. Of course he has more than one persona. So I start to look in all sorts of places. I find him in the Ratskeller, talking politics. I know him the moment I see him, even though now he is a long-haired radical student wearing a coat out of the French Revolution. He is vivid, interesting, in the way that the pale copies around him are not. His signature is instant, apparent. It is not in any one thing. This student is as different from Ian as Christiana is from Alicia, and yet they are both so intense, so original. They have style. He is an artist. He is someone I can talk to, who will understand the things I admire. I slip back to the lobby, ghost back into the green dressing room, and pause. Who do I have for the Ratskeller? Who can sit in a brick basement and talk politics over the sound of the band? I pick up a man's bracelet. Marty could go there. Marty looks back at me. Marty is small, neat, a bit natty. System, I say out loud, and do something I almost never do once I have finished a persona and named it. I change Marty. Instead of his natty suit, I give him a long sharkskin coat, just a bit roughed up, and I give him glasses, the kind you can look over. I raise his temples, take a little of his hair, working fast and knowing if I make a mistake it will take too long to fix, that I might miss him. I give Marty a narrow braid tail of hair, a pair of knee boots. He's a mix of eras and styles, scruffy and just right for the Rathskeller. I save him as Mick, and his icon becomes the glasses. I cross the lobby and the elevator takes forever. He will be gone, I know it. I clump down a Berlin street, seeing myself reflected in the windows, moving wrong, moving in Marty's dapper way, despite Mick's heavy boots, but it's too late to fix it. Past the green-haired whores shivering in the cold, calling, "Hey, Brit!" because they think Mick looks British. So I decide maybe I'm a bit Irish as I'm walking, flying high on adrenaline, improvising like mad, scared and excited. He is still there, and he doesn't even notice me come in. The white-haired girl with the snake tattoo curling up her skinny arm draws me one of those tall beers, a virtual beer, and I lean on the bar and watch the people and wait for him to notice me, to see if he will. His eyes slide across me once without recognition. That's okay. I'm patient. I look at the posters. Marlena on the wall in her blue angel pose. I glance back from a workers' movement poster, and his eyes are on me again. Not really looking at me. He is listening to someone else. His eyes wander away. They are radical blue. And then they come back to me. We are looking at each other. I have made a mistake. I should have avoided him. His hair is the wild gray-black of a storm cloud, soft and full around his face. He is a master, and he can see through the mask, can see underneath me, read all the insecurities and needs out of which I build my personas. When he is looking at me, I forget Mick, just like I forgot Alicia. I know myself, a tiny woman in a chair, held in by seat restraints, wearing a VR visor and gloves. A woman who couldn't have a treadmill because she doesn't have a leg to stand on. Flipper babies, they call us when we are little, seal babies. And even though I know I should be grateful that I was born with normal arms and hands, I'm not. I'm just not. I want to be normal. He is as beautiful and terrible as an angel, one of the thrones or seraphim, many-eyed, that surround God, and in the heat of his gaze I feel the mask melt away, and I am exposed for what I really am. I reach up for the visor, because it is the fastest way to leave, because I am going to cry. "Wait," he says, interrupting the conversation. "Wait. I know you." That is the problem, I think, but I stop. The chair clatters behind him as he stands. The sysop of the Rathskeller is good. Things like that happen here. And he comes to me. "What is your name?" he asks. "Mick," I say. He is tall this time, very tall, over 6 feet, I would say. He would be tall even to Sulia, who is the tallest of my personas. "I've been looking for you," he says, "ever since you left the French place. I looked on To-Do Street, from the veranda of the Continental, and left a message for you on the moon." I was in both of those places, but I was a ghost, so no one ever told me I had any messages. "Tell me how you get your walk," he said. "Tell me how you make your people so, how do I explain it? Not flashy. Not like me. My people are all so obvious. But yours, it took me a while to realize just how good you are. You are more than good. You're an artist. The more I look at you, the more things I see." I shake my head. It was a mistake to see him. He's cruel without meaning to be. He makes me know the illusion. I should ask him about the white light in the cafe, the Vermeer light, and about how he blushes. I can't, though. "I can't talk to you," I say. "You can't leave," he says. He grabs my hand, and I feel his hand through the glove. I jerk away. "I can't," I say. It was a mistake. Everybody in the bar is looking at us, but I don't care. When I turn and walk away, he doesn't follow me. Up the steps and out on the street, past the green-haired hookers shivering in their shorts. I keep watching behind me to see if he will follow me, but he doesn't. Back to the elevator, back to the safety of the green room. Back to sit down in the chair and take off Mick and cry. Sit, invisible, and cry and cry. I don't know what to do. He has killed it for me. I can't go back out there. What if I run into him again? But what am I going to do if I can't do VR? How am I going to give them all up? How do I spend my days, sitting in my chair, watching the vid, doing my word-processing jobs and dumping them into the modem, not talking to anyone for days at a time, and waiting for my parents to call to break the monotony? I hate him. I hate what he has done to my life. You are beautiful, he said. But I knew it wasn't true. I can't stay away from the green room. I ghost about, start a new personality, a copy, something no one would notice. But I can't stand it, don't want to wear it. There's no magic to it. When I put it on, I don't forget. I don't come alive. So I don't bother to save it, and I drop out of the system, go watch something on the vid. But in a little time I'm back again, rattling around in the green room. Nothing to do, no one to talk to. I could find a service, pay membership fees, and pay for the minutes of time I use. He is local, like me. I wouldn't see him if I left the local net. But I don't make enough, not to pay my bills, and my home help who comes in to clean. It's too expensive. I need the local boards, like an addict. I don't even dare pick up the icons. I don't want a reflection in the mirror. Just the ruby-red gloves dancing around the room. My system tells me I have a message. Mail. I've never gotten anything but junk mail before. Nobody knows my system address. It's him. He's a magician. I look all over the green room, ignoring the message flag in the mirror, until I find it. Tiny glittering scarab, blue-black beetle, hiding near the door. He must have attached it to me when he took my hand. Now what? I look at the bug and try to decide what to do. Ignore the message? Accept it and never read it? He'll understand silence, won't he? But he knows my address. What do I do? Pay Ma Bell and change my access line? I'll have to, and that costs money. So I accept the message and play it. A screen rolls down in the dressing room, flat like a window, like the vid. It is pearl gray for a moment, transition time, waiting to be born. The little man in the wheelchair is all head with a sharp-pointed chin and thinning hair and quick eyes. He's not really all head. He has a body and short stick legs, short muscular arms, like something out of a Velázquez painting. A dwarf. Hi, he says. It's a recording, so I don't have to say anything back. He twists a bit in his chair. I am very still. I am very good at still. I'm gambling, he says. I have this terrible feeling that I'm wrong. But there was this theory about Toulouse-Lautrec, that one of the reasons he could paint his characters so unsparingly was that he wasn't one of them. The other people out on the board, they are all projecting something. But I'm not. I'm not projecting myself at all. He pauses and wipes one hand over his mouth. His shoulder rolls. I wonder what screwed him up so badly that they couldn't fix his genes. Was he like me? Did the virus that was supposed to fix his genetic material screw up, only make things worse? There aren't very many of us. I don't know what makes you different, he says. Maybe you're just some kind of genius at virtual reality. But I need to talk to you. Plaintively, there's nobody else out there who would understand. But you do. "I think this is a mistake," says the recording. "I'm not even sure I'm going to send it. But if I do, and if you want to get in touch with me, leave a message on the moon for Sam. Hell, I don't even know your name. Alicia." And it ends without a goodbye. Stork. She is the only person I could wear to the moon. Someone strong and a little brash. She fits when she strides into the tech bar, with its windows looking out on the lunar landscape, all stark and blasted. Stork could be a rigger on a lunar station. He knows me as soon as he sees me. He is still tall, of course, just like I almost always have long hair. It is something he wants so badly he can't keep from putting it in. He stands up from his solitaire game. He's a blue-eyed, red-haired Viking in a jumpsuit. It says Sam on the patch. "Hi, Sam," I say. "I'm Stork. I think maybe your Toulouse-Lautrec theory is right." Not that I really do. I don't think I'm less likely than anyone else to project, any more objective than anyone else. But maybe people like Sam and me, we spend more time. We refine our art. I want to ask you a bunch of stuff. Like, how do you blush? Stork is like that, kind of in your face. He doesn't say anything for a long moment. And then he laughs, a deep, big man belly laugh. I want to know how he does that, too. "You are beautiful," he says. None So Blind, Joe Haldeman. Joe Haldeman won a 1993 Nebula Award for his short story Graves, which also won a World Fantasy Award. Among his other honors are Nebula Awards for his first science fiction novel, The Forever War, and his novella, The Hemingway Hoax, 3 Hugo Awards, and 2 Riesling Awards for his poetry. His books include War Year, All My Sins Remembered, Tool of the Trade, Buying Time, and his Worlds trilogy. His latest novel is 1968, and another novel, Forever Peace, will soon be published. He divides his time between Florida and Cambridge, Massachusetts, where he teaches during the fall term at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Of his Nebula Award finalist None So Blind, which was honored with a Hugo Award, Joe Haldeman writes, "None So Blind was one of those ideas that just hang around waiting to be written. For about 5 years I had a note up on my bulletin board asking, since so much of the brain is given over to processing visual information, why don't blind people take advantage of the unused gray matter and become geniuses? I only write 1 or 2 short stories a year, so the idea gathered dust until a friend asked me to write a story for an anthology. I cranked it out and sent it to him. He didn't want it, though, so it wound up in Asimov's. The story has some personal meaning. My wife and I worked with the blind for several years when we lived in Daytona Beach, Florida, where the Library of Congress has a regional center for recording talking books. I recorded a number of my novels and hundreds of other things, from Oedipus the King to knitting instructions. I have a lot of admiration for the way blind people cope, and that's part of what this story's about. It all started when Cletus Jefferson asked himself, why aren't all blind people geniuses? Cletus was only 13 at the time, but it was a good question, and he would work on it for 14 more years, and then change the world forever. Young Jefferson was a polymath, an autodidact, a nerd literally without peer. He had a chemistry set, a microscope, a telescope, and several computers, some of them bought with paper route money. Most of his income was from education, though, teaching his classmates not to draw to inside straights. Not even nerds who are poker players nonpareil, not even nerdish poker players who can do differential equations in their heads, are immune to Cupid's darts and the sudden storm of testosterone that will accompany those missiles at the age of 13. Cletus knew that he was ugly, and his mother dressed him funny. He was also short and pudgy, and could not throw a ball in any direction. None of this bothered him until his ductless glands started cooking up chemicals that weren't in his chemistry set. So Cletus started combing his hair and wearing clothes that mismatched according to fashion, but he was still short and pudgy and irregular of feature. He was also the youngest person in his school, even though he was a senior, and the only black person there, which was a factor in Virginia in 1994. Now, if love were sensible, if the sexual impulse was ever tempered by logic, you would expect that Cletus, being Cletus, would assess his situation and go off in search of someone homely. But of course he didn't. He just jingled and clanked down through the pachinko machine of adolescence, being rejected at first glance by every Mary and Judy and Jenny and Veronica in known space, going from the ravishing to the beautiful to the pretty to the cute to the plain to the great personality, until the irresistible force of statistics brought him finally into contact with Amy Linderbaum, who could not reject him at first glance because she was blind. The other kids thought it was more than amusing. Besides being blind, Amy was about twice as tall as Cletus, and, to be kind, equally irregular of feature. She was accompanied by a guide dog who looked remarkably like Cletus, short and black and pudgy. Everybody was polite to her because she was blind and rich, but she was a new transfer student and didn't have any actual friends. So along came Cletus, to whom Cupid had dealt only slings and arrows, and what might otherwise have been merely an opposites-attract sort of romance became an emotional and intellectual union that in the next century would power a social tsunami that would irreversibly transform the human condition. But first, there was the violin. Her classmates had sensed that Amy was some kind of nerd herself, as classmates will, but they hadn't figured out what kind yet. She was pretty fast with a computer, but you could chalk that up to being blind and actually needing the damned thing. She wasn't fanatical about it, nor about science or math or history or Star Trek or student government. So what the hell kind of nerd was she? It turns out that she was a music nerd, but at the time was too painfully shy to demonstrate it. All Cletus cared about initially was that she lacked those pesky Y chromosomes and didn't recoil from him. In the Venn diagram of the human race, she was the only member of that particular set. When he found out that she was actually smart as well, having read more books than most of her classmates put together, romance began to smolder in a deep and permanent place. That was even before the violin. Amy liked it that Cletus didn't play with her dog and was straightforward in his curiosity about what it was like to be blind. She could assess people pretty well from their voices. After one sentence, she knew that he was young, black, shy, nerdly, and not from Virginia. She could tell from his inflection that either he was unattractive or he thought he was. She was 6 years older than him, and white, and twice his size, but otherwise they matched up pretty well, and they started keeping company in a big way. Among the few things that Cletus did not know anything about was music. That the other kids wasted their time memorizing the words to inane top 40 songs was proof of intellectual dysfunction, if not actual lunacy. Furthermore, his parents had always been fanatical devotees of opera. A universe bounded on one end by puerile mumblings about unrequited love, and on the other by foreigners screaming in agony, was not a universe that Cletus desired to explore, until Amy picked up her violin. They talked constantly. They sat together at lunch and met between classes. When the weather was good, they sat outside before and after school and talked. Amy asked her chauffeur to please be 10 or 15 minutes late, picking her up. So, after about 3 weeks' worth of the fullness of time, Amy asked Cletus to come over to her house for dinner. He was a little hesitant, knowing that her parents were rich, but he was also curious about that lifestyle, and, face it, was smitten enough that he would have walked off a cliff if she asked him nicely. He even used some computer money to buy a nice suit, a symptom that caused his mother to grope for the Valium. The dinner at first was awkward. Cletus was bewildered by the arsenal of silverware and all the different kinds of food that didn't look or taste like food. But he had known it was going to be a test, and he always did well on tests, even when he had to figure out the rules as he went along. Amy had told him that her father was a self-made millionaire. His fortune had come from a set of patents in solid-state electronics. Cletus had therefore spent a Saturday at the university library, first searching patents and then reading selected texts, and he was ready at least for the father. It worked very well. Over soup, the four of them talked about computers. Over the calamari cocktail, Cletus and Mr. Linderbaum had it narrowed down to specific operating systems and partitioning schemata. With the beef Wellington, Cletus and Call Me Lindy were talking quantum electrodynamics. With the salad, they were on an electron cloud somewhere, and by the time the nuts were served, the two nuts at that end of the table were talking in Boolean algebra, while Amy and her mother exchanged knowing sighs and hummed snatches of Gilbert and Sullivan. By the time they retired to the music room for coffee, Lindy liked Cletus very much, and the feeling was mutual, but Cletus didn't know how much he liked Amy, really liked her, until she picked up the violin. It wasn't a Strad. She was promised one if and when she graduated from Juilliard, but it had cost more than the Lamborghini in the garage, and she was not only worth it, but equal to it. She picked it up and tuned it quietly while her mother sat down at an electronic keyboard next to the grand piano, set it to harp, and began the simple arpeggio that a musically sophisticated person would recognize as the introduction to the violin showpiece Méditation from Massenet's Thais. Cletus had turned a deaf ear to opera for all his short life, so he didn't know the back story of transformation and transcending love behind this intermezzo, but he did know that his girlfriend had lost her sight at the age of 5, and the next year, the year he was born, was given her first violin. For 13 years she had been using it to say what she would not say with her voice, perhaps to see what she could not see with her eyes. And on the deceptively simple romantic matrix that Massenet built to present the beautiful courtesan Thais gloriously reborn as the bride of Christ, Amy forgave her godless universe for taking her sight, and praised it for what she was given in return, and she said this in a language that even Cletus could understand. He didn't cry very much, never had, but by the last high wavering note he was weeping into his hands, and he knew that if she wanted him, she could have him forever. And oddly enough, considering his age and what eventually happened, he was right. He would learn to play the violin before he had his first doctorate, and during a lifetime of remarkable amity they would play together for 10,000 hours, but all of that would come after the big idea. The big idea, why aren't all blind people geniuses, was planted that very night, but it didn't start to sprout for another week. Like most 13-year-olds, Cletus was fascinated by the human body, his own and others, but his study was more systematic than others, and atypically, the organ that interested him most was the brain. The brain isn't very much like a computer, although it doesn't do a bad job, considering that it's built by unskilled labor and programmed more by pure chance than anything else. One thing computers do a lot better than brains, though, is what Cletus and Lindy had been talking about over their little squids in tomato sauce: partitioning. Think of the computer as a big meadow of green pasture land, instead of a little dark box full of number-clogged things that are expensive to replace. And that pasture land is presided over by a wise old magic shepherd who is not called a macro-program. The shepherd stands on a hill and looks out over the pasture land, which is full of sheep and goats and cows. They aren't all in one homogeneous mass, of course, since the cows would step on the lambs and kids, and the goats would make everybody nervous, leaping and butting. So there are partitions of barbed wire that keep all the species separate and happy. This is a frenetic sort of meadow, though, with cows and goats and sheep coming in and going out all the time, moving at about 3 × 10⁸ meters per second. And if the partitions were all of the same size, it would be a disaster, because sometimes there are no sheep at all, but lots of cows, who would be jammed in there hip to hip and miserable. But the shepherd, being wise, knows ahead of time how much space to allot to the various creatures, and, being magic, can move barbed wire quickly without hurting himself or the animals. So each partition winds up marking a comfortable-sized space for each use. Your computer does that too, but instead of barbed wire, you see little rectangles or windows or file folders, depending on your computer's religion. The brain has its own partitions, in a sense. Cletus knew that certain physical areas of the brain were associated with certain mental abilities, but it wasn't a simple matter of music appreciation goes over there, long division in that corner. The brain is mushier than that. For instance, there are pretty well-defined partitions associated with linguistic functions, areas named after French and German brain people. If one of those areas is destroyed, by stroke or bullet or flung frying pan, the stricken person may lose the ability, reading or speaking or writing coherently, associated with the lost area. That's interesting, but what is more interesting is that the lost ability sometimes comes back over time. Okay, you say, so the brain grew back. But it doesn't. You're born with all the brain cells you'll ever have. Ask any child. What evidently happens is that some part of the brain has been sitting around as a kind of backup, and after a while the wiring gets rewired and hooked into that backup. The afflicted person can say his name, and then his wife's name, and then frying pan, and before you know it, he's complaining about hospital food and calling a divorce lawyer. So, on that evidence, it would appear that the brain has a shepherd like the computer meadow has, moving partitions around. But alas, no. Most of the time when some part of the brain ceases to function, that's the end of it. There may be acres and acres of fertile ground lying fallow right next door, but nobody in charge to make use of it, at least not consistently. The fact that it sometimes did work is what made Cletus ask, why aren't all blind people geniuses? Of course, there have always been great thinkers and writers and composers who were blind, and in the 20th century some painters to whom eyesight was irrelevant, and many of them, like Amy with her violin, felt that their talent was a compensating gift. Cletus wondered whether there might be a literal truth to that, in the microanatomy of the brain. It didn't happen every time, or else all blind people would be geniuses. Perhaps it happened occasionally, through a mechanism like the one that helped people recover from strokes. Perhaps it could be made to happen. Cletus had been offered scholarships at both Harvard and MIT, but he opted for Columbia in order to be near Amy while she was studying at Juilliard. Columbia reluctantly allowed him a triple major in physiology, electrical engineering, and cognitive science, and he surprised everybody who knew him by doing only moderately well. The reason, it turned out, was that he was treating undergraduate work as a diversion at best, a necessary evil at worst. He was racing ahead of his studies in the areas that were important to him. If he had paid more attention in trivial classes like history, like philosophy, things might have turned out differently. If he had paid attention to literature, he might have read the story of Pandora. Our own story now descends into the dark recesses of the brain. For the next 10 years, the main part of the story, which we will try to ignore after this paragraph, will involve Cletus doing disturbing intellectual tasks like cutting up dead brains, learning how to pronounce cholecystokinin, and sawing holes in people's skulls and poking around inside with live electrodes. In the other part of the story, Amy also learned how to pronounce cholecystokinin, for the same reason that Cletus learned how to play the violin. Their love grew and mellowed, and at the age of 19, between his first doctorate and his M.D., Cletus paused long enough for them to be married and have a whirlwind honeymoon in Paris, where Cletus divided his time between the musky charms of his beloved and the sterile cubicles of Institut Marais, learning how squids learn things, which was by serotonin pushing adenylyl cyclase to catalyze the synthesis of cyclic adenosine monophosphate in just the right place. But that's actually the main part of the story, which we have been trying to ignore because it gets pretty gruesome. They returned to New York, where Cletus spent 8 years becoming a pretty good neurosurgeon. In his spare time, he tucked away a doctorate in electrical engineering. Things began to converge. At the age of 13, Cletus had noted that the brain used more cells collecting, handling, and storing visual images than it used for all the other senses combined. Why aren't all blind people geniuses? was just a specific case of the broader assertion, the brain doesn't know how to make use of what it's got. His investigations over the next 14 years were more subtle and complex than that initial question and statement, but he did wind up coming right back around to them. Because the key to the whole thing was the visual cortex. When a baritone saxophone player has to transpose sheet music from cello, few women are drawn to the instrument, merely pretends that the music is written in treble clef rather than bass, eyeballs it up an octave, and then plays without the octave key pressed down. It's so simple a child could do it if a child wanted to play such a huge ungainly instrument. As his eye dances along the little fence posts of notes, his fingers automatically perform a one-to-one transformation that is the theoretical equivalent of adding and subtracting octaves, fifths, and thirds. But all of the actual mental work is done when he looks up in the top right corner of the first page and says, "Aw, hell, cello again." Cello parts aren't that interesting to saxophonists. But the eye is the key, and the visual cortex is the lock. When blind Amy sight reads for the violin, she has to stop playing and feel the braille notes with her left hand. Years of keeping the instrument in place while she does this has made her neck muscles so strong that she can crack a walnut between her chin and shoulder. The visual cortex is not involved, of course. She hears the mute notes of a phrase with her fingertips, temporarily memorizing them, and then plays them over and over until she can add that phrase to the rest of the piece. Like most blind musicians, Amy has a very good ear. It actually took her less time to memorize music by listening to it repeatedly rather than reading, even with fairly complex pieces. She used braille nevertheless for serious work, so she could isolate the composer's intent from the performer's or conductor's phrasing decisions. She didn't really miss being able to sight-read in a conventional way. She wasn't even sure what it would be like, since she had never seen sheet music before she lost her sight, and in fact had only a vague idea of what a printed page of writing looked like. So when her father came to her in her 33rd year and offered to buy her the chance of a limited gift of sight, she didn't immediately jump at it. It was expensive and risky and grossly deforming, implanting miniaturized video cameras in her eye sockets and wiring them up to stimulate her dormant optic nerves. What if it made her only half-blind, but also blunted her musical ability? She knew how other people read music, at least in theory, but after a quarter-century of doing without the skill, she wasn't sure that it would do much for her. It might make her tighten up. Besides, most of her concerts were done as charities to benefit organizations for the blind or for special education. Her father argued that she would be even more effective in those venues as a recovered blind person. Still, she resisted. Cletus said he was cautiously for it. He said he had reviewed the literature and talked to the Swiss team who had successfully done the implants on dogs and primates. He said he didn't think she would be harmed by it, even if the experiment failed. What he didn't say to Amy or Lindy or anybody was the grisly Frankensteinian truth, that he was himself behind the experiment, that it had nothing to do with restoring sight, that the little video cameras would never even be hooked up. They were just an excuse for surgically removing her eyeballs. Now, a normal person would have extreme feelings about popping out somebody's eyeballs for the sake of science, and even more extreme feelings on learning that it was a husband wanting to do it to his wife. Of course, Cletus was far from being normal in any respect. To his way of thinking, those eyeballs were useless vestigial appendages that blocked surgical access to the optic nerves, which would be his conduits through the brain to the visual cortex. Physical conduits, through which incredibly tiny surgical instruments would be threaded. But we have promised not to investigate that part of the story in detail. The end result was not grisly at all. Amy finally agreed to go to Geneva, and Cletus and his surgical team, all as skilled as they were unethical, put her through 3 20-hour days of painstaking but painless microsurgery. And when they took the bandages off and adjusted a $1,000 wig, for they'd had to go in behind as well as through the eye sockets, she actually looked more attractive than when they had started. That was partly because her actual hair had always been a disaster. and now she had glass baby blues instead of the rather scary opalescence of her natural eyes. No Buck Rogers TV cameras peering out at the world. He told her father that that part of the experiment hadn't worked, and the 6 Swiss scientists who had been hired for the purpose agreed. "They're lying," Amy said. "They never intended to restore my sight. The sole intent of the operations was to subvert the normal functions of the visual cortex in such a way as to give me access to the unused parts of my brain." She faced the sound of her husband's breathing, her blue eyes looking beyond him. "You have succeeded, beyond your wildest expectations." Amy had known this as soon as the fog of drugs from the last operation had lifted. Her mind started making connections, and those connections made connections, and so on at a geometrical rate of growth. By the time they had finished putting her wig on, she had reconstructed the entire microsurgical procedure from her limited readings and conversations with Cletus. She had suggestions as to improving it, and was eager to go under and submit herself to further refinement. As to her feelings about Cletus, in less time than it takes to read about it, she had gone from horror to hate to understanding to renewed love, and finally to an emotional condition beyond the ability of any merely natural language to express. Fortunately, the lovers did have Boolean algebra and propositional calculus at their disposal. Cletus was one of the few people in the world she could love, or even talk to one-on-one, without condescending. His IQ was so high that its number would be meaningless. Compared to her, though, he was slow and barely literate. It was not a situation he would tolerate for long. The rest is history, as they say, and anthropology, as those of us left who read with our eyes must recognize every minute of every day. Cletus was the second person to have the operation done, and he had to accomplish it while on the run from medical ethics people and their policemen. There were 4 the next year, though, and 20 the year after that, and then 2,000 and 20,000. Within a decade, people with purely intellectual occupations had no choice, or one choice: lose your eyes or lose your job. By then, the second sight operation was totally automated, totally safe. It's still illegal in most countries, including the United States, but who is kidding whom? If your department chairman is second-sighted and you are not, do you think you will get tenure? You can't even hold a conversation with a creature whose synapses fire 6 times as fast as yours, with whole encyclopedias of information instantly available. You are, like me, an intellectual throwback. You may have a good reason for it, being a painter, an architect, a naturalist, or a trainer of guide dogs. Maybe you can't come up with the money for the operation, but that's a weak excuse, since it's trivially easy to get a loan against future earnings. Maybe there's a good medical reason for you not to lie down on that table and open your eyes for the last time. I know Cletus and Amy through music. I was her keyboard professor once at Juilliard, though now, of course, I'm not smart enough to teach her anything. They come to hear me play sometimes, in this run-down bar with its band of aging first-sight musicians. Our music must seem boring, obvious, but they do us the favor of not joining in. Amy was an innocent bystander in this sudden evolutionary explosion, and Cletus was, arguably, blinded by love. The rest of us have to choose which kind of blindness to endure. Fortyday, Damon Knight. The Grand Master Nebula Award is given to a living writer for a lifetime of achievement. It is appropriate that 30 years after the founding of SFWA, this honor should go to Damon Knight, SFWA's founder and its first president. But Damon Knight has done much more for science fiction than create an organization of its writers. He has contributed to the field as an editor, short fiction writer, novelist, critic, and as a teacher and discoverer of new talent. Damon Knight was born in 1922 and grew up in Hood River, Oregon. By 1941 he was living in New York City, where he became a member of the Futurians, a group of aspiring science fiction writers that included such notable figures as Isaac Asimov, Cyril Kornbluth, Robert A.W. Lowndes, Donald A. Wollheim, James Blish, Judith Merrill, and Frederick Pohl. Knight has written about this period of his life in his 1977 memoir, The Futurians. Throughout the 40s and 50s, he worked as an editor while honing his own considerable talents as a writer. The Science Fiction Encyclopedia says about Knight that he made his initial strong impact on the field as a book reviewer, and is generally acknowledged to have been the first outstanding genre SF critic. He reviewed books for a number of amateur and professional magazines, expressing throughout a sane and consistent insistence on the relevance of literary standards to SF. In Search of Wonder, a collection of Knight's reviews published in the 50s, won a Hugo Award. Knight was to become one of the finest short story writers science fiction has produced. One of his most famous stories, the humorous but dark To Serve Man, was adapted for television on Rod Serling's Twilight Zone. Other classic Knight tales include The Country of the Kind, Stranger Station, Thing of Beauty, The Handler, and Masks. Knight is also an accomplished novelist. Among his novels are A for Anything, Beyond the Barrier, The World and Thorin, The Man in the Tree, CV, The Observers, A Reasonable World, and Why Do Birds? A new novel, Humpty Dumpty, will soon be published. If Damon Knight's reputation rested solely on his fiction, his place in science fiction would be secure, but he has also been an extremely influential editor. His Orbit series of original anthologies, published from 1966 to 1980, showcased some of the finest work of Kate Wilhelm, Knight's wife since 1963, R.A. Lafferty, and Jean Wolfe, along with notable early work by Gardner Dozois, Joan D. Vinge, George Alec Effinger, Jack Dann, and Kim Stanley Robinson. Writers submitting work to Orbit could learn a lot from Knight's concise and always pointed criticisms. He has also edited a number of reprint anthologies, among them A Century of Science Fiction, 13 French science fiction stories, for which he was also translator, Cities of Wonder, A Science Fiction Argosy, The Golden Road, Science Fiction of the 30s, and Nebula Awards Stories 1965, the first Nebula Awards anthology. With Judith Merrill and James Blish, Knight founded the Milford Science Fiction Writers' Workshop in 1956. This workshop was held annually for over 20 years, and eventually led to the Clarion Workshop in Science Fiction and Fantasy, where many of the genre's best writers of the 70s, 80s, and 90s were trained. Damon Knight and Kate Wilhelm taught at Clarion for 27 years. With such accomplishments to Knight's credit, Barry M. Maltzberg has written that a good case could be made for Damon Knight's being the most important literary figure to come out of science fiction to date. Fortyday, published in 1994 and included here, is a fine example of this Grand Master's gifts. About this story, Damon Knight has the following to say. In the window of a Hindu shop in Dublin, I saw a long varnished board with about 20 painted Play-Doh figures arranged on it in a long arc, starting with a newborn child, then a toddler, a series of larger and larger schoolboys, then a series of young men getting thicker and balder as they became men of mature years, then old men, and finally a skeletal oldster on his deathbed. And I thought, isn't that terribly inefficient? Why wouldn't it be better if we grew older for 40 years and then younger for 40 more? The subject was of interest to me because I was 70 at the time. When we got back in the car, I started making notes. At first I thought the story was going to be about two lovers, how their relationship changed from the time she was growing older and he younger, etc. But then when I got home I saw that it had to be the grandmother's story. Then I worked out what happened to the physical mass of people and plants as they dwindled. What happens to the lost mass when people starve? Most animals other than caged pets would not live long enough to dwindle to nothing. They would be eaten by predators first, just as they are in this world. But human beings would be ceremonially cradled and kept alive in their second infancy. A nuisance, but much easier to handle than the senescent and terminally ill. The other part of this came from the same trip, when we visited the Roman villa at Fishburn in Sussex. Some of the rooms have the mosaic floors almost intact. There is a sample or two of Roman furniture, so slender and light that it would look natural on a lawn. We saw the surviving parts of the hypocaust, the buried pipes that carried heat from the furnace under the floors. This was a first-century villa, like the one in the story, but I put mine in Tuscany because I wanted it to be closer to the latest news from Jerusalem. This is a what-if story, and the question is, what would history be like if a rebel like Jesus arose in one of the branches of this imaginary timeline? In order to answer the question, like any scientist trying to change only one thing at a time, I had to choose a branch that resembled the real first-century Rome as much as possible. It's true that that branch is improbable, but so are all the other branches, and your life is just as unlikely as Drusilla's, no more and no less. Drusilla awoke in the little bed at the foot of the big bed, the matrimonial bed that she had occupied with 3 husbands, 2 of them at the same time. The lamp was smoking. She felt thick-headed, as she usually did in the mornings now. What had she forgotten? Oh, yes, this was to be her son's 40-day. Her bladder was full. She put her feet down on the cold tiles, crossed to the commode, and sat there. It was almost too high for her, but there was another, a little one, beside it. That was her future. When she stood up and turned around, the stranger was standing just outside the lamplight. "Does it distress you that your son Rufus is older than you are?" he said. "He is not older." "Taller, then?" "He was always taller." He looked at her. "Does it distress you that you now look like a child of 10? "Yes, but it's natural." "If it's natural, why should it distress you?" "Why do you keep asking these questions?" But he was gone, and Numilia was coming in. The slave's hands were empty. Where were the little gift baskets? "Are there no visitors today?" Drusilla asked. She was still not quite awake. "Rufus is seeing the clients, by his order. He told me to tell you last night, but you were sleeping so nicely." Drusilla said nothing for a moment. "I can have you thrashed." "Oh, mistress, forgive me." Smiling, the slave made an exaggerated gesture of terror. "Get out." Numilia retreated, with a gleam of satisfied malice in her eye. Drusilla's reign as mistress of the house was over, the slave had just reminded her. Well, she knew that, but Rufus could have waited one more day. She took off the gown she had slept in and put on a clean one, and a cloak because the morning was cool. Perhaps she would dress herself from now on. She had noticed lately that she was embarrassed to let even a slave look at her boy's breasts and her downy pubis like the head of a chick. She opened the door and went out into the colonnade. The farther half of the enclosed garden lay in deep shadow. In the nearer half, the trees and statues were glimmering with dew. It was about the 2nd hour. A thread of smoke rose from the kitchen. A few slaves were moving about on errands. The rest stood or squatted in the colonnade, waiting for orders. 3 sharecrop farmers, led by a slave, emerged from the atrium and started around the colonnade toward Rufus's room. Drusilla returned their greetings, but when 2 more appeared, she crossed the garden hurriedly to the passage beyond the kitchen, opened the outer door, and went into the courtyard. She walked past the kitchen garden and the compost heap covered with the stalks of the summer's harvest, then past the dormitory, the kennels and stables, to the swine pen where a dozen shoats ran up to greet her. Then across the dark creaking bridge, hearing the unseen water talking to itself underneath, and up again, a long uphill stride into the listening silence of the pines. From here she could look out over the meadows and the dawn-rimmed Etruscan hills, a view that always gave her pleasure. The elder of her first 2 husbands had planted most of these trees. Wood was the estate's chief source of income now, grapes and olives next, then the pottery and the sheep and swine, and their little plot of wheat last. A bird called, clear and cold, somewhere up in the branches, then another. Without turning her head, she knew that the stranger was standing beside her. "Tell me," he said, "what happens to birds? Do they go back into the egg?" "Don't you know?" When they are too small to fly, other animals eat them, except the swallow that buries itself in the mud until it is reborn in the spring." "Where did you learn that?" "Everybody knows it." He was gone, and she felt lightheaded, perhaps because she had been angry before, or because she wanted her breakfast. A fragment of verse was drifting through her mind. "The swallow tunnels in the mire. Shall I prefer the water or the fire? Speak, muses." She turned to go down the hill, and after a few steps found that she had broken into a run without meaning to. It was indecorous at her age, but perhaps no one would see her. And after all, what if they did? The exercise warmed her and made her limbs supple. She was smiling when she reached the bottom. In part of the kitchen garden, where beanstalks among the scattered straws had begun their retreat into the earth, slaves were putting up trestle tables. She watched them a moment, then entered the house and went to the larder. As she emerged, carrying her herbs and spices, Thessalus, the cook, came out into the colonnade in his soiled gown and burst into a complaint. "Lady, no help good in kitchen. How I do? Oh, for heaven's sake, talk in Greek. You sound like an owl." He said with dignity, "You asked me before not to speak Greek to you, in order to practice my Latin, which offends you. But as you wish, it doesn't matter. I only want to say that these swineherds are of no use in the kitchen, and only hinder me. I have asked you to buy another kitchen helper, but I really need 2. It is bad enough on ordinary days, but now, when we are at heads and tails getting ready for the banquet." "Is the bread doughy again?" He glared at her. "The bread? He is trying hard to make it better. It is good bread. It is not yet excellent, but he is doing his best, mistress. Please don't begin that again. I will see to it that he does his best." "See that you do yours, too." The cook turned with a muttered exclamation and hurled himself into the kitchen, where she heard him shouting at the other slaves. She moved off down the colonnade toward the front of the house. She had sent a message 9 days ago to a neighbor asking for the loan of his cook, and he had agreed, but there was some difficulty. The slave was ill and might not be able to come, but she could hardly tell Thessalus all that without seeming to apologize. On the way to the atrium she looked in for a moment on her last husband, Quinctius, who lay red and wrinkled on the folded cloth in his basket. A pregnant young slave, kneeling beside him with a fly-whisk, watched her without speaking. She reminded herself to speak to Rufus later. Was the child his, and would he raise or expose it when it was born? In the corner gleamed the seated life-size carving of Priapus, where Quinctius would go when he was small enough to rest in the hollow at the tip of the god's erect wooden pizzle. It was understood that Calpurnia would do the honors, making it possible for Quinctius to be reborn as her next child. It was not considered likely that she would have another child, but the alternative would be a slave or a prostitute. At any rate, Calpurnia might enjoy the god's phallus well smeared with goose grease. She complained often enough that she never saw Rufus's. The arms and legs of the little red person moved feebly. His eyes were closed, those fierce eyes. His mouth opened and shut, but there was no sound. That was better. For almost 6 months he had roared incessantly, and nothing could be done to soothe him. She had been 51 when they married, and he 56, a man in his full strength. For 10 years he had astonished her with his vigor in bed. It was the best time for both of them, because they were both past 40 and growing younger. When the 10 years were over, she had been, to all appearance, a young matron not yet 20, he a youth of 14. After that they had another few years of tender dalliance, gradually more condescending on her part. Then the last years came, and they were difficult for him, especially so because of all the trouble he had with his teeth. She had borne his rages as best she could. After a time he seemed to forget who he was, and ran and shouted with the children. Now she visited him several times a day. She felt that she could talk to him in his stillness, as she never had been able to do when he was moving about. Of her first 2 husbands, one had been older than she, and one younger. Porteus, the younger one, had suffered an affliction in his right arm just before he turned 40. Afterward, instead of healing, he died and was cremated. It was a great disgrace to the family, and his name was not spoken. Behind her, the stranger said, "Do you wish things were otherwise? Would it be better to die as Porteous did, without warning?" "No, of course not. Death is for animals." The slave glanced up incuriously, then returned her attention to the fly-whisk. "There are accidents," he said, "and soldiers sometimes die in battle." "That's different. Soldiers try not to kill each other, but they know the risk they take." "But you take no risk. You know what's going to happen, and when." "Yes, don't you?" "Oh, no. In my country, no one grows young after 40. We all grow older instead, until we are so sick that we die. But no man knows the day and hour." "How absurd! Wasteful, too. Why do you stand for it?" There was no reply. He was gone again. In the atrium, smoke was going everywhere except through the hole in the roof. She arranged her offerings before the little household goddess in her niche, and lighted the incense with a twig from the fire. When she left, slaves were coming in with ladders and pails to clean the blackened frescoes on the ceiling, although the smoke was so dense that they could barely see. It was now the 3rd hour, and slaves and children were gathering around the sunlit garden to watch the priest's 2 assistants putting stakes in the ground to build the Janus hut. It was always the same, a round hut of wattle roofed with straw, with a hide curtain for a door. There was nothing especially mysterious about it, in Drusilla's view, but only those dedicated to Janus could build it or take it down. The last of the clients were coming out of Rufus's room now. She went into the family dining room, where slaves were laying the table for breakfast. She sat down and took some bread and olives. Presently Rufus's wife, Calpurnia, entered with her 2 children and their nanny, and finally Rufus himself, who sat down and helped himself to cheese with a great stir. "You might have waited," he said to Drusilla when he saw her eating. "So might you," she said. Rufus took a bite and chewed, staring at her, then rose from his chair and walked around the table. "Get up," he said to his daughter Prima, who was sitting beside Drusilla. Rufus sat down in the vacated chair, Prima meanwhile giving him a reproachful glance, and said, "Mother, we've got to live together in this house, and it's better to have an understanding." "Yes," she said. "There can't be 2 masters." "No." "But I'll ask your advice whenever I need it, and you can be of great help to me, as long as you understand. Is it agreed?" "Yes, Rufus." "Good, then." He leaned nearer and said, "Give me just a word before the ceremony. After all, you're my mother. How much does it really hurt?" She kept her mouth closed and did not look at him. "Oh, well, if you lived through it, I suppose I can, too." He went back to his seat, displacing Prima again, and spoke sharply to little Secundus, who had a sulky expression and was pounding the cheese with his fist. "I don't care!" Secundus shouted, and kicked the table. Rufus gestured to the nanny, who rose and took Secundus away, screaming. Then the butler appeared with his accounts. Drusilla got up, and Calpurnia did too. "He kept me awake all night," Calpurnia said as they left. She was pale and looked more haggard than usual. "Rufus was always a fearful child. It will be all right when it's over." In the courtyard, a little slave girl was weaving flowers into straw hats for the banquet. Clattering sounds came from the kitchen. "I'll be glad, too, when it's over," said Calpurnia. At noon, when Rufus and Calpurnia retired for their nap, Drusilla stayed awake and made sure the door slaves were at their posts. Toward the 8th hour, guests began to arrive, landowners from neighboring estates, and the same farmers who had come in the morning, now with their wives and children in tow. Marcus Pollio busted toward her with elaborate apologies. "Dear Drusilla, about my cook. Well, to tell you the truth, it wasn't he who was indisposed, it was my wife, who felt she could not do without the special meals he prepared for her. She sends her regrets. She is feeling better now, but preferred not to travel. I hope you were not inconvenienced." "No, it was nothing. Please give it no more thought, Marcus." "You're very kind." Bowing and smiling, he went away to talk to Rufus. Then the carriages from more distant places began to roll up, and for a while the vestibule was full of guests complaining about the bad roads, while foot-slaves helped them off with travelling shoes and into sandals. Gifts were piling up on a table in the atrium. Drusilla's sister Serena from Rome appeared, and they embraced. They had been companions in first childhood, and still felt a great affection for each other, although they seldom met. There was no time to talk, because Calpurnia's mother and father, both in their vigorous second youth, were bustling through the entrance. The courtyard was full of drivers and outriders unharnessing their horses, slave children running about underfoot, dogs barking and women shouting. One of the carriages had broken an axle and was blocking the way of others. Rufus had gone to his room with Calpurnia and her parents. Drusilla, summoned by the butler, got 4 husky slaves to support the leaning carriage at one corner, while other slaves dragged it out of the way. Somehow in the confusion one of the dogs was run over, and yelped piercingly until one of the outriders killed it with his sword. On the way back she noticed Rufus's daughter sitting in a corner of the courtyard, almost hidden behind the carriages. Drusilla hesitated. She really did not have time, but she went to the child and sat down beside her. They were almost the same height. "Well, what is it? Has someone been cruel to you?" "No, it wasn't that." "Then it must be something else. You may as well tell me." The child bit her lip. "Will he be different afterward?" "After the ceremony? No, there's nothing magical about it. The ceremony won't change him." "Nanny says it will." "Nanny is a fool. Your father will be just the same to you as he always was. No better, no worse. Besides, you'll be going to school next year. Will you like that?" "I don't know. Sometimes I'm afraid." "And your breasts hurt, and you wake up sometimes in the night and cry." "Yes. Grandmother, sometimes I'm afraid of everything." Tears filled her eyes, and she leaned against Drusilla. The closeness of the sweaty young body called up memories. It was pleasant and repugnant at the same time. Drusilla said, "Do you remember when you were much younger, how you were afraid of things that don't frighten you now?" The girl's head nodded. "But then I was a baby." "The rest will be just the same. We're always afraid before something happens, and then we see that it was nothing. When you go to bed, tell yourself this won't matter by tomorrow night." The girl released her and smiled. "I'll try. Thank you, Grandmother." Drusilla arose and went into the colonnade, where the household and all the guests were gathering. It was a little before the 10th hour. One of the priest's assistants walked out into the garden, stood in front of the Janus hut, and beat a gong for silence. Then the second assistant appeared, carrying the sacred implements. These were wrapped to conceal them from profane eyes, but it was not hard to see what Drusilla already knew, that one was a rod, one a basin, one a lantern, and the fourth a sword. The assistants entered the hut and came out empty-handed. One of them went to the kitchen and returned with 2 jugs, which he deposited inside the hut as well. Then the priest appeared with Rufus, who was wearing a robe so tattered and dirty that he must have borrowed it from the cook. The priest was carrying a bundle that Drusilla recognized. It was the new toga made from wool spun, dyed, and woven here on the estate. Rufus conferred with the priest a moment. Then the priest and the 2 assistants closed around him and marched him into the hut, while the guests and household looked on. The hide curtain fell, and there was silence. But Drusilla remembered and knew what was going on in the darkness. First they would strip him bare, and make him sit on a low stool between them, with the priest in front and the slaves behind. They would let him wait a while. Now the priest would be saying, "In this warm water were you born naked, and this milk was your first food." Here the slaves drenched Rufus with water from the basin, then pulled his head back and poured milk into his face. "These bitter herbs made you weep." One of the slaves would rub a paste of onions and garlic into his eyes. "Weep now for your first childhood, your first youth, and your first manhood, for they are done. Out of the darkness you came." Here the slave uncovered the lantern and shone it into his face. "And into the darkness you go." The slave covered the lamp again. "But not until you have had your second manhood, your second youth, and your second childhood." Blinded and weeping, he was made to get up and stand on the stool. "You stand now at the summer of your life, looking backward and looking forward. This moment will not come again. Remember it." Then a blow on the back that made him cry out. They heard the cry where they stood watching, and the salt rubbed into the wound. Another cry, more anguished than the first. Now the slave would be wiping his face with a cloth dipped in water, then drying it until he could see again. "Will you loyally serve the tribe, your family, your household, and the city and empire? Think before you speak." Here the lantern was opened again, and the second slave held up his sword. "Do you know and understand the penalty for breaking this oath?" He would respond as he had been taught, "If I break this oath, I must be cut off from tribe, family, household, city, and empire." "Remember it." Another blow, another rubbing of salt. This time he was silent. Good. "Will you serve the gods of your mothers, never blaspheming or neglecting them?" "I will." A third blow, the last. The priest would dip another cloth in the basin and begin to wash his body. "In this water I wash away your old life and begin the new." Now the slaves would be dressing him in the toga sapientis with its purple, green, and white stripes. "Wear this garment in token of new life. From this day you join the company of men, women, and gods." The door of the hut opened, and here he was now, looking splendid in his new toga, but sober and red-eyed. The guests surged into the garden and surrounded him. When her turn came, Drusilla embraced him and said a word or two. "Thanks," said Rufus, seeming to look beyond her. Then the press of people forced her out, and she went back to the colonnade. The priest was there, pulling off his gloves. "It went very well, he was saying. "Might I have a drop of something to drink?" One of the slaves dipped him a cup of tempered wine. He poured a little on the ground and drank the rest thirstily. "It's dry work, you know," he said. Because of the unexpected guests, the dining room was more crowded than was proper. Even though most of the local people were being fed outside, there were 12 at table, 4 on each side. Luckily, Serena and Drusilla were together at the head couch. "At last we can talk," Drusilla said. "Tell me all your news." "Well, I wrote you last year that I was going to Jerusalem to visit Gaius, didn't I?" "Yes, but I never heard a word afterward, until somebody told me you were safely back in Rome. And lucky to get there, too. The ship just before mine was lost in the internal sea." "Thank the gods it wasn't yours, but you always were lucky. How did you like Judea?" "Well, I'd been there before, of course. It's not so bad, apart from the natives. Do you remember that Jew who was sent to Rome and crucified about 5 years ago?" "Which one?" "Jeshua, the one who prophesied the end of the world and said the emperor ought to repent." "They all say that. What about him?" "Well, they cut him down when he had finished his time, of course, and sent him home in fair condition to Bugger All or wherever he came from. But now his followers are saying that he died on the cross, and then came back to life." "How absurd! Does anyone believe that?" "Only his little clique, but they're all loud and abusive. We may have to round them up and crucify a few more to teach them manners." "It won't work." "Well, what did you do when you got back to Rome?" "I was just in time for the farewell to Cloaca. Pardon me, I mean, of course, Clodia. Oh, yes, I heard she was due. Were many people there? Serena smiled. The consul attended, and about half the committee, and the GG knows who. The temple was full. There must have been at least 1,000 people outside. Everybody was smiling when they left. She was an awful person. Yes, and her daughters are just like her, I'm afraid. Well, and what is life going to be for you now? Whatever Rufus chooses to make of it. Serena looked at her keenly. When things get too much for you, come and visit me. Promise. Yes, I promise. You're a good friend, Serena. The last one I have. Let us be all the closer, then. After the first course of little cakes, herbs, and cheeses, the slaves brought around thrushes and songbirds, sugared pork, ham, cutlets, goose, and fat hen. Rufus began drinking wine without water, and when the dessert came he was singing joyfully. Afterward, when the eating stopped but the drinking went on, Drusilla took Serena away to her room. In the light of a single lamp they sat listening to the sounds of revelry. 7 is a banquet, 9 is a brawl, Serena quoted. Well, Rufus was worried. Men take these things too seriously. Do you remember, when the boys were practicing with their javelins, how we used to wade down the brook and try to catch river nymphs in the shallows? Yes, and we collected the brightest pebbles and took them home in baskets. What did you do with yours? I kept them in a bowl of water to look at, but of course I had to throw them out when I dedicated all my toys to the law. You look just as you did then. It gave me a queer feeling when I saw you. And I you. It seems a long time ago. Except in sleep. Do you dream of those days, too? Often, lately. Were we as happy then as I think? Probably not. Memory gilds everything, doesn't it? Well, not everything. When I dream about Father, he's as awful as ever. You know what I mean. Yes, I do know. And nobody else understands. That's very sad in a way, isn't it? After a moment the door opened and the butler looked in. Pardon, mistress, but your son is ill, and Calpurnia has gone to bed with orders not to disturb her. What's the matter with him? He is vomiting and can't be roused. Bring him here. The butler withdrew and came back. Behind him were 4 men carrying Rufus. He was groaning and white-faced. He looks poisoned to me, Serena said. You'd better have your slaves tortured just to make sure. He drank too much. It's not the first time. As you wish. Serena yawned. I'm for bed, then. It's been a long day. Alone with Rufus, she sent for purgatives and made him vomit again and again. After all, it was possible, even likely, that slaves had put something in his wine, but torturing them would prove nothing. Toward dawn, when he fell into a natural sleep, she left him, crossed the silent courtyard, unbarred the door, and slipped out into darkness. It was about the 11th hour of night. Except for a cock crowing in the farmyard, the world was empty. When she was halfway down to the bridge, she heard a distant discordant trumpeting overhead. Up there, so high that they were in daylight, although the rest of the world was dark, 2 V's of white cranes were flying home to Africa. She stood without moving until they were gone. Under the bridge she removed her sandals, tied up her robe, and stepped into the fast, shallow water. The pebbles were unexpectedly hard to her bare feet. She walked downstream between arching willows and ferns that dropped icy sprays on her fingers. Soon enough she found the little stream-side meadow where she and Serena had often sat plaiting wreaths of flowers. She climbed up on the bank and dried her feet with grass. She was shivering and wished she had brought her cloak, but it was glorious to be here, alone, out of sight and sound of the whole world. As she sat there, the sky gradually brightened. Then dawn came in streamers of copper and red. The sun rose higher, gilding the willows, and she could hardly breathe. And now, Light touched the brook and laid bare all the wonders under the rushing ice-clear water, the pebbles of brown, green, and ivory, the threads of grass, the many-legged river nymphs hiding in the shadows. In Memoriam, Robert Bloch, Frank M. Robinson. Robert Bloch, 1917 to 1994, to many will forever be known as the author of Psycho, a phrase repeated in just about every obituary of this gifted and versatile writer. This particular claim to fame obscures the fact that Bloch was also one of the most loved figures in science fiction and fantasy, a man valued for his warmth and generosity. Stephen King called him a man of wit and gentleness and great, great talent. Peter Straub said about him that being around Bob in a crowded social scene was always an object lesson in how to enjoy oneself while remaining a decent human being. Bob is the only person I can think of who could make dignity light-hearted. Harlan Ellison, remembering Bloch, wrote, "He was the exemplar of what my father told me a man should always strive to be, a mensch. There is no higher accolade." I first met Robert Bloch in 1973 in Toronto, where he was guest of honor at that year's World Science Fiction Convention. His wit was on display during his speech at the Hugo Awards banquet, during which he held up a sheaf of reviews of his work, announced that he was going to read a few passages, thought better of it, and then scattered the offending reviews, thus winning the applause of every writer in the room. His kindness was also evident. He introduced himself to me, a shy fledgling writer of only a few stories, and spent a few moments conversing with me while throngs were clamoring for his attention, solely because we had both had stories published recently in the same anthology. A few years ago, at another convention where Bob Bloch was an honored guest, I wandered into the inn's dining room early in the morning in desperate need of coffee, and had the happy experience of being invited to join Bob for breakfast, eggs and bacon with plenty of coffee and a few cigarettes, and listen to his tales of Hollywood. Later I was sitting with writer George Zabrowski, autographing books, when Bob arrived for his signing and took a seat next to us. Immediately, long lines of people anxious for a Bloch autograph formed. "Get some of their books, too," he said to the crowd, pointing in our direction, and a few people actually did. He was at the top of his form. I expected, as did others, that the world would be graced with his presence much longer than it was. Robert Bloch created classics of fantasy, science fiction, mystery, suspense, and horror, winning almost every award for lifetime achievement bestowed in these various genres. Among his many novels and short story collections are The Scarf, It's All in Your Mind, Spiderweb, The Dead Beat, Night World, Psycho 2, The Night of the Ripper, Psycho House, and the 3-volume The Selected Stories of Robert Bloch. He also wrote many teleplays for such programs as Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Thriller, I Spy, Run for Your Life, Star Trek, and Night Gallery. He is remembered here in a summary of his life and work by Frank M. Robinson, author of the novels The Power, made into a movie in the late 50s, and The Dark Beyond the Stars, a New York Times notable book for 1991. With Thomas N. Scorsia, Robinson is also the author of The Glass Inferno, filmed as The Towering Inferno, The Prometheus Crisis, and The Gold Crew. Robert Bloch, one of the best-loved authors in the field of fantasy and suspense, died Friday, September 23rd, of cancer of the esophagus and kidneys. He was 77 years old. His career spanned an amazing 60 years in 7 decades. Services were held at the Pierce Brothers Mortuary in Westwood, California. Many of the 100 friends and fellow writers in attendance made short remarks, and Richard Matheson read tributes from Peter Straub, Stephen King, William Peter Blatty, and Ray Bradbury, who could not be present, among others. Sally Francie, Bloch's daughter, read a poem about a daughter's love for her father. Bloch had been diagnosed early in June when he sought treatment for difficulty in swallowing. His doctors, as he confided to friends later, told me I could play with fireworks, but I shouldn't plan on trick-or-treating. Shortly after diagnosis, he wrote a final piece for Omni, October 1994, about death and dying and his fear of it. The article was an eerie echo of an early interview with Bloch that ran in the Milwaukee Journal Green Sheet for April 6, 1935, when Bloch was 18. The journal mentioned the horror stories he had recently written for Weird Tales, then concluded, "And still, this same young man confesses to an inexplicable and profound fear of death." Quoting Bloch, "I can write horror tales very impersonally, but I can't view death impersonally. The more I read of it, the more I fear it." The journal, discussing Bloch and his future career, mentioned that writing terror tales was only to help him achieve his real ambition, to be a comedian. Apparently, scarcely a day went by that Bloch didn't write 4 or 5 gags that he stored away for future use. When he was older, according to the paper, the young Bloch hoped to act in sketches that he wrote. Luckily for us, Bloch didn't move completely on stage. Though he started as a writer of weird and horror stories, and later varied the mix with forays into humor, fantasy, science fiction, and even westerns, he was to achieve his real fame and importance pioneering the psychological horror story. During the war years, his interest in writing supernatural stories of the type popularized by H.P. Lovecraft had begun to pall. He was becoming more interested in the monsters within than the monsters without. By the mid-1940s, I had pretty well mined the vein of ordinary supernatural themes. I realized, as a result of what went on during World War II, and from reading psychology, that the real horror is not in the shadows, but in the twisted world inside our own skulls. Bloch's first effort in exploring that twisted world was The Scarf, The Dial Press, 1947, a short novel told from the viewpoint of a psychopathic strangler. It was followed by The Kidnapper, Lion, 1954, Bloch's personal favorite of his novels, and another first-person narrative of a psychopath. Spiderweb, Ace, 1954, and in 1959 the novel that was to make him famous, Psycho, Simon & Schuster. Unlike most of his short fiction, his psychological horror novels were terse and clinical, with little of the humor that usually marked a Bloch story. His earliest tales were pastiches of Lovecraft, but even they had humorous undertones. He couldn't resist killing off a thinly disguised Lovecraft, to whom he dedicated the story, in The Shambler from the Stars, Weird Tales, September 1935. Lovecraft retaliated by writing a story in which he killed one Robert Blake of Milwaukee, The Haunter of the Dark, Weird Tales, December 1936. He dedicated the story to Bloch, for which Bloch was forever grateful. But it was psychological horror that made Bloch's literary reputation. In many respects, his novels were ahead of their time, but they paved the way for many of the later books by Stephen King, Thomas Harris, and others. Norman Bates and Hannibal Lecter might differ in degrees of sophistication and depravity, but most readers would have little difficulty in identifying them as inmates of the same asylum. Robert Bloch was born in Chicago in 1917, the son of Raphael and Stella Loeb Bloch. His father was a cashier in a bank, his mother a former schoolteacher and social worker who had once turned down a career in light opera. They were Jewish but not particularly religious, and for the most part Bloch was raised as a Methodist. A chance meeting with magician Howard Thurston sparked an early interest in show business. Family members were already enthusiasts of vaudeville, and Bloch also attended movies regularly, especially comedies. His childhood idols were Buster Keaton, whom he was to meet much later in life, and Harold Lloyd. But the defining moment in his experience of the performing arts came when, as a small boy, he attended a nighttime production of The Phantom of the Opera, starring Lon Chaney. The scene where the Phantom removes his mask to reveal his skull face was to stay with him the rest of his life. In one interview he said he'd peed in his pants, ran home from the theater, and slept with the light on for the next 2 years. In his autobiography he denied it all, though he admitted he became a Chaney fan as well as a fan of other horror pictures of the period. An interest in Egyptology, picked up from his numerous visits to the Art Institute and Chicago's Field Museum, led him to buy his first copy of Weird Tales. He'd been browsing through the newsstand at Chicago's huge Northwestern Railroad station and spotted the issue featuring Otis Adelbert Klein's The Bride of Osiris on the cover, August 1927. An indulgent aunt bought the issue for him and changed his life forever. He was 9 years old. Bloch's father lost his bank job in the early 20s at about the same time his mother was offered a position by the Abraham Lincoln House in Milwaukee, where she'd been employed as a social worker prior to her marriage. The family relocated to Milwaukee. While in junior high school, Bloch discovered science fiction in Amazing Stories and became a fan of H.P. Lovecraft through his stories in Weird Tales. In 1933, Bloch started a long correspondence with Lovecraft, which continued until the latter's death. Lovecraft introduced the young fan to other writers for Weird Tales, such as Clark Ashton Smith, E. Hoffman Price, and August Derleth. Lovecraft also encouraged the young Bloch to try his hand at writing stories, and offered to read and criticize the results. His first efforts were published by William L. Crawford, who printed Bloch's story Lilies in Marvel Tales, and The Black Lotus in Unusual Stories. The only drawback was that Crawford paid no money to contributors. By this time, Bloch was serious about writing. It was the middle of the Depression, there were few jobs available for high school graduates, and writing for a living was worth a gamble. He bought a second-hand typewriter, a used card table, paper and carbon from the local Woolworths, and set up shop in his bedroom. A month after graduating from high school, Bloch sold his first story to Weird Tales, The Secret of the Tomb. But the first published story was the second one he sold, The Feast in the Abbey, Weird Tales, January 1935. Others quickly followed, and Bloch soon became a familiar and popular name in the magazine. But he had yet to find his own voice. One of the side effects of his early writing career was his introduction to the Milwaukee Fictioneers, an organization whose members included Stanley G. Weinbaum, Raymond A. Palmer, Roger Sherman Hoare, Ralph Milne Farley, and others. Bloch was making friends through the mails as well, among them Henry Kuttner, with whom he later collaborated on a story, The Black Kiss, Weird Tales, June 1937. He took a trip to Chicago to meet Farnsworth Wright, the editor of Weird Tales. Bloch didn't restrict his creative efforts to writing horror stories. He had written gags in high school, acted in skits for the drama club, and appeared in a minstrel show and the senior play. Later, with high school friend Harold Gower, he wrote a mock radio broadcast and collaborated on an unpublished and unpublishable novel, In the Land of the Sky-Blue Ointment. Through it all, he was turning into a journeyman writer with experience in a number of different forms, all of which would stand him in good stead. He was analytical about his writing, realizing that his penchant for horror sprang from his own fear of death. I was terribly susceptible to fear of death. I decided I'm not going to let them scare me, I'm going to scare them. And that's exactly what I did. I put on a fright mask myself, and it worked. Familiarity didn't breed contempt, but it made it much easier to see how you manipulate the props to make the audience scream. He was an avid reader of fantasy and read extensively in the fields of Freudian and Jungian psychology. Later in life, when asked to analyze the connection between comedy and horror, he wrote, "To me, horror and comedy are two sides of the same coin. Both of them involve a common denominator. Both of them involve the grotesque, the unexpected. In most cases, humor relies upon the twist, just as the shock in horror relies upon some kind of twist." When Lovecraft died, Bloch was devastated by the loss of his mentor. When Henry Kuttner invited him to spend a month in Los Angeles, he jumped at the chance. Hollywood was the home of many of his childhood heroes. In addition, he finally met Kuttner, Fritz Leiber, Jr., Catherine Moore, and the members of the Los Angeles Fantasy Society.
It was a trip he never forgot. Back in Milwaukee, he discovered that Ziff Davis had purchased Amazing Stories, and Ray Palmer, his friend from the Fictioneers, was the editor. Ray needed new stories in a hurry, and Bloch hastened to oblige. The resulting increase in income enabled him to rent an office in downtown Milwaukee and hire a secretary. Trips to New Orleans and Sauk City, Wisconsin, where he met August Derleth for the first time, followed. He now expanded his writing base still further, selling gags to Stootnagel and Bud, a radio team, and one of his own monologues to comic Roy Atwell, who had appeared on the Fred Allen radio show. He also took on a side job as a stand-up comic, MC, and mimic in various taverns and nightclubs. None of these efforts produced much money, and when, in 1939, an offer came for him and Harold Gower to mastermind a political campaign, he accepted. Their candidate was an assistant city attorney named Carl Zeidler, tall and blond, with a firm handshake and a good singing voice, and few other obvious qualifications. Their opponent was the Dean of American Mayors, Daniel Webster Hone, the socialist mayor of Milwaukee for 23 years. With little in the way of money, though much in the way of promises, Bloch and Gower trusted to wit and innovation. They slanted the campaign to women. Zeidler was a bachelor and handsome, and youth. Zeidler was young, with a heavy reliance on photographs. They wrote Zeidler's platform as well as his speeches, held rallies at which pretty girls passed out campaign booklets, showcased their candidate standing in front of a huge American flag, and at the end of his speech yanked on strings backstage that flooded the auditorium with balloons. Early in the campaign, Bloch and Gower had decided that politics was just another form of show business, and designed the campaign along those lines. None of what they did is unusual today, but it was in 1939. They got extensive press coverage, generated intense political excitement, and when it was all over, their no-talent candidate was in the runoff for mayor. In the general election that followed, Zeidler won by 12,000 votes. He also stiffed Bloch and Gower for their fees, doubtlessly contributing to Bloch's sardonic take on politics in particular and life in general. Bloch married Marion Ruth Holcomb in October 1940, tried his hand at another political campaign with little financial reward, and was faced with making a living for two. Returning to writing short stories, he lifted a character from the unpublished In the Land of the Sky Blue Ointment. The character was Lefty Feep, a petty gambler with overtones of Damon Runyon. Feep, along with other characters from the original Bloch-Gower novel, was to star in 23 short stories and novelettes. Bloch now paid frequent visits to Chicago to visit editors, meet other writers, and play poker at Ray Palmer's house in Evanston, where he met William P. McGivern, Howard Brown, and William Hamling. He was an average poker player, but invariably managed to fleece this naive Ziff Davis office boy, invited to the poker parties for just that reason. Despite his success with Lefty Feep and other fiction, money was still tight. Marion was not in good health, and medical bills began to eat up their income. Bloch's solution was to go to work for the Gustav Marx advertising agency, consisting at the time of Marx and a secretary. Marx had been a member of the Milwaukee Fictioneers, had heard of Bloch's straitened circumstances, and offered him a job, at no salary. After 6 months' experience, Marx claimed, Bloch could find a decent job with any agency in town. Bloch had written copy for the several political campaigns he had masterminded, and writing copy for the ad agency was not so different or difficult. At the end of the 6 months, Marx asked him to stay on at a generous salary and with the option of writing his own fiction when he wasn't involved with agency work. Bloch stayed for 11 years. But writing fiction and ad copy weren't his only sources of income. He was soon offered a freelance job writing scripts for a radio show titled Stay Tuned for Terror. Bloch agreed to write 39 15-minute shows and deliver them within 3 months. It amounted to doing 3 scripts a week while holding down his full-time job at the agency. It was a stretch. Bloch adapted many of his stories from Weird Tales, though the 12 minutes of airtime, 15 minutes minus commercials, made condensing them a problem.
So did Commuting to Chicago, where the shows were frequently recorded back-to-back. Probably Bloch's most famous story of the 40s, one he considered an average story but which turned out to be a legend, was Yours Truly, Jack the Ripper, Weird Tales, July 1943. Julius Schwartz, his then agent, sold the story to a hardcover anthology. Subsequently, it was dramatized on the CBS radio show The Kate Smith Hour, and starred Laird Krieger, soon to be seen in the film The Lodger, playing Jack the Ripper. The story has since been anthologized and presented on radio and television more than 50 times. By Bloch's own estimate, he may have missed a few. In 1944, Bloch's first book was published. August Derleth asked him to review his 100 or more published stories and pick out enough for a collection. This was the same August Derleth who had once told a younger Robert Bloch that he would never be a writer. The opener of The Way garnered good reviews, but didn't produce much in the way of royalties, some $600, most of it paid out over the years. Bloch was now invited to join in still another political campaign, this time on behalf of Senator Robert M. La Follette, Jr. Bloch urged the senator to spend more time in the state shaking the hands of his constituents, especially the younger voters to whom he was a legend, but not much more. The senator listened quietly, thanked him, then made a few cursory stops around the state, and spent most of his campaign sitting it out in Washington. He lost by a very narrow margin. The new senator from Wisconsin was Joe McCarthy. In 1946, Bloch wrote a short novel about a serial killer, a psychopathic strangler, titled The Scarf, Dial Press, 1947. It was to be the first of a number of novels dealing with serial killers and psychiatric themes. The style was not typical Bloch. It was terse, gritty, and avoided the humor that he frequently used in short stories. It received good reviews, including one by Dr. Frederick Wortham in a psychiatric journal, and another in the New Yorker. The book went through several hardcover printings and promptly sold to paperback. Bloch should have been on his way to fame and fortune, except Dial bounced his next proposal, his editor quit to get married, and the literary agency, A&S Lyons, that had handled the sale of the novel, suddenly went out of business. A film company in Hollywood subsequently produced a film titled The Scarf, with a storyline remarkably similar to Bloch's, but he had neither agent nor publisher to help him contest the similarity. It was 6 years before Bloch published another novel, although a condensed version of an initially unsuccessful attempt ran in the August 52 Blue Book under the title Once a Sucker. The original version, possibly rewritten, appeared in 1954 as Spiderweb, half of an ace double. Of the shorts that now followed, perhaps the best known was The Man Who Collected Poe, Famous Fantastic Mysteries, October 1951, in which he directly inserted lines from Poe's own The Fall of the House of Usher. Professor Thomas Olive Mabbitt of Hunter College was impressed by it and invited Bloch to finish Poe's last never-completed story, The Lighthouse. Bloch did so. It was published in Fantastic, January 1953, and was very proud that few people could tell where Poe left off and he began. Marion's physical condition continued to worsen, and in 1953 the Blochs moved to Weyowega, Wisconsin, Marion's hometown. Marion was now among family and friends, but Bloch was something of a fish out of water. He had gotten used to cities, and a rural community with a population of 1,200 became a social prison. He was cut off from normal contact with his friends and other writers. Something of a relief was offered by an invitation to appear as a panelist on a cartoon quiz show out of Milwaukee titled It's a Draw. The money from the show, and the social contact it offered, was a godsend. It was also during this period that his correspondence with other writers and with fandom increased greatly. He contributed hundreds of articles and letters to fanzines, and even edited several one-shots of his own, primarily for FAPA, and co-edited 6 issues of a professional fanzine published by Gnome Press, The Science Fiction World, with Wilson Tucker. He became a frequent toastmaster at Worldcons and was honored at a number of them. In 1959, at the Worldcon in Detroit, he and Isaac Asimov were co-Toastmasters and handed out the Hugo Awards. Asimov would introduce the categories, and Bloch would open the sealed envelopes and read the names of the winners. He was in shock when he read out his own name as the author of the best short story, The Hellbound Train, F and SF, September 1958. Bloch was breaking into magazines outside the genre now, including appearances in Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine, Ellery Queen, Mike Shane's Mystery Magazine, The Saint Mystery Magazine, and Playboy. The pulps may have died, but the digests and the men's magazines were picking up the slack. In 1959, the world changed enormously for Bloch. Several years before, in the little town of Plainfield, 40 miles from Weowega, the local sheriff had walked into a barn owned by a farmer named Ed Gein and discovered a woman's torso hanging on hooks, much as if it had been the carcass of a deer. The seemingly innocuous Gein had prowled the Lonely Hearts columns, and a steady stream of widows and lonely middle-aged women had disappeared into his barn. The Gein case was an overnight sensation, and Bloch was convinced there was material in it for a novel. But while the big cities covered the story in detail, the papers in Weowega and surrounding towns had only limited coverage. Psycho was based upon the murders, but not upon Gein himself, about whom Bloch knew little. The character of Norman Bates sprang full-blown from Bloch's own imagination. The very name Norman was a pun, the murderer being neither woman nor man. Years later, when he did an article about the murders for editor Anthony Boucher, The Quality of Murder, Dutton, 1962, he was astonished how close he'd come to the real character of Gein. Psycho was published by Simon & Schuster in 1959 to good reviews. Shortly afterward, Bloch's agent, Harry Altschuler, received a blind offer of $5,000 for the film rights. The purchaser was unknown. Bloch refused to sell, and the offer was raised to $9,500, which he accepted. Of the total price, Altschuler received his 10%, Simon & Schuster their 15%, and after taxes, Bloch received about $6,250. Not an unusual offer for the time, but a miserable one in light of what the film was to make. Unfortunately, few authors who sold movie rights during the 50s were offered a piece of the action. The real wonder, perhaps, is that the film was made at all. The story was replete with transvestism, hints of incest, and the definitely un-American suggestion, as Bloch put it, that a boy's best friend might not be his mother. Paramount hated everything about it, starting with the title, but the purchaser was Alfred Hitchcock's production company, and Hitchcock badly wanted to make the film. Paramount cut his budget and told Hitchcock no sound stages would be available during his projected shooting schedule. Hitchcock, in retaliation, put up some of his own money and filmed the movie in black and white on the Universal lot, though Paramount still released the film, using the cinematographer from his television show. At a screening of the rough cut, Hitchcock asked Bloch what he thought of the film, and Bloch said, "I think it's either going to be your biggest hit or your biggest disaster." The critics were initially unkind, but Psycho soon became the largest-grossing black-and-white film ever made. Only The Birth of a Nation had grossed more, and today, of course, Schindler's List. Oddly, Psycho did not bring Bloch out to Hollywood. He was already there. He had been invited to Hollywood to write a segment of Lock-Up, and by the time Psycho was released, he had already written 6 or 7 teleplays and had 5 or 6 more assignments. He now became famous as the author of Psycho, but somehow the fame didn't translate into money. The big bucks for another book never materialized until years later when he wrote Psycho 2, 1982, a volume that had nothing at all to do with the sequel to the movie released at about the same time. Bloch continued to write the occasional novel and short story, but more and more his work was for films and television. During the 60s, he wrote extensively for Alfred Hitchcock Presents, Thriller, and the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, as well as doing 3 segments of the original Star Trek. Wolf in the Fold was a Jack the Ripper story set hundreds of years in the future. He also did work for I Spy, Whispering Smith, Night Gallery, and others. In addition, other writers adapted some of his stories for these and other shows. Like Ray Bradbury, Charles Beaumont, Harlan Ellison, and a few others, Bloch had discovered Hollywood, and Hollywood had discovered him. The stars whom he had idolized while watching them on theater screens in Chicago and Milwaukee were now personal friends: Buster Keaton, Boris Karloff, Joan Crawford, Dick Foran. He moved the family out to California and settled down to relative peace and prosperity. He hadn't made a fortune on Psycho, but soon Psycho and Robert Bloch were synonymous, and that didn't hurt. But as the years went by, the situation at home became increasingly untenable. Marion's physical condition worsened, and while Bloch enjoyed the atmosphere of Hollywood and socializing with his movie star friends, Marion did not. Bloch had warned her that life in Hollywood would be far different from the life they'd led in Weyowega. But Marion couldn't adjust, and in October 1963, Bloch received an interlocutory decree of divorce and moved into his own apartment. Marion eventually sold the house he bought her and moved to Desert Hot Springs, where she became active in the life of the small community. Bloch had resolved never to marry again, a resolve that crumbled almost immediately after meeting Eleanor Alexander at a party. Her writer husband had died of a heart attack 3 months before, and this was the first party she'd attended since. In his autobiography, Bloch states that he proposed marriage to her after 22 minutes of talking to her. She wasn't quite as ready as he was, but 5 days after he received his final divorce decree in October of 1964, they were married. The story had a happy ending after all. Ellie's life and Bloch's meshed without difficulty, and Bloch's friends quickly became Ellie's as well. His circle of friends and acquaintances among writers and actors and in fandom expanded still further, if such a thing was possible. He wasn't quite as prolific now, but he had reached that stage of life marked by honors and awards. He had been the first guest of honor at a convention outside the United States, the 6th World Science Fiction Convention in Toronto, 1948. Once again he was guest of honor at TorCon 2 in 1973. In 1975 he was guest of honor at BoucherCon 1, the San Diego Comic-Con, and the World Fantasy Convention. He had received the Hugo for Best Short Story in 1958 and the World Fantasy Life Award in 1975, and twice won the Anne Radcliffe Award, once for television in 1966 and once for literature in 1969. He won a World Science Fiction Convention Special Lifetime Career Award in 1984, the Bram Stoker Award in 1990, and the World Horror Convention Grand Master Award in 1991. He served as president of the Mystery Writers of America for 1970 to 71. He would never have denied that he had a somewhat sardonic view of life, encouraged by his experiences in politics, where shallow candidates and the ease of manipulating the public had largely turned him off. His views became more intense in later years, when the storylines in horror films, the genre he loved, were replaced by special effects and copious amounts of gore. You might just as well go to a slaughterhouse and pick out a few animals and carve them up screaming and squealing on camera. He was sickened by the audiences that laughed at the blood and sadism in the splatter films. He regretted that despite Psycho, he had never received the critical acclaim nor the fortune bestowed on other writers in the genre, hardly an unusual complaint. But he never forgot that he'd elected to become a public entertainer early in life, and took great pride in the fact that probably no other writer in the genre had had so many stories published, reprinted, and shown on television or presented as theatrical films. He attributed his television and theatrical film popularity to the fact that his stories could be easily translated to the visual medium, not that they were necessarily better than those of other authors. He was a journeyman writer and entertainer, and had more experience in various writing forms, from political speeches to advertising to short stories, novels, articles, teleplays, and film scripts, than probably any other genre writer. But all of his stories, all of his movies, and all of his teleplays didn't account for the feelings of affection that both fans and writers felt for him. When he was a struggling young writer, H.P. Lovecraft had helped him with his craft. Bloch never forgot that, nor did he hesitate to pass it on when he became the experienced professional, and beginning writers approached him for aid and advice. In one sense, he was a contradiction in terms. He was one of the most beloved figures in the field, but never tried to disguise his disappointment in humanity as a whole. When you really get to know people, you don't need to invent monsters. I believe a majority of mankind is violent. Modern horror fiction has provided virtually everyone with a devil theory. As Flip Wilson says, the devil made me do it. No one is individually responsible. When it came to fandom, he was the most accessible of all the professional writers. He was a fan himself, and had joined the ranks for the same reasons that most fans do. He was lonely and sought social contact. He wrote extensively for fanzines. He published his own. He was the most sought-after toastmaster and MC in fandom. His presence at a convention was enough to turn it into a family party. Once, when asked what he considered the highlights of his writing career, he replied, "My first sales, of a short story, of a novel, the sale of Psycho to films and its subsequent success. But the most satisfying and memorable moments have come with the conventions, where I was invited to appear as guest of honor, the winning of various awards, the continuing interest of fans." During the last few months of his life, Bloch received hundreds of calls and notes of appreciation. For as long as he could, he took all the calls and read all the notes and letters. When he could no longer do so, they were read to him. It was typical of Bloch that he wrote the notes for his own obituary for distribution to various media. At the end of them he typed, "Always interested in giving readers a surprise ending, Bloch wrote these obituary notes himself." His personal memorabilia were donated to the American Heritage Center at the University of Wyoming. His ashes will also be at the center in a book-shaped urn. According to several reports, the legend on the urn will read, "Here lie the collected works of Robert Bloch." Despite his sardonic view of the world, Robert Bloch was a man without malice. Almost everybody who met him sensed that, and almost everybody who met him loved him for it. It was impossible not to. Bob is survived by his wife Ellie and his daughter Sally, and by a multitude of friends who never realized how much they were going to miss him until the day he died.